Welcome back, everybody. This is Jason Glatzer, and I am joined by Wise Guy, who is back in the booth, and we're here for a very exciting day. As you can see, the final table of the WSOP Circuit main event is being set up. 9 players remaining, all very hungry for the top prize, with Egidius Matonis from Lithuania in the lead. But welcome, Wise Guy. It's great to have you back.
Thank you so much, Jason. Nice to be back, and we are excited for this final table. I'm sure the players are as well. I know we actually can see that we're missing one guy who was a bit late to this final table, so they're just signing up here for the lining up for the photo by Lenka and getting ready for today's action. So we will have some introductions soon, but yeah, it's been a great series. This is the final day of the WSOP Circuit events in Tallinn, and it's been a blast so far. We're ready to do a lot more as well today, Jason.
Looking forward to it.
And before we get the final table started, Lenka is going to do the pictures, and then we'll head over to the table for the introduction. But let's also look at the upcoming events here at the festival in Tallinn. We have, of course, the Queens of Tallinn next up, already August 27th. Jason?
Not too far away, and yeah, this is a festival just for the women. There is maybe 1 or 2 mixed events as well where men can play. But women looking to make a name for themselves, looking to have fun playing poker with other women, run by Teresa, of course, come out to the Queens of Tallinn. I may pop up for the weekend just to see what's happening, but this festival isn't for us, Wise Guy.
It's definitely for the women foremost, definitely, and it will be, I think it's the 4th year now of Queens of Tallinn.
Yes, yes, it's become
Fantastic.
An annual tradition, and it grows every year, too, so that's really good to see.
Then in September, we're going to Riga, of course, the Olympic Casino. They are also in Riga, and the Voodoo Casino hosting the showdown September 19 to 27, and there will be a full week packed with action. The schedule is already out, I think, on OlyBetEvents.com. You can go there and find out. And then we're back in Tallinn, Jason, in October.
Yes, this one is going to be exciting. I'll probably be in Riga as well, so I'm looking forward to Riga. But what I'm really looking forward to is the Kings of Tallinn, which is something truly special. If you've ever been to one, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
And tell the viewers why you're looking forward most to Vilnius.
I mean, I live there, so, you know, my commute is rather short to the casino, and I can sleep in my own bed in that one. But, yeah, it's always nice to win something locally in front of the people that you know and love, you know, in the poker community that you live in.
There you have it. If you need a couch to sleep on, maybe you can contact Jason as well for the Vilnius one in December 4th to 13th. But now let's head over to the final table and the introductions by our fantastic tournament director, Teresa Nusiainen, to get this started.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final table of World Series of Poker Circuit Tallinn 2026. We had 977 entries in this €1,500 main event, creating a prize pool of €1,253,000. From 977 entries, we are down to our final 9 players. Let me introduce you to our final table. Taking seat 1 from the Netherlands with 2,975,000 in chips, let's welcome Roy van der Rees. Seat 2 with 3,800,000 in chips. Welcome from Poland, Mateusz Dabkowski. Seat 3 from Denmark with 6,050,000 in chips. Welcome, Finn Haidai.
I don't know, 2, 3, 4 coin flips in there, and sometimes being underdogs. I got 1 cycle, 2 cycles, exactly.
Taking seat number 4 from Austria with 6,500,000 in chips. Welcome Julian Sellinger. with 3,400,000 in chips. He is one of our Kings of Tallinn winners as well from before main event winners. 3,400,000 in chips, Kai Lehto. Seed 6 from France with 1,400,000 in chips. Welcome Valentin Imperator. Going back to Finland with 1,800,000 in chips. Welcome Fefe Feras Abi. Taking seat number 8 is our current chip leader of this table from Lithuania with 12,325,000 in chips. It is Anatolis. And then finally with 10,600,000 in chips from Spain, let's welcome David Santana Marfil. We currently have 15 minutes left on this level, 75,150 blinds, and we are going to shuffle and go to the button.
Good luck, guys. Good luck.
Well, thank you, Teresa, for the fantastic introduction of all the final table players. You see them all here. Some of them are familiar faces from yesterday. Some of them are familiar faces from the past on streams here at Olympic Park Casino. But what I can promise you is some action. Unfortunately, Egidius Matonis, as the chip leader from Lithuania, if he could have asked for any seat that wouldn't be the one that he's sitting in right now. He has a very difficult opponent with position on him with some chips in David Marfil. And most interested, actually, Wise Guy, in that interaction, at least in the beginning, while the short stacks work their way either to double up or bust out. You know, I think that's at least my story in the beginning, but let's get ready.
Yeah, let's get ready.
Enjoy your day, and we're gonna be loud. Enjoy that.
There we have the final words from Teresa Nusiainen to get it started. And if you listen closely to the introductions, you heard that there are 8 different nationalities, really international final table as well. 2 Finnish guys, one of them being on a bit of a short stack coming up after this guy folding. We have here Kai Lehto. Looking at his hand, 9-7 offsuit, 3.4 million. So with the big blind of 150K, he has somewhat over 20 big blinds, and he's one of the big winners throughout the year. Won a main event some years ago.
Yes, Kai, it was either 2022 or probably 23 that he won the main event, actually, here at the Kings of Tallinn. And we've seen him, we've both played with him in other places such as Riga. I've played with him in Vilnius as well. He likes playing at all stakes, so it's good to see him actually on the final table. And even if he gets short, like Valentin, he was on a short stack pretty much all day yesterday. And 23 big blinds might seem like a monstrous stack to him at the moment.
Yep, absolutely. One of the toughest opponents for the guys at this table, Kai Lehto, Finland. And if you're not familiar with the geographics, Finland is just a short ferry ride from here. So we have a lot of Finns here doing all these series, and they're showing up. And of course, playing a lot of their favorite game, the PLO. I think we had a final table the other day in a side event where we had 7 out of 8 players from Finland. So they're really liking the PLO, but of course also playing these huge main events. This had a 1 million guarantee, which was smashed. 1.2 plus millions in the prize pool.
Oh, hold on a second.
Oh.
Roy van der Rijs waking up with the pocket rockets. The 2 big stacks folding a queen high and a king high from late position, wisely so. And Matus we did not see at all yesterday, so we do not know exactly how he plays yet. And Fahim we did see a little bit of, but I don't fully understand his game yet either.
Look at this for Roy.
It's unfortunate, but nothing to defend. Better than getting them cracked on the very first hand, though, of the final table, which we've seen before.
Yeah, absolutely. But picking up the blinds and ante, Roy van der Reinst of Netherlands. He was actually here last year as well, playing the WSOP Circuit events, and came second in a 5-5-5 ring event. So he was this close to a ring last year. Maybe he can close it out this year, sitting in seat number 1 from Netherlands, Roy van der Reinst. And in the same event, actually, where he finished second, he had his fellow teammate or table mate at this table, David Santaya Marfil, also coming in 10th in the same event. So I guess that those two maybe played some.
They must have some history
event,
before
yeah.
yesterday, actually. They were on the same table for a little while on the TV table as well.
Now, the Miami hat.
Yeah.
Ferras racing it with the 7s.
Another dangerous player when he has chips in Fefe Abid. And Marfil opting not to do what a lot of people do that look at things like GTO Wizard and 3-bet the ace-5 suited. He is calling from the hijack, which is the safer play on a final table, especially against the shortest stack or the second shortest stack in Ferris. A lot of times players will just shove on a 12 big blind stack, and Ferris is slightly more than a min raise. Often looks like things like aces, but it doesn't mean anything. You know, we're on this table per se, you know, anything above 10 big blinds is probably not going to be a shove.
Yeah, so we have a fold from the king jack on the big blind, and it's a nice flop for David, yeah, for sure.
And let's see if Ferris can sniff this one out. And, you know, when you're typically, let's say, just flatting from the hijack, it can be a lot of things. It could be something like ace-5 suited, of course, but it could be a lot of those pocket pairs. It could be a nice other suited hand like king-queen, queen-jack, jack-10, 10-9, etc. Any of those suited connectors. So this is just a probing bet, but it's also a dangerous one on this board, you know, because a lot of those hands I talked about are there, not just the ace-5.
Now then,
and can't afford to really be losing chips at this stage.
Just a call from David, and 8 pairing the board on the turn, not helping Ferras, of course. And do you think now he will slow it down, give this one up?
I'm curious what happens if he shoves, whether David finds the call here, but I think he's going to slow it down.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And David may want to actually check this back to hope to get a bet on the river, or he may feel I can avoid a trap. Yeah, David, it's hard to know what David is thinking because he's on like 3 levels different than I am in terms of, let's say, I think he's thinking if I do this, he does that, you know, kind of thing all the time.
Checks it back, and
like
as you can see, only 1-7 remaining in the deck. Does not find it on the river. You saw in the top right corner there was 1-7 already folded, but Ferras Fefe doesn't unfortunately find the 7 on the river. So
in a way, it's a good card for him because if he was thinking about bluffing, this is like one of the worst cards. If it's a queen of spades, it's the worst. But you know,
yeah.
Exactly. So he checks here. If it's something like a 2 or a 3 and it was checked back on the turn, maybe he'd be thinking about doing something fancy on the river, stealing it away. But now it's just a check fold if David bets. And David may realize he's probably not getting called by anything that he's ahead of, so a check back is going to be very common here.
I'll go for the other route then. I'll say he will seek some value here, hoping to maybe get a call from a queen or something else that just might have come along. So
okay, we could start doing these little fun, like.
Yeah, I don't think he will check this back, but let's see, Jason.
Yeah, let's see. We can at least
have
have
one
a
up
score
already.
pad. Yeah, let's see. Meanwhile, we have the chat back. It's not too active yet, but we have Egidius fan, Sekmes Egidius, and we have also for Roy.
Yeah, we should say that because this is streamed in a few different platforms, but the main one is the OlyBet YouTube channel. So that chat we will try to at least keep an eye out for during the day. So if you want to connect with us here in the booth, you can go to the YouTube chat of OlyBet Poker. And as you said, we have cheers for Egidius and Roy already in there. So looking forward to spending the day with you and see who takes this one, the big main event down. Yeah, you're one up, Jason.
Yeah,
check it
we
back.
should have bet on how much he was going to tank, though, on this. I was shocked about how long we were able to talk, waiting for him to make a decision there.
So we get a showdown, and we can see that it's David taking down the pot, of course, with the aces and pair of aces. And yeah, here we have the updated chip counts. Still, of course, Egidius on top, but you see David just closing in now, just a few big blinds behind him. And this is the prize pool, guys. You already also have it pinned in the YouTube chat if you want to see it later on, but next player out will receive some 15,000 euro plus, and up top 210,000 euros.
Or maybe 210 euros only.
Maybe, yeah.
It depends on how you read that decimal point and in which country.
Is the rest for us then?
What's that? Yeah, of course. I mean, it's. We'd share it, of course, but it's for everybody.
Sharing is caring. Now David going at it here with the ace-4 off, early position, but he has the chips for it, and of course, with an ace, always nice to put pressure and some ICM pressure on these guys, because of course, this is for most of these guys the biggest final table they've ever played so far in their career. So a lot of pressure under the TV table lights, and with chips, it's of course good for David as an experienced player to put some pressure on the other guys. But this guy won't let the pressure get to him. Kai Lehto. Let's see what he decides to do if he sniffs this weak ace up from David. He does come along from the big blind.
It looked like he was thinking about whether to 3-bet or not, but it was it's an easy call there.
Yeah, of course it is, but
you have two really short stacks. You don't need to bloat the pot, and David doesn't mind playing 3-bet pots in position with different holdings.
Yeah, and expecting Kai not to do anything with this one.
No.
Have to give it up and go for the next one, because as you mentioned, Jason, there are a few really short stacks on the table. We saw that Ferras now is down to 8 big blinds after losing some chips in the last hand with the 7s. So Kai Lehto, as one of the strongest players, of course, has to hold on to his chips and hopefully get a double up later on. I see he takes a little sip of his orange juice as well. And as you see in the background, we only have 5 minutes left of this level, because we did start with 15 minutes left on level 28, coming back from yesterday, which means that we will have new blinds, 100 and 200,000 in 5 minutes with a 200,000 big blind ante. So that means Ferras will soon only have 6 big blinds in front of him.
And Valentin is in the big blind, who has even less, actually. So those two are sitting next to each other, and they're right now, their job is to hopefully get the other one of them go out before the other. But really, they're looking to get into the thick of things. The ICM pressure at the moment is there, but it's important to figure out a way to double up and keep on going.
Yeah. And the first pay jump, next player out, we said we'll have some 15,000 plus, and 8th place is 20K plus. So it's a 5K pay jump to be made for at least being not the first player out on this table today. And I mean, 5K normally is like a first prize in a smaller tournament, so it's big stakes and big money to be won on this table today, as Fahim now has raised it up with the ace-jack suited.
And Julian thinking about his king-queen suited as well in the same suit. That's not a 3-bet, so it looks like a call. It is a call. Kai with the king-8 suited is going to let this one go, I believe. And then Valentin with the Robbie hand here. Valentin not looking too thrilled about what's happening, but knows better than to call there. Good flop for king-queen there. There's a heart for both players as well.
Yeah.
Julian doesn't know that he doesn't want to see any more hearts.
And Fahim Haidari on Denmark, one of the most experienced players live on this table. He has over 700,000 in live cashes on the Hendon mob. And Julian Selinger of Austria being the chip leader coming into day 3 yesterday and also coming in with a big stack for this final table today. Also an experienced live player. So let's see what Fahim chooses to do now. Will continue as he was the aggressor pre-flop on this one, but Julian then surely not going anywhere. But maybe just expect him to call and see a turn on this one. Not get crazy with any races already.
No, he has position.
Yeah.
He has a very strong hand on a dry board. Fahim, though, could easily have ace-king here as well, so there's 2 reasons to just call.
Where's the call?
And now Fahim
Will
is
we
looking
get
a little bit
another
worried.
heart for the action? We will not, as the 6 of spades on the turn might slow Fahim down now.
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't the final table, I would maybe he would take another stab, but on the final table as well, he's on 5 million. It's not that Julian has proven that he's just floating anything in the past. You could feel pretty safe that your ace-jack isn't good at this stage, on as dry as the board is, and you're just drawing to an ace potentially. However, if Fahim puts him on something like pocket 7s that just floated, then, you know, maybe another bet comes.
Yep.
But
Now then, the check is there from Fahim, and I do expect Julian to do some betting at this stage, right? We have a flush draw coming in the turn as well with the spades, so trying to protect his 2 pairs. But let's see what his decision will be. While we wait for that.
There's a point that maybe he will check back for the reason I said, so that his opponent is putting him on those middling pairs that he called with, and maybe we'll take a stab at the river. But as you said, now it's a little bit more dangerous with the spade. But if Fahim checks, then I expect Julian to still bet this. But if Fahim bets, Julian will still call, but won't be thrilled as he was on the turn. Of course, if it's crazy, I'm just jamming my lot in, you know, or something like that, you could actually see Julian potentially folding here, but based on the stack size and what's in the pot, it'd be awfully surprising for that to happen.
Be a bit unexpected, I'd say, right?
Yes. On this particular final table. We've seen crazy final tables over the years,
We
but
have, surely.
I don't expect that today. I expect a lot of really good, solid poker. Not to say that that move wouldn't be solid. He'd be stealing away a pot, but, you know, it's very unorthodox. And Julian here, I will be surprised if there's not a bet. I'm just thinking, how much is he going to bet here?
1.7 already in the pot.
You still have a semi-concern, but not really about the flush. You have to, I think half the pot is kind of the amount here, or maybe a little bit more, but we know that Fahim is folding either way. It's more a curiosity thing. I don't like the check back, obviously.
No, me neither. Not a fan of it, but
I understand
the safe
that.
route.
Yeah. You don't want to potentially bet into a losing hand, and then you're looking at the board. Maybe he thinks the only thing that's calling me I'm beating, but there's other kings you're beating that are being open, like King Jack, King 10, maybe even a King 9 suited.
And now we are on that new blind level, which means that the short stacks on seat 1 and 2 will have to invest a lot of their stacks already in the small and big blind in this next hand. And Ferras, who will be in the big blind, is almost committed, right?
He's almost committed, knowing Ferris, but I'm curious. I've never seen really Ferris play a short stack this early in a deep spot. You know, I've seen him play a bit. He's a very solid and can be a tricky player as well. But yeah, he only has one move at this stage, so it's, I don't know what his threshold is for, I would say, called giving up and just call with anything.
Yeah.
A guy like Kai, he'll play down to 3-4 big blinds sometimes if that's what is happening to him.
And I might have said that they are in seat 1 and 2. They are not, of course. They're to the left of Kai. They're in position 1 and 2 with the small and big blind, the short stacks. But you see them in picture now as we have a race from Julian with the A7. Kai is getting out of the way, and the first short stack of Valentin is out. What about Ferris now? 7 high. You have already 2 of your 6 blind invested in this pot.
And a non-ICM
Or
situation, it's actually a call even in the money just to, and then reevaluate. You know, you're getting, you know, a lot of odds, and actually based on the short stack, it's more advantageous. But with the ICM, you know, I'm probably folding and waiting, even though it's 4 big blinds. I'm not saying that's correct, but I'm just saying what I would do.
Yeah.
And a lot of players fold this anyway at any spot. You know, I'm just saying I know Ferris is happy to get correct odds and play things in the blinds. The only thing that'll shock me is a shove.
Yeah, that would shock us both. He does come along for the call though, hoping to find something on this board and be able to just shove it first in.
The 7 would not be good.
Gut shot is not good enough, right?
I don't know. I mean, it depends on what he thinks about Julian. If he was paying attention a little bit yesterday, he would put a range pretty high on Julian. A7 is...
He does shove here with the gut
Yeah,
shot only,
I'm
and
not
let's
surprised.
see what Julian will make of that. It's 3 big blinds only, and we are having the ace high for Julian.
It's not as... We see the card, so this is not an easy call in Julian's spot, even though you see it's only calling less than 10% of his stack.
We did see Julian do a really tight, I would say, fold yesterday, right? With the, was it ace jack versus ace king with an ace on the board?
Yeah.
Big spot, yeah.
He got that one right.
Yeah, he did, definitely. But I was surprised. I was thinking that he would insta-call the, like, third pot or less call bet
You
on the
saw
river.
how I was reacting, probably.
I watched
could
without a
never-
sound, so I didn't
yeah.
actually. So
I'm like, I would have an awful hard time, and I don't think I would ever let that go, actually.
No, I would never. I was just giving him the credit for it because he did really sniffed it out and folded. I was like thinking, is he thinking about racing that one, or it's just why doesn't he just snap call? But he actually found the fold, so he was definitely correct. And let's see what he makes of this one. Although this time he would be correct to call because he is ahead. But
he'd be correct to call, even
that's
if
easy for us to
He'd
say.
be almost correct,
He
even
does
if he
come
thought he was
along,
behind.
and Ferris now
Yeah.
leading help to not be the first one eliminated for the 15,657 euros for 9th place.
Needing a miracle here for Fefe.
Yeah, because we are also blocking the 7 from Julian's side, and 5 or a 6
And the
needs to be
hearts aren't
found.
even live.
No. There's a deuce, not
Only
helping.
a 5 or a 6.
4 of them left in the deck only. Will he find it? Here's the river. Does not. Unfortunate for our Finnish friend Ferras. He is leaving us in 9th place at this stage, and Ferras Abid will take down some 15,657 euros for that effort as he exits the table. We are down to 8 players in the main event of the WSOP Circuit main event here in Tallinn, with some 210,000 even up top, and this is the updated chip count when we have Ferras Abid out, and the chips from him goes to Julian, who is now securing his 3rd place in the chip count, and now we have 8 different nationalities on the table.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was first going to congratulate Fefe for the deep run. And the look of disappointment on his face would be, for anyone in that spot, you don't want to be the first one out, but at the same time, what can you do? You know, you came in short. You know, maybe you could have waited a little bit for Valentin, but Ferris is playing, you know, for the ring, you know, at the end of the day. So, well played to Ferris, but with him out, truly international now. In many places, the 8-player final table is the official final table, so we can really point out 8 different nationalities. That's impressive. Yeah. Maybe 9 if we count Marfil, who I think lives in Estonia, right? So we can throw Estonia back in. Yeah. Well, we had Ignacio listed as Estonian yesterday.
Sure. Yeah, we did. All right. So not much action in the next hand, and you see in the background that the first break of today will be in 53 minutes something. So if you are already preparing your, not breakfast maybe, because it's not that early, depending on where you watch in the world though, but you have a little break coming up in 53 minutes, but we will follow all the action here as well.
If you're watching from the American region, it's actually either middle of the night or late at night. So good evening to those of you.
No, it's not. I mean, if you're in Paramus, New Jersey, it's morning now, right? Why am I
it
mentioning
depends.
Paramus?
Yeah, I don't know. I did grow up there, so that was
Exactly.
pretty good. But yeah, it was.
Must be morning there now.
It's 7 hours different, so it
it's
depends
like
on how you
9
define
in the morning or something. 8.
It's like
7, 8.
Yeah, it's like 5 in the morning.
Oh, okay.
Which is poker terms still evening.
Yeah.
When I'm in New Jersey, that is morning though. So it's perspective.
Now then, Kai Lehto eyeing down the players before him. Does he mean that he has something? No, he hadn't looked at his hand. 5-3 off. He will not be involving himself with. As some Queen 7s are showing up for 2 of the players. Egidius, one of them. The chip leader coming into the day. He's been quiet so far.
There hasn't been much for him to do yet, but this is an interesting spot that I've been looking forward to. The blind-on-blind confrontation between Egidius and David.
They're sitting really close together as well.
I'm just curious if one is going to try to assert over the other with the 2 of them sitting next to each other. So far, both of them seem to be feeling out the table.
Yeah, definitely so. Not getting crazy, although David, of course, already played in one pot.
Interesting.
taking some
David
chips
not
down.
interested in really playing with Egidius at the moment. Because against other players, I would expect David actually to just put a chip out to take the pot down, knowing how he played yesterday.
Yeah.
Now he probably will bet for value and to deny equity of his opponent, connecting with the 2. It's going to be good almost all the time after it was checked twice to him.
And Egidius, Lithuanian, is it a player you have played with?
I've not sure if we played together or not, but we have, we know of each other at least. We say hi to each other if I see him. But it's not. Before yesterday, it's not a player that I knew how we played.
Oh, look at this one.
Only a boat, okay.
Only a boat. And he might actually be able to get something out of Egidius here with the queen kicker for the 2 pairs on the board.
I think if he called the turn, which he did,
Yeah.
he's going to call a small bet on the river.
1.4. I'm going to see a 600 bet maybe.
I think it's going to be bigger, and then we're going to see what Egidius does. I don't think David's going small here. He does have, let's say, some concerns of his opponent slow playing a king on that flop. It would be a check-check potentially in some spots, especially against a player that's aggressive. It's a little bit chunky there, I think. What is it, 650, 750? Not that chunky.
900.
900, it is chunky, but it's about what I thought it would be. And now it's actually a decision. If it was a small bet, you maybe just want to feel things out. You call, you're right half the time.
Yeah, so the purple chips 500Ks and the greens are 100K chips.
This looks so bluffy. That's going to be like how much through the leveling
Surely he will
head.
call here, right? No, he's getting
Okay,
out of it.
good read,
We're getting
good read.
away, yeah, for sure.
I mean, it would have been a hero call with the queen high anyway.
I
but
thought he was going to
would
do
have
it
been,
actually, but
it would have been good against David's betting range, I think, in that spot actually, but not against this particular spot, and maybe not against his range. We don't really have enough information, but it's what my read would have been. That if I'm calling the turn, I'm probably calling the river.
It's a lot of chance for Roy in the chat as well. Nice to see a lot of people from the Netherlands as we see your boy Roy is on 16 big blinds, 3.3 million at the moment. And not any immediate danger, but one of the shorter stacks at the table right now as he is pictured in the big blind as well with Mateus opening the action or not with a fold.
What happened to all the Lithuanians yesterday? Even when Egidius left the table, we were talking. People wanted updates, so I was looking at the coverage at Poker.pro and at Poker News to get that information over. But today, when he's actually on a final table, where's the love from Lithuania at the moment?
Let's see you guys in the chat. As your guy now, if you're rooting for Lithuania, Egidius wakes up with the jacks on the button and small blind folded, but Roy in the big blind might be interested with another queen 7.
No, Roy's not. Roy's not looking to do that at the moment.
We are watching, says Lithuania in the chat. So maybe they're just too nervous, to do two things at the same time, chat and watch.
It could be, but it seemed to be accomplished yesterday quite well.
Yeah, but now it's the final table. The pressure is
so
on.
there's too much pressure.
Yeah.
Sekmas, good luck.
And says in the chat that Iggy has promised them some good bottle.
Okay.
Yeah, there's still water and
Is this
sparkling
Villius?
water.
Who is this? I can't tell. I don't recognize the screen name, but all of a sudden now I'm interested.
But he's talking about water, right? Sparkling, maybe, I guess.
I hope so.
Yeah, definitely.
A different kind of sparkling from France, maybe, though.
The best one. Julian now, early position, finding the queen jack off. And comes with a raise to 400. Kai Lekto won't be happy with his 9-7 off. And over to Valentin with a nice hand. Hijack position and on the short stack. This is definitely a shove, of course. And here comes the chips from Valentin.
And Julian is going to have to call, but he's going to be like not thrilled that he got queen jack in a spot where he's going to have to call.
Sixes, but not the position we want to put ourselves in.
He
would
could have
called,
flatted,
of course.
but he's on a 3 million stack.
Yeah. With an early opening
And the
from
shove,
Julian.
you can't shove over Julian. If you this is the bottom of his opening range that we're seeing right now.
And we were talking
From
about
under the gun +1.
nationalities, and now we have at risk here Valentin Imperatore, a very French first name and an Italian last name. So maybe we can give him two nationalities as well.
The French players that came were all super friendly, super nice, including Valentin. I have to say, I don't have a vested interest in who wins or loses, but it would make me sad for him to go out on this particular hand, with him so far ahead.
Yeah. So, ace queen for the player at risk.
So far, so good. On a 7, deuce, 10, 2-heart flop. Only a heart in Julian's hand may come into consideration, but does not on the 5 of spades turn.
Only a jack now could help Julien to eliminate the player. Doesn't happen. And it's Valentin who finds the ace even.
Back in the game a little bit with an exclamation point connecting with his ace on that river. You saw the little bit, he's not going to show too much emotion right now, but you saw the little bit of a tap on the table.
Yeah.
You could tell that there's some nervousness and anxiety. It is a big spot. And from firsthand experience, I rarely feel, that can actually affect how you're playing to some degree. So to win that hand, to have it hold, and to do that little tap on the table will probably actually calm him down a little bit.
Yeah, now you see Valentin still on the shortest stack of the table, but at least up to 13 big blinds now, the Frenchman. And Roy, Kai, and Mateus also on the shorter stacks, 13 and 15 big blinds between them.
And we have Orimus in the chat. I'm not sure if this is Orimus, our former WSOP Circuit main event winner, but it's good to see the Lithuanians back in the chat.
You woke them up.
Yeah, Montes is ready for some tequila, I believe. It's a little bit too early for that. You'll have to wait for the celebrations, although you guys can celebrate. But
yeah, there'll be. I heard rumors about a player party tonight.
Yeah,
so
there
maybe
is
that's
a player
the
party.
Place to be for the tequila.
Yes.
As Mateusz now, our Polish friend, is in the small blind with an ace. Surely will not be folding at least. Let's just see if he will put some pressure on the bigger stacks to his left.
He's the one player we didn't see anything of yesterday. Some players are limping, some are shoving, and some are raising. It's like on this 15 big blind stack, it really depends on what you're comfortable doing.
Does come with the raise. And
Fahim,
another ace
interesting.
for him.
Yeah, let's see if we have a 3-bet or a call here. I would have been curious what would have happened if Mateusz shoved. Fatim should call, but whether he would have or not is a different question.
Yeah, I think he would not, right? With
maybe not with ICM.
Stacks,
yeah.
5 smaller stacks on the table.
It's a big hit to the stack if, and even against Ace-3, both players don't have a high kicker, so it's rarely going to come into play, and it's going to be a chop very often. But if Fahim does find a shove, Mateusz might actually fold because of what we just said. There's other short stacks, although Valentin just doubled up to around the 2.5 million Matus has left in a stack. So who else are we calling out? We've seen one Finnish person in the chat, but we had 2 Finnish people on the final table. So you're outnumbered 2-1.
Yeah. We are missing the other nationalities in the
Well,
chat,
we can
right?
excuse some of them. I understand maybe the French find our voices not to be very pleasant to them to hear, so
What?
it's possible.
It's possible.
I think the Spanish, there might be actually railing a little bit live, on the TV screens because we have them up throughout the casino.
Yeah,
So they
we
may
should
not be
say-
listening to us as well. That's all fine. But the rest of you, I'm not making excuses for.
But if you are in Tallinn and want to rail this live, you're of course welcome. We are downstairs in the Olympic Casino today. The final table is playing on the main stage in the casino, and of course we have on this 11-day festival already also been playing upstairs in the big ballroom most of the days. Also action up there today, but the final table is down here in the casino. And there are of course tournaments to play today as well if you're in the mood, right?
Yeah, the Open Face Chinese started a little bit earlier. Late registration still open in that, and I think there's a bounty tournament as well around 12:30. So that started about an hour ago as well.
Yeah, all the
little less,
schedule
40
is on
minutes
the
ago.
OlyBetEvents.com if you want to see what else is you're able to play, or if you want to look at the schedules for the upcoming festivals that we were talking about a bit earlier as well.
But let's
because-
hop into this quickly
Yeah.
because there's so much to unwind here. We have the 2 big stacks in the hand. Egidius opening with 8-7 suited is fine, but then, David against yesterday, I would have expected a 3-bet here. So he's respecting the other big stack is what I'm taking out from information-wise here. That could be wrong. And we just had pocket 3s fold, which if jammed over, the squeeze would have worked, but I had no way of knowing. And you can't really do that with both big stacks already in the hand. So that's already changed so much of the dynamic of the hand just by having a GDS open with the 8-7 suited.
Yeah.
If David opens, the 3s can jam.
So it's between the big stacks.
This is what I want to see, except this flop is maybe going to end things a little bit sooner. Maybe a GDS tries to rep the ace. He does have a 6 to the gutter.
And then he finds the 6. Yeah, exactly. And we have the action. 6 of hearts on the turn. Yeah, it does come with a small bet of 400 into the 1.3.
Well, it's interesting now because David just flatted there. Typically you would say just call.
Yeah, but we've seen David doing the cautious route before, so I'm not expecting him to raise here. Just come along with the call as he does.
It's the obvious play, but I'm curious if he had a trick up his sleeve. I'm trying to still figure out David.
Oh, now connecting at least the Gideus with the 8 on the turn, giving him some more outs.
It's actually an action killer, though. If Egidius had plans of piling into the turn, he now has actually showdown equity and wants to keep the pot a little bit smaller to get the showdown, but he also has that gutter on top, so let's see if David wants to deny equity. There's 2 spades on the board. There's some made flushes, straights already. Some draws to other straights. And just because it's checked on the turn doesn't mean your ace-10 is good, but more often than not it is, and you probably want to protect it. Or at least make your opponent pay a price for to try to see their equity. Okay, we have Finnish people in the chat rooting for Kai, including Rasmus, who was in the booth yesterday, was on the final day. Unfortunately, was not able to, he stuck around for a little while, but wasn't able to spin up his stack. It would have been a pleasure to see him.
Oh, look at this one.
Oh my God.
Turn and river for Egidius.
And the action was check on the turn, right?
Yep.
So David paying the price here, I have to say. It's going to be awfully hard to put him on something that is beating his ace-10 after checking the turn.
Yeah, because neither of these players should have a 6 in their hand either, because the way the play went pre-flop with the Gideus racing and David calling from the hijack, so...
I would argue David should have more 6s, 7s, and 8s in his hand than Egidius, but it's not the case in this particular hand. And I think Egidius...
Here's the bet.
Yeah, I think he's going to bet and hope for just a call and not a raise.
So small bet of 350. Stop bet.
Yeah, and David shouldn't be too upset with this either, actually. It's a scary board. The price was set. He doesn't have to set it. You can see a showdown cheap and get the bad news.
Yeah. He'll be happy he only had to pay 350.
Exactly. And he was going to call a bigger bet, so he's getting away with one in not in, let's say, theoretical terms, but in reality terms.
You can see David putting like the chips. Okay, take them. You probably beat me. Here's your 350. And yeah, the value bet, small one with 350, gets it done for Egidius, and he picks up some chips. And now he's in the sole chip lead. They were almost at the same chip count before this hand, and now Egidius is back on top on his own. And here we have it confirmed as well. 14 millions now. And in the bottom, Mateusz and Valentin of 2.5 million each. So some 13 big blinds, as we are on a 200K big blind and big blind ante at the moment. And yeah, Rasmus Lundström was in the chat. He also, you said you had him in the booth yesterday, but he also won a side event the other day, right?
Yeah, he won a side event. He's had an up and down festival, but I'm not sure financially how it went, but you know, winning a trophy is always a nice way to remember a festival.
Definitely.
It would have been nice to see him on day 4 of a main event, so he had a deep run there as well. So overall, good festival results-wise, and yeah, we were able to squeeze him in. He had to run over to the ferry. You weren't here, so we had pre-lined up guests, and my rule of thumb is if you're playing on, you know, in the event itself, that we need to give it an hour before you can enter the booth. You know, it's a rule that I personally have. Other people have different rules. So the timing fit, but it didn't fit. It didn't fit enough, I guess. We had a short time is all.
Yeah, always nice though to see Rasmus with us here in Tallinn, and surely he'll be back for the upcoming festivals as well. Maybe not the Queens though, or?
Who knows? I mean, there's a couple open events.
Yeah, absolutely, there is. So, new hand coming, no major action. As you can see, 35 minutes remaining on the clock of level 29, the 100, 200K. And then we have a small jump to the 125, 250. So, nice 1 hour level structure here, slow one. And surely there will be a lot of play throughout the day before we crown the winner late tonight of the 210,000 and the package to Bahamas, because all the 12 ring winners from this festival are going to the Bahamas as well. Are you going, Jason?
Not as of now, but there's more rings to try to win, let's say.
And what's happening in Bahamas, if you missed it, it's the World Series of Poker, of course, happening there in, do you know the dates by heart?
No, I do not actually.
No? We'll check that up for you, but it is coming up. And as you said, we are sending already then 11 ring winners, and this will be our 12th player, because all of the WSOP Circuit events throughout the year, the winners of the rings will receive packages 5K worth of dollars to the Bahamas, buying to one of the side events, and of course the accommodation as well.
I'm going to try to pull up the information. I mean, I know the dates of the festival, but I don't know the dates that they're actually giving to the ring winners is the issue.
Now then, first
because
time
the
of the day.
festival is very long. It's December 4 to 18.
Yeah.
So I don't think they're giving the winners 2 weeks of 5-star hotel accommodations.
No, I think it's like a 5-day package, and then you can stay longer, of course, if you want to.
Here it is. December... No, that's
oh,
his
look at this
festival
one,
highlights.
Jason. We have Kai. I was just about to say we have the first big bet from Julian, but Kai waking up with the kings in the small blind.
Wow. So Julian finding a spot to bully the blinds, but
Exactly.
Kai with the Cowboys. So
perfect timing, hopefully, for him, if we'll make the kings hold. And of course, he has to go with this one. And Kai Lehto now at risk, though. There is an ace in the hand of Julian. And needing, he finds the 3 for some more outs as well.
Yeah, and 2 hearts as well.
You can see that 1 ace and 1 3 is folded. So right now he has 3 outs. That's not one of them. Also killing few outs for him as well with the 5 on the turn. But now, can he find the ace? Does not. And it's a full double up and more for Kai Lehto, our last remaining Finn, who's now up to 5.4 million.
We may see a different Kai after this too, because he was short almost the entire day yesterday on the TV table. He did pick up some chips and was doing his best to, let's say, find spots at that stage. But being as experienced as he is, he has different gears actually. He's more than comfortable playing with the short stack, but that doesn't mean he's not dangerous once he has chips. It's still just 27 big blinds in reality, so he's going to need to be somewhat cautious still because of the players. You have now 3 players, 14 big blinds and under, with Roy dropping to that level after this hand. It was just an unfortunate spot. If he raised, it would have cost him a bit less. With a player like Kai, probably not 3-betting, jamming, something that you would want to call with weak ace with. He needs to breathe in, breathe out a little bit. Roy now, he looks a little tensed up. You know, you have to regroup. You still have some chips.
Fame now with the 9s.
I'm almost better for Roy, actually, because I saw the frustration on his face just now to actually step away from the table for a hand or two. It doesn't matter. You miss a hand or two. You know, it may reduce a big mistake, actually. This was not a big mistake. This is something a lot of players would do, you know, but... yeah, in a results-oriented fashion, if he raised, it would have cost him less.
Yeah.
So we have Fahim opening up with the 9s and Julian now waking up with the 10s. So this could be an interesting hand, actually, Wise Guy, with the 2 middling stacks of Fahim and Julian.
Look at this.
I don't expect Julian to 3-bet, but a lot of players would. So it could be a leveling war post-flop, but somebody else can wake up with a hand too, but expect a call, at least for now. And that's what he does. Kai with an easy fold with the 7-5. Kai is taking a break now after winning a hand. Okay. Valentin would have had a pretty queen jack against what these 2 players have, but he has no way of knowing it's 9s and 10s. And everybody else folds too. So we're getting what we want here. Leveling war potentially. Ooh, boy, 9s pull ahead and a good flop for 10. So this is actually painful, potentially. Julian with the soul heart. He also has a backdoor straight draw. Right now it shows he has 1 out to the set, but there's a few backdoor outs, which is why his equity is up to 15%. Even taking into account the dead 10, which shouldn't be in the calculations because Julian has no way of knowing that's dead either. It should be closer to 20%.
For him with the sneaky check now, and Julian of course happy with this flop as well, as he doesn't see the cards as we do. He has an overpair to the 9-high board, but he is in trouble now. As we can see, 110 folded as well, so if this goes bananas, he will only have 1 out at the moment to find his 10. Here's the bet. 1.4 in the middle. He goes for a 350, right?
This is so interesting at the moment. I'm just wondering if Julian can get away. And Fahim, I think, should be check raising here.
Yeah.
He probably should have just let out, to be fair. It was the cutoff calling, though, and it wasn't from the blinds. And I think that's coming into his head that his opponent has a lot of, let's say, high cards. Because a check raise looks strong at this stage. So he may just call, but then there's all that equity you're leaving out on the table, too. He does just call. And that's not a card that actually either player wanted to see. It does help Julian to some degree, but you know, if he thought his 10s were good, it's a scary card, actually. If he knew where he's at, he'd be happy with the card. And Fahim still slow playing this, maybe afraid that Julian improved to a flush at this stage. Maybe wants to do a little pot control now, but we'll see how he reacts if Julian bets again. And I think he will. We're being trolled by somebody in the chat, wise guy. I mean, we can pretend to be Norman Chad, but, you know, we're not Norman Chad. You know, leave those guys where they belong in Vegas.
Exactly. Absolutely.
I mean, I love both of them, but, you know, this is Estonia. There's no place for Norman Chad in Estonia. Come on, guys.
We can find a place for him if they want to come, for sure.
Maybe, but at the poker table, this is our booth.
Yeah, exactly. Now then, another bet from Julian with the tens. Has one heart in his hand as well. And as we follow this hand, we also have our host, Glenn Brown, showing up at the booth here with his camera. Also
He heard we were being called boring.
Yeah, so he ran over here like, what?
I've never been called boring before, but
I
we'll
bet
take
you
it.
have. I bet you have.
Yeah, but usually by my wife, you know,
Exactly.
it's okay.
That's what I mean. Now
so
then, Fahim, what do we do here? Of course, we want to come along with this one. And with the scary 3 hearts on the board, I just expect him to call. He doesn't definitely, though, want to see another heart on the river on this one when he flopped the nuts.
I actually like him taking his time. I think he knew exactly what he was going to do from day one. But you saw the facial expressions. He was trying to get actually Selinger to look at him, which he would have no part of.
He doesn't have to see a 4th heart on the board at least, so his 9s
This
are
is
in
going to
good
go
shape.
check very often unless Fahim leads out. There's no reason for Julian to bet anymore. He was betting for value. And with the queen out there, even though he's blocking the jack 10, you know, there's now too many combinations he's behind.
And Julian, although losing the pot, I don't think he's too unhappy with the way they went on turn and river because he lost almost the minimum there.
Yeah, he didn't 3-bet pre.
No.
And he kept the sizing, you know, to value sizing as well and got away very cheap there.
Yes, and still Lithuania up front on the final table of this main event. Egidius, 13 million in chips, and our short stack from France actually having some cheers in the chat as well. You woke the French people up as well, Jason.
Yeah, and apparently I agitated our one hater that we've ever had. So you do.
I bet there are more.
Yeah, you do you. I hope your life gets a little bit better, though. We're having fun here. If you're not enjoying it, this maybe isn't for you, though.
This is Roy now folding pocket 3s again, actually. He had them just a few hands ago, and now under the gun with a short stack. It's not the perfect position, of course, for a small pair, and he decides to lay it down. And what about Fahim now? Our Danish friend folding the 10-8 suited. Julian is out as well. Kai Lehto just double up with kings a few hands ago, not finding a premium this hand, and will lay down the jack 5. One guy needing to find a double up is this
There
guy,
we
and
go.
look at this. We have on the button 6s. Surely it's a shove.
Push.
We are pushing the 10 big blinds of Valentin into the middle.
Egidius with the 9 high, and David will fold his queen deuce suited. But it does look like he asked for a count in case it was something like 1 million or something he would call.
Yeah,
but it's
but
obviously too much for him to call a 10 big blind shove with queen deuce suited.
It will be, for sure. And Valentin Imperatore.
Yeah, as soon as he heard the number, it was in the muck.
Yeah, a bit of laughing. Maybe he said, I was just trying to scare you with getting the count done. And Valentin now smiling as he picks up some 500K to increase his stack to some 12 big blinds plus at least. And still 8 players remaining as we see the bird view. We have all the upcoming festivals as well. Queens of Tallinn, Kings of Tallinn. And of course, we are doing the World Series of Poker Circuit events here in Tallinn. And this is the final 8.
I'm going to try to make it up to Riga. I enjoy playing in Riga, as you know.
Yeah, just a few weeks away.
It's a more cozy festival, and it's more, you get to pretty much know every player at some stage if you're playing the entire festival. It's really fun in Riga.
Yeah, I'll recommend both the Riga and Vilnius stops coming up this fall and winter, because the Vilnius one is really nice as well. Nice location of the casino.
It's very nice for me.
Well, walking distance?
It's a little bit of a walk, but I have done it many a nights very late when you want the fresh air, but it's very close to where I live.
Egidius now, ace-7 on the button.
And David, I think, is looking over at the big blind stack.
Yeah, exactly. Counting the chip of Roy van der Reinst.
He's thinking about a 3-bet here. He's kind of left Egidius alone, despite the position, despite, let's say, the expectation. He folds. Interesting.
Yeah,
that was the one thing I was not expecting.
Oh, look at this one now. Might be trouble for Roy van der Reinst, although they're both on weak aces. A lot of chop outs. If Egidius is calling this one, it's a 2.6 million all in. So it's actually more than 10 big blinds to call for Egidius.
It's pretty borderline, actually.
Yeah, I'd say.
But I think he needs to make the call. It depends, though, because it's not that Roy has been ever out of line on the TV table. So he does make the fold, so good awareness there by Roy. Not that he had really too many options. He could have shoved or called. Let's just get rid of this. We have one hater that's making the chat toxic. We can, yeah, but the chat was so nice yesterday, wise guy.
Yeah.
I don't
Let
understand
people
toxic people.
enjoy themselves.
Yeah, true.
I don't mind. Now we have a dealer change. And then while we have that, we take a look at the chip count again. Still, of course, Mateus and Valentin on the shorter stacks. And Egidius and David Santaya up in front, 12 and 13 millions. So some 21 minutes away from the first break of today as well. And I think a few of the players are looking forward to having a little break as well, playing their first big final table on the stage like this. And we have seen some pressure getting to a few of them.
Yeah, but they've calmed down, including Roy. You see, like, it was just like a hand where he folded and you could see the steam actually physically coming out of his head. You know, but these are players that have been in spots before, but still at the same time, the heat on the stage is higher. The lights are coming down on you. It's just nice to go outside, take a deep breath, and come back. You know, we've both been on plenty of TV tables on the other end, usually for cash games, to know what that feels like when you get that break. You know, you really love the break, and then you're looking forward to being back on the table again.
Oh, now then, speaking about Roy van der Reinst, he finds the tens in the small blind, and being the chip leader opening, of course, light, this is surely something we'll have to go with if we are Roy van der Reinst. Maybe not have to shove, but he does.
You have to shove, I think.
Yeah.
Or something close to.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he has to commit his stack to show that he's not folding this. And Mateus actually blocking one of the tens, but there will be no action for Roy from Egidius, of course, with the 9 high. It's still a nice takedown of the big blind and the raise from Egidius for him.
And I know what Egidius is doing on break. He's going to find out the 2 hands that Roy just shoved over his raise with and that he folded to, just to see if he was showing too much respect, not on the 9-6, but just to understand what he's doing that with.
Yeah.
Because it seems like if you don't know the hands, it would seem like if you were sitting at the table that Roy is now targeting the chip leader stack to go through.
Now then, early position for Julian, not getting involved. Kai Lehto, he would have loved to play the 7-6 suited, but it's not the position or the time to do it with a lot of short stacks on the table. As Valentin, though, one of the shorter stacks finds a nice hand in a middle position. King-Jack suited.
Is he going to shove or just
raise? He does shove it in. 12 big blinds going in from Valentin. Imperatore.
He got an ace-deuce suited to fold, yeah.
And as we can see, up to Mateus will surely fold. What about in the big blind? Fehim already folded the 10-3 off, so nice takedown on blinds and antes from Valentin as well.
Increases his stack by 20%
exactly,
just with that.
Just like that. And the cards are getting shuffled for another one.
Which player have you played most with that's at the final table?
At this final table with Kai Lehto, I'd say. I actually don't recall playing with any of the other players. I know I've been in the same tournaments as few of them. Do recognize them here from Tallinn, but playing at the same table, I think only Kai.
I played with Valentin. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
I've
him
been
I've seen,
at
and David I've
GDS,
seen
but
here.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
And I played with David once as well.
Yeah, and then I
But
know I was...
Kai is the same with me.
Yeah.
I played with Fahim as well, so you know we have. But that was very quick.
Now then, Ace-Jack in the big blind. We have seen Julian taking some cautious routes earlier, yesterday and today, so let's see if he just comes for the call or if he does the what should be done, racing here. Having small stack, of course, of only some 15 big blinds or less. Would you be shoving here, Jason?
I would have already shoved against David, of course. You know, it's
yeah, he does come with the
if
same
he has
conclusion.
it, he has it, but you need to shove here.
Yeah. And as we say, there is an ICM pressure, but it's also like the jumps now, right now are some 5-7K, so it shouldn't be bothering them too much. You want to go for the win if you're on the final table, right? And if you're an experienced player like Julian, you're not here to just ladder up one level. You want to go for the big bucks and you need some chips. And now, after that shove, he's up to 3.7 million. As you see in the background on the top right, 20K, 300 to the next player out. 26K then. The pay jump is 6.5 up to 7th place. And up top, 210,000 euros and a Bahamas package.
I just saw more than one player walk in real time past us, but it's a break for them in real time. And are you out and giving us a spoiler? But no, they're on break.
Exactly. We are on a 30-minute delay, of course, and the players are in real time now on a break, but we are following the action here still. A few minutes left till that break, and Julian now in the small blind with another small ace, and David, as you can see, raced with a little bigger one, the ace-9 suited. And what about Valentin? No, sorry, Kai in the big blind.
Yeah, the camera was more focused on Valentin, but it's Kai with the cards in front of him.
Yeah, and does lay down the queen 3. So some chips back for David after the race fold the previous hand. 15 minutes now until the break. And as you see on the screen, play down to a winner, it says. And of course we will be doing that today. This is the final day of the World Series of Poker Circuit events in Tallinn. It's been 11 days full packed with action. We started actually with a record-breaking mini main event, 350 euro buy-in. And do you remember the number of entrants in that one? 1,200 something, right?
It was around
12,
12
yeah.
and change.
So went off, started with a bang, and it's just been fully packed, both down here in the casino and upstairs in the ballrooms throughout the week. And 12 rings has been given out, or 11 actually, because this is the 12th one. And also, of course, a lot of side events. We had a Sweden special ring being given out the other day.
Yes.
Second time ever, a ring event in Sweden. If you haven't played that game, it's also called Dramaha. In other parts of the world, it's a mix between 5-card draw and PLO 5.
And it wasn't the usual suspect actually winning that. I believe it was a player from the Netherlands.
Yes, it was actually beating a player from Sweden, Niklas Nordblom, who was heads up last year and lost, and now he lost again, unfortunately, heads up in the Sweden 555 euro buy-in ring event. As for him now, flopping the absolute nuts, trip kings. And Valentin, though, will be getting away from this surely, because with the ace-9 on the short stack, he won't be most likely calling this. Maybe if Fahim would have checked this one, Valentin would have tried something on a paired board on the turn, but this time we're not doing anything. If we would have had the ace of clubs, maybe we would have stayed in at least, but not getting any more chips in the middle of this one. Or
I'm not so sure.
You're
I look
not.
at this a little bit differently, but we'll see. We'll see how Valentin plays it actually. there's something to be said to call in this spot. If your opponent doesn't have a king, he's still betting here.
Oh.
This is now trouble, though.
Yes.
Now it's hard to get away. However, if Fahim continues betting hard, I don't know. It's just not enough in Valentin's stack. I don't see how he's getting away at this point. It's going to be on Fahim whether he's able to get the chips in.
Yeah.
If he recognizes that that was an extremely good card to come on the turn for his opponent, he will be betting a little bit bigger.
And here we go with the turn bet from Fahim, 475.
I like this. I mean, you can't put your opponent necessarily on an ace. You're more targeting the jack where the clubs draw. A low pocket pair is going to get out of the way to any bet anyway. So it's really those cards.
Now then, can there be any card to slow the action down from Fahim? That's definitely
That
maybe
could.
not one of them, at least. It does come in with a flush on
It
the
could.
clubs, but
It could also save Valentin, actually, as well. But I'm not sure what Fahim is going to do here. What
interesting
would you
spot
do in this
because-
spot?
I mean, it's 2.6 in the middle, and there is 1.7 behind for Valentin. We surely we gotta think that we are good with the trip kings here. So interesting spot for Fahim.
I don't think he's checking back, but I'm curious
No.
if he's going to shove or try for another baby bet.
Giving it some thought, going through what can I do here to extract the most value of my kings, 3 of them. What do you think he will end up here with, Jason?
I think he's thinking too long.
Does
That's
check,
I
yeah.
say that he's going to check it, actually, but it surprises me that he was thinking that long. Typically, you're talking yourself out of doing something if you're thinking that long.
So, Valentin.
But I understand that you want to protect your stack. You're already getting a pot if you're right.
Yeah, I think Valentin is happy that he's still in the tournament, right? That turn ace could have been trouble for him.
Yeah, exactly. And he's been in the spot before. I mean, he's a perpetual short stack like Kai, but Kai found a way to get out of that area for the time being anyway.
Yeah. And actually, we got in the chat here the name of the winner of the Sweden event. And it was a rather funny
Jelko,
one.
I know. It was Jelko.
Burger.
Yeah.
It sounds like a meal.
Jelko's a nice guy. I've seen him around before. Didn't know, though, that there was other good Sweden players on top of Sander from the Netherlands. So Sander Van Westmail, I know,
Yeah,
would
he's
have
been
done
deep in a few other
Yeah,
events,
it's a
right?
shame he didn't make it out for this one, but he does love Tallinn, and we've seen him do quite well in Pot Women Omaha and mixed events.
Look at this one of the premiums of the day so far. Of course, the suited ace-king, but we have for him already opening the action from the hijack with the king-queen, and Julian now 3.6 million in front of him. Surely 3-betting or just shoving this ace-king.
I accidentally dissed poor Frank Visser. You know, he when he comes and he's playing, he's always running deep and on final tables in the mixed events too. So, you know, we have 2 Dutch guys that come and do okay.
Yeah, and Frank is
And
here
now 3
doing
with
the
Jelko.
reporting as well for Poker News. So now then, Julian still thinking about 3-betting or shoving. Does come with a shove. And for him, surely will be folding once it's back to him, but can we find anyone else with premium. Kai is not getting involved with the ace-8. On the short stack of Valentine Imperatore, folding the queen-jack. So we've seen an ace and a queen folded, but of course, once it's back to Fahim, he gives it up. And Julian now surpassing the 4 million mark and shows the cards as well. Fahim gets out of his seat, tilted. No, he's not. Probably going for some drink maybe, or taking an early break. 7
That
minutes
sounds
plus.
like me, but never on a final table.
No, I mean not on a final table, right?
If I see the break is only 10 minutes, for example, I'll leave sometimes 5 minutes early.
Yeah. No, he'll surely be back for more hands before the break, but maybe sitting one out if he's not quick enough to get back in his seat. He's just down there, so he'll be back for the next hand with our chip leader Egidius and David Santaya just behind him.
And we have Fahim fans now in the chat, now that we can actually read the chat again.
Yeah.
Thank you for cleaning that up for us. Apologies to everyone. And we have Kai fans as well. We can now see what the people that are actually interested in what's happening have to say. And Milko's in the chat. Yep, it was Yelko. That was probably there before I said it, but I couldn't see it.
Yeah, that's where I picked it up from.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought someone was ordering food in the chat, maybe.
Oh, a burger, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
Yelko burger. I like that.
That could be a new chain.
Actually, we are seating nearby the casino kitchen here, so I can feel some food.
That makes me hungry sometimes, but it
exactly.
does smell nice.
It does, yeah, absolutely. We're even recommending the food then without tasting it, right? Oh, we have been tasting it for these 11 days for
yeah,
sure.
exactly. We've had plenty of it.
I'm not trying to say I don't eat.
Well, you didn't for a couple days, actually, while you were...
yeah, it was that bad, yeah. Yeah.
Julian here with the king-queen. He's been a little bit quiet today. Even yesterday, as the chip leader, he wasn't a table bully. He's playing a very tight, aggressive game.
Yeah, but now he found the ace-king suited the last hand, and now he's found some confidence as well. As David asks him how much he's playing.
You think he's going to call or 3-bet based on his demeanor? Looks like just a call, too
Yeah.
late.
But wouldn't be surprised either. Oh, he flops a 7, and no help for Julian on this one with the king-queen. Expect him, though, to take another stab at it, being the aggressor. Trying to induce. But one diamond on the board and a 7 for David, so...
Yeah, he's going nowhere.
No.
He may even raise here, but I think he's just calling. It's hard to tell with David. He has many different moves in his arsenal, as we saw yesterday, as we've seen in previous festivals. That's an interesting card. It's another card over the 7, but more importantly, it gives Julian a lot of more hope to win the hand after he was called on the flop, because he now has an open ender on top of the king and queen, potentially being live as we see they are. There's very few, if any, 8-9s. There's no 8-9 that's being floated there, pretty much, maybe, because of the 5-7, but it would be doubtful.
Yeah, and no help for our man from Austria on the river either, so did not make his straight or find a king or a queen, which means we have the check mark for David Santaya, but of course some scary cards for him as well, so we'll see whether it goes just check and Julian giving this one up, or
there may be a blocker back coming out too.
Yeah, might be, yeah.
So I don't think David wants to pay too much in this hand. On the other hand, he wants to get value from, let's say, the king-queens that may bluff here. With Julian, and specifically, I don't expect him to actually take a stab at the river if it's checked to him.
On that rather big blocker
this
bet,
is something
right?
else,
It's
actually.
go for the full pot. 1.6 million, 1.7 even, and quick fold from Julian, of course.
That is interesting. So he's betting out a 10, I guess, there.
Yeah. And this is the updated chip count. And with just 3 minutes left of the level, those short stacks of Valentin and Mateusz will soon be on only 6-7 big blinds each. So they need to find something quick now. As we look at the payout table as well, you have it also pinned in the YouTube chat if you want to look closer into the pay jumps, etc. As Mateusz now, one of the really short stacks, 10 big blinds in front of him, but can't do anything under the gun with just Queen 7.
He's been absolutely card dead, actually.
Yeah.
Like, it's just fold, 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 fold. But there's no spot that I would say you
Look
should
at
have done
this.
differently.
Finland coming in for a bet for sure from Kai Lehto with the ace-king suited. And just going for the min raise. And some other players are getting ready for the break. Will Kai find another way to double up? He's done it already with kings today. Going from short stacks to a middle one at least.
Oh, wow, wow, wow. David going nowhere.
This is interesting spot just before the break as well. As we see Egidius going for the Finnish national drink, the Lonkero.
Ah, he switched. Okay.
Yeah. Maybe Kai convinced him. Try this guy. And interesting now to see, because David, of course, knowing that Kai is now with some...
Did he just jam it? Wow.
He does, with players behind him.
That is so
that's
dangerous. What if
also-
Kai had like a premium? Now Kai actually is going to go
Yeah,
for it.
he
Wow,
doesn't
wow,
love
wow,
it, but he
wow,
has to,
wow.
right? You can't fold in
Maybe
this.
not actually.
We
'Cause
saw
it's,
at least one ace folded from Roy as well, so Kai is in a bit of trouble here just
Wow.
before the first break of the day. He
this is a crazy pot.
flipping, but one ace folded at least.
10 million in the pot, wise guy.
Yeah, this is the biggest pot of the day and maybe one of the biggest of the tournament so far. Oh, I thought it was... Oh, there's an ace and 3 spades. No spade for David Santaya, and he's trailing now. Good position for Kai.
Ooh.
There's some chop outs with another spade on the river, but that's the only thing. 110 remaining. Oh, doesn't find the spade for a shop, and full double up again for Kai Lehto, going from almost 0 to now one of the chip leaders.
And you said maybe Kai will find another double up before the break, and I'm like, how is he going to find another double up before the break? He found another double up before the break. I was not expecting David to just shove the 10s. It seems...
I was expecting a 3-bet there, but
it seems like you're not getting anything to call you that you're ahead of for sure. And you're folding a lot of those pairs out that you want to leave in. And you're ahead a little bit on these kind of flips that might call you as well, but I'm unsure about that. And then Kai snap calling with the ace-king suited. I come to the same conclusion as well, but it wouldn't be a snap call for me either.
Yeah.
Are we getting one more hand in?
I think so, right? Yeah, we are actually. You can see the tournament clock is stopped, but we did start the shuffle before the clock went to 0, so we're doing one more hand. And we have some Finnish chants in the chat, of course, rooting for Kai Lehto. Rasmus Lundström is back, and some other Finns as well. Nice to see you guys there. And for him now, last hand before the break, under the gun with a nice hand of King's Queen suited. And the man, Kai Lehto, just doubling up. See him calm and collected.
He's
not
always
really
calm
out
and
of his
collected.
seat.
Always. He could be on one big blind, he'll be calm and collected. He could be on 100
right.
big blinds, you'll see the same thing.
Are you saying he's doing beta blockers or no? Just a type of cool poker player and pro that he is?
He's friendly as well. He's just more on the quiet side at the table.
Yeah. Yeah, there hasn't been much table talk on this table, to be fair, right? Maybe now after the first break they started loosening up a bit and not feeling the absolute pressure. We'll see about that, but that's the last hand as Fahim takes down the blinds and antes. And before we go on this break, maybe take a look up what's coming up next here at the festivals during the autumn. We have here in Tallinn first the Queens of Tallinn in August, just a few weeks away, for women's only festival, but 2 open events as well, but it's focused on the ladies.
Yes, and the feedback on that over the years has been fantastic, and I know there's women flying around the world ready to be the next Queen of Tallinn.
And then we're going to Riga. It's halfway home from you, from here. Jason, 19th of September, we have the showdown in the Voodoo Casino, and going back to Tallinn for the autumn edition of the biggest festival in the Baltics, Kings of Tallinn, in October, before we end it for the year of the Olympic Casino in Vilnius with the Kings of Vilnius.
Yes, I need to win another one of those Kings of Vilnius trophies. So
you
you'll
stick
certainly see
another
me.
one, you
yes,
said.
yes.
Not one, another
the only one
one
I don't have is at
the
Riga.
Queens.
So
the Queens.
Well, Queens as well, but that one I can't get, so it's a little bit different.
Everything is possible in 2026, Jason.
Okay,
guys.
very true.
We're going to leave you for a little break. We'll be back in some 10 minutes. There'll be a countdown clock for you, and we are following this final table of the main event until the end of today. See you soon, guys.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back to Tallinn and the World Series of Poker Circuit events. This is the final table of the main event. We'll surely soon be back to action. But first, let me welcome Jan Wabel, the Olympic Group Poker Director, to the commentary booth. How are you, Jan?
Hello, my babies. Can I steal it?
Yes.
Is it okay? Or maybe it's trademarked, I don't know. Hello, my babies.
You're allowed to
nice
steal whatever you want.
Yeah, it's my stream.
Exactly.
No, nice to talk to you.
And it's been a lot of action throughout this festival. We are on day 11 now, and we're closing it down, but we're not stopping here. We have a lot of things coming up within the Olympic group. But what's your feeling, Jan, about this festival that we've had, the World Series of Poker coming back to Tallinn again?
I'm happy. That means we will continue. No, I think it's... if you take from players and all the feedback that we have gathered so far, the main thing is players are happy. They are excited. They feel that Tallinn always offers a bit more high quality, professional environment, dealers. Also, not only professional, atmosphere is also like nice, people are friendly. So I think overall great event, and we will definitely continue with other events and of course with WSOP Circuit also.
Yeah, of course. And me and Jason, we touched about it in the earlier breaks before we started here as well. You have a lot of action coming up. You have the Queens of Tallinn here in only a few weeks' time, right?
Yeah, only 3 weeks. And then we have Queens of Tallinn, ladies only festival. I think the only one in Europe, maybe even in the world.
Yeah.
And as long as some ladies have asked, do we need our own festival? Like, can't we play with guys? Are we like a little bit, I don't know, not so good? Of course, everything is not about playing good or not. I think it's about community.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, I don't. Let's say I wouldn't draw a line that someone is good or bad.
Let's see now before we start coming
all-in?
with the we have an all-in from Mateusz, but I don't think that Julian would invest more than half his stack, so he does pick up the blinds and ante. So yeah, back to the Queens of Tallinn. It's of course the 4th time you're doing this women's only festival now, and
it's a community.
Yeah, exactly.
It should be treated as one. As I said, like ladies are asking, are we not good enough? Of course you are. But it's just for the community to make it more popular, to get more ladies playing, because if you look at the percentages in any poker festival, I think ladies are always less than 10%.
Yeah.
But they could be at least 10, 20%. It will definitely change the game and give some, like...
Definitely. Yeah, so it's more about, as you say, creating a community, and also during these last years when you have been doing this, both the Queens and other things for the women also here in Tallinn a lot, you do see an increase of players coming, female players coming to these open for all series as well, of course. So, and you have 3 ladies events during this festival as well, and there's been a huge turnout, so we're happy to see so many women joining the tables, of course. And we had Daiva here from First Ladies in Poker. Her community, she's doing a great job with that. So if you're a female player looking to connect with others, check them out on Facebook, and of course go to olybetevents.com to see all of the information about the Queen's Festival. And now we are doing the final table here as well with the big 1 million guarantee.
Yeah, 1.250 almost, yeah.
Yeah. Were you ever worried you wouldn't reach the guarantee at some point?
No.
Officially never.
Never. No, it's always like a little stress because, you know, there is so many festivals happening everywhere.
Absolutely.
And you always have to compete and you have to always do something differently. Of course, WSOP is a big trademark and known community, and it already makes it a little bit more easier. But I think it's also appreciation from the players. So it shows that they...
It's a receipt, right? That you're doing something right, and they're coming back and more than ever. And now we go through a flop here between Kai Lehto defending in the big blind, finding a 7, and Fehim being the aggressor from the button, not connecting with this flop. And I expect Kai to check this one.
One out, it's more than enough.
Yes.
I haven't looked at the game, how he's playing, but maybe some bet, yes?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm very good commentator. I know everything about poker. That's why I can't play anymore. You know, I won all the tournaments.
Exactly.
Now I have to comment. Now it's going to be easy goal. Yeah.
Yeah, Kai surely won't be going anywhere, finding the middle pair on this one, and knowing that Fahim's opening range, of course, is wide from the button. And yeah, Kai actually started as one of the shorter stacks, if you haven't been with us from the start today, and he's doubled up twice. He's found kings in the right spot, and also he managed to win a flip with the ace-king just before the break. As now then, 2 pairs. Surely he'll go quick check again, trying to induce another bet from Fahim, but I think maybe he'll be slowing
Check.
down now.
I think check.
We'll see.
I feel it.
Jan, if you're allowed to be here in the booth,
I feel
if you're
I feel it. It's coming. Check and hope for the best. Maybe heart comes. You can bluff at it. Maybe one ace comes.
Does check it back.
I'm really good. Yeah.
And there's a 5 of diamonds on the river, so not helping for him, or at least not making it worse for him, because if he would have found the ace, he might have to call a bet from Kai here, who surely will be trying to get some more out of him.
In those spots, I really would love some check and induce some nice bluffs, but probably if he checked already turn, then you have to try to get something, and it's going to be easy fold.
Exactly. Expect maybe a half pot bet from Kai here now. 2.1 in the middle, reaching for some chips.
I think it's smaller, maybe.
I think he made it even bigger, almost.
Whoa.
1.375, is it?
Bluffy.
1.4, yeah. But easy fold, as you said, Jan. And if you just joined us back from the break, this is Wise Guy in the booth now together with Jan Wabel, the Olympic Group Poker Director. And tell us a little about what that position means. Are you involved in the day-to-day work, or do you plan all these festivals, or what's your main tasks?
So my main tasks are everything that is related with poker in OlyBet and Olympic Group. So basically it's all the online poker operations, live poker operations. Of course, the biggest part is live events. Live poker festivals, not only in Tallinn, but also, we have in Riga and Vilnius, and basically Tallinn is the main destination, but we are also growing quite well in Lithuania, Vilnius and Riga, Latvia. But overall, let's say I have a very, very good team, and in that position you have to have a very good team. So I can rely in many things on them. Marius Grigonis being the main guy for helping the live events together with Teresa. If you saw my speech about Teresa, then you know that, of course, she's one of the main powers behind those live festivals in Tallinn, at least.
Yeah, that's Teresa Nusianin that we saw in the beginning of this stream as well, introducing all the players. And she's been with you for over 20 years, right?
I think the bigger poker festivals like 12, 13 years, but she started here very, very long time ago and started to even train our dealers and supervisors, and she has long history with us, And she's really good at things she does, and she really cares about the players in a level that for some people even it's like maybe you are going to like into too details or looking at deep, but she's really taking always the feedback and try to do things better, and some small things that maybe you don't even like notice.
Yeah.
But you will notice them if they are gone. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay,
exactly. And now then a shove from Julian.
Easy.
And we have some action. His queen, as you can see, was
it's
our chip leader Egidius, who opened it up, and it's not too much for him to call. He has a suited ace, and of course knows that Julian is one of the shorter stacks. We just increased the blinds as well, so he's only on 12 big blinds in front of him. So it's some 10 big blinds more than to call for Egidius here now. And it's not a snap call, of course, but I think maybe
it's a very close one, I would say. But
that's laid down,
It's a close one, I guess. Maybe ace 10, ace jack.
Yeah, and of course he knows that Julian would not be pushing with just anything here, because there are some even shorter stacks than him on the table. We have some ICM pressure, and here we have it confirmed. You have Valentin on only 4 big blinds, so that's also a reason, of course. You want that guy out before you do anything, and then also tells him that Julian really had a hand as well. So, So that's the chip count now when coming back. It's a 250k big blind and big blind ante. So just 4 0.3 big blinds for our friend from France, Valentin Imperatore.
So guys, have you already made some predictions? Who will win?
Not really. We haven't got into that personal things yet. No, I think Jason and me haven't discussed about any favorites
I
to
would
win.
say
But
somebody from Estonia.
yeah, but we actually have a few of these guys living in Tallinn, I think, right? David, I know David is, I don't know if he's full-timely based here, but he's here at least a lot.
Yeah, a lot of time.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, you recognize most of these players from the previous festivals, right?
Yeah, I recognize
As we
definitely
have.
most of the faces.
Yeah, exactly. And now,
Even the poker faces.
the short stack, we were talking about that he needs to do it with just any two, but this is not any two. It's
That's-
ace king in the small blind for him.
Yeah, you have to call. You have to call.
just
No chance.
3 big blinds plus to call, 9-7 suited, but
Almost a flip.
yeah, almost. It
Yeah.
is actually. He still has 43% equity, as you can see. So Valentin needs to fade a few
King of clubs.
problem cards.
Makes a difference here also.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, our short stack, Valentin Imperatore, looking to double up, but at risk with the ace king. And that's a safe board for him. Needs runner help now, Egidius, if he's going to eliminate Valentin, and it looks like it's not going to happen. And the check mark is not there yet, though. We have 8s, 2 of them live, 2 are folded. And it's not a 2-outer. It's
GG.
a full double up for Valentin, and we're still on 8 players then in the main event. As we said, it was a 1 million guarantee in this 1,500 euro buy-in, and you smashed it by 1.27.
Yeah, you can go
million.
1.7 if someone listens.
Next
wow,
year, next
what
year.
is happening in Tallinn?
Next year. Yeah, so yeah, this is one of the biggest events happening in Tallinn, but of course you have the Kings of Tallinn happening twice a year.
Yeah, Kings of Tallinn, next one in October, second week from the 9th October, and they already have confirmed for the main event currently 500,000.
500, yeah.
So 500,000, I think it's going to be something 750, 780 between there.
Yeah.
So for the winner, it's quite nice money. I would definitely travel here, and it's 1.1, so it's not 1.5 buy-in, so 1,100.
Yeah,
So it's already in like 2 months, a little bit more.
it is.
That's our next biggest festival, but we have some smaller ones also. As I already mentioned, we have Queens of Tallinn, and we have our partners event beginning in September, WSOP Open, which
Yeah.
I think is going to be also very fun. We have worked with them previously, a few years ago. All those events were like really fun.
Yeah, it's always a lot of action, right?
yeah, and many
Will you be
people-
wearing the WSOP bear?
Not sure if I should, but yeah, someone definitely will.
Someone will. Yeah, the bear will be here for
Yeah.
sure. And then we have the festival series returning in November, right?
Yes, yes. In November we have the festival series with Franke, so it's going to be also
That
like
also that kind also another kind of the bear is funny, but Frankie is also funny, right?
we call him Franke beer, Franke beer without a beer.
Yeah, exactly.
With
0% beer.
Yeah, but he has small beard.
Yes, exactly. Now off to a flop here now in the main event. Let's not forget about the action, as it's David Santaya with the king queen and finding the king, and Fahim from Denmark now then not connecting with this board at all with his suited ace-6, but
Sometimes you just need some hope.
yeah,
I call it hope poker. Let's bet and see what comes.
and close your eyes.
You can, but it's not mandatory. As my first poker teacher said about the king queen in that situation, you have to raise.
Who was your first poker teacher?
You don't want to know. Okay. Protect your
Yeah, we don't
top
need to
pair.
know.
Protect your top pair.
Yeah, protect your
But heads
sources.
up, of course, you can do some stuff. So
Now, of
I like
course,
the call.
David coming along, just calling with the top pair, but not going anywhere. Can we find? Oh, there's another king. Might be trouble for him with the ace high. Now the board is pairing, and there is a flush draw out there. So possible that David would just stay in with that one.
I think the same logic applies as last time. We will check now turn and hope for the best.
Yeah, I
Hope.
might slow down the action as well and just give it up here, hoping for an ace, but would be trouble. But yeah.
Also,
Yes.
some king combos will in position even trap check here, so you can also represent your own king in that way.
Yeah, does come with a check. And oh, look at this.
I knew
Now
it.
he will have
I
to
knew
call. It's a third club though, but shouldn't be too scary because David has the king of clubs as well, of course, in his hand already. So he will definitely be betting here. 2.1 in the middle. Just question about how much he can get out of for him, because it would be a problem for him not to call when he finds the ace on the river here.
I would go big. That's
Full
only
pot?
me.
Full pot?
Maybe not full pot, but close. Close. Just to make it more interesting.
Yeah, for us.
For everyone. For everyone. Ah, that I will
let's
love
go
more.
check. And
That was sneaky.
yeah, for him thought he had it there, but he sees the bad news. But he got away cheap though,
Yeah.
after finding the ace on the river and not having to pay for it. So David, now unhappy that he didn't bet when he
Yeah.
sees the ace, but well, that's still a nice pot for him. He's securely in third place at the chip count right now. David Santaya of Isbania. We have a Finnish chip leader now. Egidius slipping a bit. So Kai Lehto, he went from, I think it was in 8th position when we came in, 7th or 8th in chips coming into this final table, and now he's up top after 2 big double ups with kings and ace king just before the break.
Yeah.
And yeah. And Kai Lehto, one of the players that we've seen the most here in the Baltic regions, right? Playing a lot.
He plays a lot. Yeah.
And won a main event of the Kings of Tallinn a few years ago.
He's let's say he's good.
Let's just assume.
He knows his stuff.
Yes, here he is, looking down at his cards. Queen 9 off this time for Kai Lehto, Finland. And of course, a lot of Finns visiting all the festivals here. We mentioned it earlier. It's just a 2-hour boat ride from Helsinki to come here.
Yeah, and this year also, I can say from the statistics that we have, the biggest player count is from Finland, and then local, and then it's Norway.
I was just saying that I think my feeling is that we have a lot of Norwegians here this year.
A lot of Norwegians,
And
even a little bit more than Swedes. So
Yeah, now going to a flop between Roy van der Reinst and David Santaya. And yeah, we had a women's event, the ring event. I think the final table was 6 or 7 Norwegian girls.
Norwegian girls like to win in Tallinn.
Yeah.
So
they
if
like-
you are a Norwegian girl listening to this, and then you should probably start already traveling.
Yeah.
For the Queens of Tallinn, it's like basically guaranteed to win.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're hoping to see them back, of course.
But you
for the
only
Queens.
you have to win the other Norwegian ladies. So that's the only pressure.
And neither player connecting to the board, and Roy van der Reinst betting here now. He has the king of diamonds, 2 diamonds on the board, so at least some backdoor outs for him. And not much for David here now, so expecting him to maybe give it up. Knowing also that Roy is on the short stack. Now that's
Yeah,
actually
aggressive. I just
floating
wanted
here.
to say that you can flatten and try to steal it, maybe turn or river.
Yeah, put the pressure on the short stack from... Oh, there's another diamond. Adding a flush draw for both players, but the best of them, of course, for Roy.
Now the stealing probably will not work.
Probably not. The board pairing as well. Let's see if he decides, though. Now, slipping a bit in chips as well. David Santaya, he was up to 13 million plus at some point, so doesn't have too much in front of him as well now. Maybe want to try to...
So we will give a check bet call.
I think you're onto something. Might be, because of course Roy betting the flop and now turning the flush draw as well. We'll hope to get David off his hand already here on the turn, but let's see if the big stack decides to do something here, put the pressure on. So now when Valentin doubled up, we don't have an immediate short stack on the table, so it's still Roy on one of the shorter ones.
You know, big stacks also want to stay big stacks. So that's the thing too to consider. But I think he has some ideas. Put the pressure.
He does, yeah.
How big is the pressure?
Was it 400? 475 even, yeah?
That's a call.
Now, trouble for Roy, because we don't really have anything here. We have the flush draw, we have the king high on a paired board, but we only have 2.8 millions in front of us.
You know, if I would be him,
Tell us.
and I'm not money scared,
Yeah,
then
yeah.
it's all in. snap fold.
Yeah, it's easy
so
to say, right, when
very
you see
easy
the
to
cards.
play. Yeah. I'm usually I see all the cards. That's why.
Exactly.
But I think it could be something again. I'm more like a fun poker player.
Yeah.
And I'm quite fearless, so I can just put it in and hope for the best.
Hope for the best. Close your eyes. Yeah, giving it some deep thoughts now here. Roy van der
Call is
Rijnst.
also, of course, fine. But
Yeah,
you
does
know,
come for the call.
if it doesn't come, then you have to give up.
Yeah, it'll be interesting now to see, depending on the river here. But
Backing.
there's no flushes. I have another pairing of the board, so 2 pairs now on the board. And will David now tries to put the pressure on Roy van der Rijnst, because of course he knows that this would maybe be a perfect spot to try to. He's in the small blinds. I mean, any deuces or fives could be in his range here.
Yeah, it could. Big
Could
blind
also be in the big blind, yeah, of
big
course.
blind
So
could
he
have
might be-
some even, I don't know, ace deuce.
But he knows that the probably only way to win the pot is by betting here now, David. So we'll see if he has the guts to go for another bet on the river. 2.4 in
I
the middle.
dare him to go all in.
Let's see if he has a microphone in his ear and hears you. Oh, he does go for the bet at least. And it's half pot and more. So it's almost the full stack of Roy van der Rijnst. It's not really, but it's 750. It would, if he's wrong, if he's calling with the king high here now and he's wrong, he's down to just a few big blinds. He's not snap folding, at least, not believing David to have a full house here. But can he make the hero call with only king high here now?
I would say there is only like not too many combos here that can have something. So
No.
king high is quite okay in that spot even. You can. I would be mostly afraid of ace high.
Yeah.
If you make the call with king high and lose to ace high, that's also like a hero stuff. So
Yeah, you can still show your grandkids,
yeah.
right? I was
Yeah.
right, but I was not.
yeah.
Yeah, and Roy, of course, an experienced live player, knows. And David, I think these guys actually were deep in the same event, I think,
He's
last
probably
year.
folding.
When Roy finished second in the
This
555
is
ring
the
event here last year.
old trick. Put the goal together and look what he's doing.
Trying to get a read.
Yeah. We know the tricks. But, tough spot. I think audience would love some
hero calls.
some hero calls.
Yeah.
The best hero call I have done is 10 high, and I knew it. Like it was snap. So it feels great.
Was it a TV table as well?
Yes.
Oh, does come for the
I'm-
call. Nice one, Roy
Nice
van der
one.
Rijnst. He does find the call and is happy to show his king high and take down this rather big pot. Actually, it's up now to 5.4 million, and
That's
David
good
is
play.
thinking like, oh, wow, why didn't I
We
just
are not
push it all
rooting
in?
for him, but it was good.
No, we want to see this
That was
action
good.
and hero calls, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, Jan Wabbel, it's been
Yes.
a pleasure having
Thank you.
and we're looking forward to all the upcoming festivals as well. Then see you
Yeah.
at first at Queens of Tallinn in August already, and then
Yeah.
the full schedule olybetevents.com.
OlyBetEvents.com, and now you have to manage without my expert poker knowledge.
Ah, it's a long day, so you're welcome back. Maybe for the heads up, you can do it alone. We trust
We'll
you.
see. We'll see. Thank you.
Thank you. Been a pleasure. Jan
Ciao, ciao,
Wabbel,
guys.
the Olympic Group Poker Director, now leaving us, and we will have some more guests and friends joining us later on. But right now, I think Jason Glatzer is coming back as well. And this is a look at the current chip counts. And after the double up from Valentin, we have him on 9.6 big blinds, still the shortest on the table, but not at least down to the 4 big blinds he was at a moment ago. And Jason Glatzer, welcome back.
Welcome. I enjoyed the commentating between you and Jan. A massive thank you also to me, to Jan, for making this all happen as the poker director of Olympic Entertainment Group. I really enjoyed when he was thanking Teresa and the entire staff as well. I was listening in live time for that. But was watching on the big screen and listening to you guys the live time at the same time, which was kind of fun as well. But lots of action. I really love that King High hero call. I thought David should have actually, if he was going to bet, to actually put a little bit more pressure, because even if he was wrong there, on Roy, he still had a spin-up stack actually. It was an interesting play by David. I liked it as well, and Roy just sniffing it out with the King High.
Yeah, nice call, and he's back for some breathing room now as he steps away from the table even. He has time for going to the bar maybe, or maybe men's room.
Maybe, but I really think that was the call of the stream over the last 2 days, is this King High. It looks easy because we could see the cards, but he thought it through. He's not doing it with just the ace, most likely. And the chances of him hitting the 5 and 2 were rare, and is he really doing it with the queen? That was the question. And in which case, your king is probably good.
Yeah. Nice one.
But it's hard on a final table of this magnitude to find the call there.
It is, definitely, absolutely. Under the bright lights and the ICM pressure, not to say the least. And because if he would have been wrong there, he's down to just a few big blinds. So.
But meanwhile, we have a short stack calling with the 9-8, and this is maybe the kind of flop where we see some action from one or both of the players. Matus is maybe the second hand we've seen him play, and Matus just jamming it from the big blind. Wow, wow, wow. This is screaming, I have a 7 more than anything else. Maybe like a 6 with a high kicker, but I don't see Egidius actually doing anything right away, but I think he would be leaning towards a call, actually. He has a lot of potential outs. He's often ahead against like a 7-9 that might be doing this, etc., etc. But it is for more than 20% of his stack at the same time. And watching him play, I'm not surprised that he called there, actually.
So now, trouble for Mateusz Damkowski.
Yeah, he's drawing super thin at the moment. He's not going to be happy to see that 8 in his opponent's hand with a better kicker.
7 or 9 needed now in the immediate there. So 8 doesn't help him.
It's only a 7 or a 9 now still, though.
Yeah. And it's not to be for Mateusz Damkowski. He's been, as we said earlier, really card dead on this final table and had to fold a lot of hands. And now, unfortunately, he's our 8th place finisher for 20,300 euros confirmed here as well. And Poland has left the table.
Poland has left. Meanwhile, Valentin, who had the expectations, probably not in his head, but from, let's say, an overview, to go out in 9th place for 15,000 and change, has now laddered up more than 10,000. So I'm keeping my eyes on both him and also Kai, who's now among the chip leaders, because they were both just nursing short stacks pretty much all of yesterday.
Yep, absolutely so.
And Valentin is back to doing that today, but not by choice.
Not by choice, exactly. And blinds are 125, 250 with the big blind ante of 250. And this is Kai Lehto, our current chip leader. And maybe now actually
Egidius is back in the lead.
He's back with 13 million now.
And Montes wishing him the best as well. I'm not sure if it's a Montes. I know about 3 Monteses. 4 if you count one that doesn't play poker.
So you're saying it's a popular name in Lithuania?
It's a common name.
Yep. And Fahim now, Queen 10 in the small blind, big blind, sorry. Surely defending the race from Egidius. And even dominating him.
Oh boy, the 10 out of the window right away. This could get dicey.
Yeah.
Both players thinking they're probably good.
Exactly so.
And it's a drawish board for the blind's range, so you expect Egidius to continue here to protect his equity as well, but he should have no expectations that he's behind at the moment. But he's very good at reading the room too, so.
I think the waitress is they're reading the room as well, because I think she tried to get some Egidius to pay for his drink, but okay, he's in a hand. I'll come back.
Yes. And Fahim, I love this composure right now. Actually, if I was facing him, would you put Fahim right now on a hand as strong as he has?
Of course.
Yeah,
No.
you would.
No, I would not. Just this, okay, I'll call one street with my gut shot kind of look, right?
Yeah, like I have 6-8 and we have a double gutter, and now we
And
hit.
I got there.
Yeah. But meanwhile, the 10-8 looks a little bit stronger now. It has an open ender.
Exactly. As you can see, a few more outs added, but there's a lot of them folded though. In the top right corner.
I expect another bet here, even though a lot of the draws were hit, but not a big bet. But a check back is quite common. Against Fahim, I'm not sure actually. He does check it back. And oh my! But this is an action killer too. It is 2 pair for Egidius. He may try to get some thin value if it's checked over to him. Fahim isn't happy with that card either. He understands that there are certainly some jacks that Egidius is betting the flop and checking the turn with. A lot of jacks, in fact, because he's continuing on most boards. So Fahim with the check, but I don't know if Egidius is going to try for value here. It's awfully hard. He does check it back. You can't blame him at all, and picks up a pot with a lucky river. And Fahim got away with one to some extent. It was checked on the turn. He's calling a turn bet only to see a nasty river.
Yeah, Fahim not happy
But
to see.
it's hard to bet on that turn, to be fair, as well. It was the 9 that completes a lot of the draws.
Final 7 of the main event. World Series of Poker Circuit event here in Tallinn.
It's been a great festival, and so far I'm enjoying the conclusion of the main event. There's a couple of side events happening upstairs as well that are probably now in the deeper stages in the open-faced Chinese poker, and also there's a turbo progressive knockout as well today. So
yeah, if you're
still some
interested in
trophies.
about those ones, you have it in your WSOP Live app. You can see all the participants still in the side events. But we are concentrating on the main event, of course, and I know we have the live reporting both from Poker.pro and Poker News throughout the day, covering the main event, but maybe also some stories from the sides on
maybe.
those.
I know Christopher is based upstairs listening to us, so maybe he's peeking in, but I think the focus on both sides has to be the main event, to be fair.
This is the big one. This is what we all want to win, right? Although me and you didn't even have a chance because we weren't
No,
playing.
I wanted to win the A game. That was my main event.
Exactly. And you got close. I mean, you got top 10.
If I didn't mess up day 2, maybe I would have had a chance. But yeah, I at least made the money in a very tough field. So I'm happier a couple days later than I was right after busting in 10th place, let's just say.
You're telling me you were on tilt?
No, I wasn't on tilt. I was kind of, as Lena put it, I turned like ghost white.
Oh, okay.
And needed to chill for about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, I was very friendly with everybody leaving, but as soon as I left the tournament room, I went and sat in a beanbag chair for about 20 minutes, and then I was okay.
The beanbags, those are nice.
Yes,
the OlyBet beanbags. We've all been there.
Yeah.
Egidius now, Queen 8 suited, and our chip leader putting the pressure on the guys to his left. David is already out. What about Roy?
Oh, hello.
Another big one. Sporting the WSOP black hat.
Incoming around 1.3.
Let's say just 1.4 to make it interesting.
Okay. It's the cutoff against an under the gun +1.
Did he say 1,350? Did he go between us?
That would be funny. Let's see. It'll probably show up 1.4 on the screen now due to the rounding, but so we'll never know.
not confirmed yet.
1.3 it says, but we don't know. It might. I think it was 1.35. This is
one.
fun. Look at this. It's the mirror image of Roy's Big Slick.
Yes.
And expect to see the whole stack go in at this point.
Yeah. And of course, then it's easy for Gideus to get out of the way, and we'll probably have an all-in and call-in shop, but who knows what can happen.
We've seen these things go in the wrong direction sometimes for one of the player and very right for the other.
You can see, unfortunately for Julian, Egidius is blocking 2 of his chances to win the full pot with the clubs. So it might be a slightly favorite then for Roy, with some clubs folded.
Okay, he does eventually go all in. I think he decided that as soon as he looked at his cards, but it's good that to take a little bit of time on that anyway.
Easy fold for Kai with the 6 high, and Egidius, of course, double checking that he wasn't queens. No, Queen 8 goes
Roy
into the
can't be thrilled about the call, but he did so quickly.
Yeah, has to, and cards are on their back, and likely shopping, but let's see what the dealer has in store for us.
I want red cards. No drama this time. No drama, right? I don't like it when it's this kind of situation.
No, agreed. There's a black.
Oh no, spades. We have a sweat.
We do. Can we find a red card on the turn for no sweat? Oh, we do with the king, and it's all over. It's gonna be a shop pot, and at least some chips to share, because we had the raise from Egidius and some big blinders from Kai as well. So they increased their stacks a little bit, these 2 guys. And still 7 players remaining. Here we have it updated. Valentine on the short stack, just shy of 10 big blinds.
And I guess the blinds just go up right before I came in, I guess. It's no, this is the level, so it's going to go up to 150, 300 relatively soon.
Yeah, in some 20 minutes or something. Yeah, I think so, right? We are on a 1-hour level clock, so we should be some 30, 40 minutes into this one. And of course, a really nice structure here in the main event, as David now makes it a min race to 500 with the ace-10. So far no takers. And our short stack in the big blind. Can he find it again? Did find a big hand last time. He was down to just a few big blinds, but not this time, and he has to quickly fold it. Send it over to España. Yeah, 22 minutes plus remaining for this level, and then we'll play one level of 1 hour, 150, 300,000 before we have our next break coming up in the main event. And just 7 players, 26,000 plus is the next payout.
So a nice 6,000 plus pay jump.
Yeah. And nice hand for Roy van der Rijns. Does he decide to make it an early position open to 500? He does.
He may be told that's a call, actually, but I thought he said raise.
Yeah, I saw him say something. I didn't hear him, but yeah. The other players confirming that they did hear him verbally announce a raise before he put in 1 chip, so it is considered a 500k raise. And Kai in position. Queen Jack.
I think if it was suited, we would have seen a call there.
Yeah, but might even see a fold here from the big blind. 6 high for Gideus.
Playing like 5.5?
Yeah, I would say that's a fair.
Yeah, it was actually 5.8-ish, but in a stack 5.3, so it seems like depends on which way you're asking.
Exactly.
It was the correct answer in the middle.
He put himself in between, so he's good. Interesting little yellow earpiece that Roy is sporting there. Do you know of it, Jason? Is it just a noise protection or something else?
Something else, actually. If it's who I've played with before, it's for hearing.
I would say so, right? Of course, no any help things are not allowed, and
No, but
players
if,
are checked. So it's definitely something that is confirmed and okay from the tournament organizers.
Yeah, and
So
what it is not our concern, actually.
no. Just as long as it's not a radio.
Yes,
that
that
has
it
a
is our
friend
concern.
looking. Yeah, exactly.
Although it's 30 minutes ahead, it's not helping actually that much, to be
No,
fair.
no,
I mean,
exactly.
a player can leave the table, always ask a friend about
Yeah,
a particular spot. There's no way to really police that.
No. Now then, jacks open from Roy and fours calling from Egidius in the small blind. There's the call. What about David?
Oh, wow, we may be seeing a
interesting.
squeeze.
Yeah. Nice spot, of course, for David Santaya to do something, but he just comes for the call, taking the cautious route here. And queen high board, no 4, no jack.
Not the flop any of the players wanted to see, but it's a flop that David may wind up figuring out how to steal if Roy checks it through. Depending on the turn, of course. And David may even think he's ahead if it checks through, to be fair.
Oh, look at this.
That
Our
is nasty
chip
for Roy.
leader finds a 4 on the turn. First to act as well, but it was round check on the flop, so do we dare to give it another check, hoping for action after, or does he come with a bet here now?
If he thinks that David is going to bet after a check through, then he might check. Otherwise, he does need to get some money into the pot.
Does so.
There's some draws that, especially for David, that we, on his range. Okay, so gets a quick fold from David, and it's going to be a little bit harder for Roy to fold to this bet, actually. And we see that he needs a jack.
And
He wouldn't be
almost-
putting his opponent on a set, but he could be putting him on a queen, or he could be putting him on a stab, or something with a 5x, betting, and if he's called, he still has draws, or 2 spades, etc. So for Roy, actually, not easy, but it was easy for him. He made the fold pretty quickly. So Egidius not able to get any extra value from his set, but still picks up some more chips.
Yeah.
It's been really solid play by all the players, I have to say. I'm curious who all the viewers are actually rooting for. We see that there's some support for Kai, and we see also for Egidius. But not so much love for the other 5 players remaining in the chat.
Yeah, well, I think they all have fans, right?
They should. They're all stars right now.
Yeah, exactly. I'll see a little, if I look over, I see a little live rail building as well. Oh,
Valentin finding a decent spot to shove from the cutoff, but
Yeah.
Egidius waking up with a dominating king-queen, so he has 2 players after him. I do not expect a 3-bet. I do expect a call, and I won't be surprised if he folds, but just a little bit surprised. But this is not the spot that Valentin thought it was. As if he's called, he'd like both those cards live.
yeah, it does come for the call, and trouble now for Valentin Imperatore of France, as he's trailing with the suited queen jack. Needs to find some help, risking his seat in the tournament. And that's not so good news, although now he has the 10s. We can see that 1 is folded, so 3 out.
Maybe a spade for the sweat.
Yeah, absolutely. Would add some outs, and he
Oh,
does.
we got the
now
sweat.
he's up to 11 outs for the river. Can he do it once more? Can he double up? Or short stack? No, he cannot. Unfortunate for Valentin Imperatore. He will be our 7th place finisher for 26,000 euros and change, but doesn't look too unhappy though walking away from the table.
No, he shouldn't. As I mentioned, he came in as the short stack. He laddered up 2 spots. He found the spot that didn't work out. You know, it's actually an easy way to go out versus running your ace king into king queen and finally laddering up. This is something he could shake hands. He could feel good about making an extra 11,000 euros today.
Yep, absolutely. And of course 26, almost 27,000 euros. That's a nice payday as well.
It buys a few beers at the party.
It does, right? Party? Is there a party?
There's a party
Am I
tonight.
not invited?
No. You have to crash it. Hello, Kai.
He's flying the airlines to the party. Not mentioning what airlines, just airlines.
Yes. Maybe one that starts with A.
Can he find any takers? A 3rd premium hand for Kai at this table. He's double up with kings and ace king. Can he do it once more? The only one who can actually double him up is this guy, and I don't think he will get involved, but maybe Kai can target any of the other players. But Egidius looking now.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious what he's thinking about here. It's 10-5 suited from the cutoff against a guy that, he can open a little bit occasionally wide.
Ooh, now one of the rare 3-bets at this table, but it's in the wrong spot, unfortunately. 1.4, I think that is, right?
Exactly. Ace Queen, snap in. He saved Fahim.
He did actually. Look at this.
Because Fahim is probably 3-betting there with the Ace Queen, and then would have to fold to a 4-bet. But let's see how Kai plays it against the only player covering him at the table. Does he put in a 4-bet now, or does he just call and play this hand passively?
I don't think he would call here, right? Put himself at risk to the only guy covering him almost, right?
I'm 4-betting, but Kai has so many different ways to play.
Well, interesting to see. I'm definitely 4-betting as well. Being scared of the big stack.
Although if I know him against 10-5 suited, maybe I'm just calling. I don't know.
Yeah, that would be maybe.
Because I don't want to scare that hand away. Yeah, we have a lot of Fahim now support in the chat, and Fahim just got saved, I have to say. I mean, I'm not saying he would have lost his stack, but he would have lost a decent chunk of it if not for this 3-bet by Egidius. And then it was a snap fold with the ace queen, no thought at all.
No, 0 seconds. So yeah, he will definitely be able to tap his own shoulder when he looks back at this later on and sees that he definitely shouldn't have been involved with the ace queen 4-bet. And now then the 4-bet is coming instead. And that's 600 something. I mean 6. No, maybe. Sorry,
I think
3
it's
point
less.
something.
Yeah, 3.3 million.
And now then, oops. I'm not saying I did it again, but he did it.
Yeah.
In the wrong spot, Egidius.
And this isn't the spot where you would expect Kai to lightly 4-bet. Other players you might think, okay, let's get into a leveling war, but wisely gives up on the 3-bet.
Yeah, so wrong timed by Egidius, but still well in front, as you can see. 15 million to his name. Kai Lehto now up to 12. And those are the 2 big stacks on the table at the moment. David Santaya slipped a little bit, still 3rd. And then we have Roy van der Reinst, Julian and Fahim on the shorter stacks. But 16 bigs is the smallest at the table, so no really immediate danger for them.
I think Egidius did actually save Fahim from going out in 6th place. I didn't realize he was down to 16 big blinds. That's just getting in.
Now he's rewarded, Egidius, for being brave with the 10-5 suited, but still now offsuit ace-king. Gets going with the 500 min raise. And this time so far, no takers, and
Fahim is still disciplined. He's seen Egidius now fold to a lot of opens when he's been 3-bet and now 4-bet. So other players may have taken that spot with the ace-7. It wouldn't have worked out this time. And Julian is just going to call. And does have 2 live cards. Ooh, this could be trouble for the 9-8 of Julian, being that Egidius flopping trips.
No.
And we have more Roy fans as well. It's not just Milko and Frank, but we have Inikia as well in the chat. I like Roy as well. I now know who he is, and when I played with him after the earpiece, actually.
Okay, yeah.
I think it was in Slovakia I played with him.
Slovakia is actually being the next stop for the WSOP Circuit events traveling on.
That is correct. I've enjoyed this festival so much, but I will be heading over there as well for the next circuit.
Yeah. So you can tune in to Jason commentating from Slovakia in the next couple of days, right?
That is correct.
And there's a 10 on the turn now, but as we saw the bet and call between Egidius and Julian. And a quick check again from Julian now, but Egidius not slowing down, of course, trying to find the best possible way to get more chips out of his opponent here. Although the Queen-Jack gets there on the turn, but with 3 kings, can't be too afraid of that.
And it's only the Queen-Jack of spades that would probably have called the first bet.
Yeah, exactly. And 2.2 in the middle, and he goes for something like 950 or 850, is it?
And it's not so
950,
easy if you're Julian right now.
No.
You're very often good here. We see how far behind he is, but particularly against players with chips and one that isn't afraid to put them in the pot and put pressure on you. This could feel like I'm just being run over. I'm going to fold the best hand. So I won't be surprised if he sticks around, but on the other hand, you have other short stacks in play. So this could go either way. It's hard to read that Egidius is as strong as he is at the moment based on how he's been playing in general.
Agreed. Only 3.2 million behind, so this is almost a decision for the entire stack, and he does lay it down, saves some chips for a rainy day or for the next pot. And Egidius now increasing his chip lead up to 17 millions.
And not the easiest fold by Julian, but when he looks back, he'll be happy that he still has 13 big blinds to run up regardless of the end result. It was the correct fold.
Yeah. As he is now the shortest stack, Julian. And we have a new dealer in place by the looks of it.
Nice, another bomb pot.
Yes, let's do one. Double board, please. Dealer. Let's go.
Everybody put 1,000,000 chips in the middle. I don't think Egidius is going to play this one. We're going to finally see a fold button after a few hands of activity. Yes.
Yeah. Well, exactly.
Roy, on the other hand, in the cutoff, is going to open.
Is that Erling Haaland in the background? Yeah, we talked we had Jan Wabel, the poker director, in the booth just some moments ago, and he said that was...
Wait a second
oh,
here.
We have action.
We have Julian. Yes, we have Julian who's likely to shove here.
Agreed. Roy opening in late position, King Jack, and Julian in the small blind with just some 12, 13 big blinds in front of him. Posting the small already. And Kai Lehto in the big blind, still waiting for his decisions. With the gold watch, is that for a long service within poker? Like
yes,
20
maybe.
years? Here's the shove. You predicted it, Jason. Let's see. No, nothing for Kai. And I doubt that Roy will be risking almost all his chips with just a king-jack off.
No, it'd be a little bit ambitious against Julian especially. I
Yep,
mean,
so we
there
have-
may be some hands that you're ahead of, but really just one or two hands.
Yeah, it's pocket
Some flips in there, yeah.
maybe, and some others, but yeah. 9s and 10s, something like that, but makes the correct decision. And still 6 players remaining in the main event. 5 minutes remaining of the level, and then we'll be leveling up a bit.
And that might not seem like a big spot, but it actually was, because he just had to give up on a hand. He doesn't know if he was correct or not, down to 13 big blinds, and finds a spot where he can 3-bet shove and, you know, get back up to 18, 19 bigs is actually mentally very important. You can forget about what happened. You'll find out later it was a good fold anyway, and go back to your game.
Yeah.
It's very easy to tilt yourself if you think you folded the best hand.
And just as we said earlier, when you get rewarded after a good fold, the hands keep coming. Ace-Jack suited now for Roy. Definitely a hand he won't be folding as light. But let's see what Kai makes of King-9 in the small blind. Also suited, also hearts.
Kai typically likes these kind of hands to flat out of position, at least in the lower blind events that we've played together.
Exactly, I agree with that. Yeah, I mean, this is not the Kai Lecter we're used to. Maybe he's playing a lot of hands normally, but this is a big final table for him as well, and he knows what the chips are worth. Although now he sits on 12 millions, he's not a short stack anymore, so he, of course, wants to put the pressure on the other players and show him that he's definitely one of the stronger players at the table. But so is Roy. And this is like he's sizing up for something now.
You just saw Roy being pressured and folded.
Yeah.
Maybe
putting the pressure on him
this is why
again,
Kai is so difficult. You think he's being quiet, and he is a lot of the time, and then he just makes a move out of nowhere. But this, I think,
now then,
is
does Roy have the heart here now to shove with the Ace-Jack? Egidius has already folded the 10-7, so the action is on Roy van der Rijnst of the Netherlands with Ace-Jack suited.
And you would think maybe he could 4-bet shove because we could see the cards, but honestly, you know, it's not as easy as it sounds against Kai. Against maybe Egidius, you know, you're already in the pot, you know, and same with David potentially when he had more chips, but you kind of have to give respect for Kai at the moment unless you understand he could do this.
He has only shown premiums, and he hasn't played many hands when he's shown only kings and ace-king and maybe some other hand, but he's really...
We see the 4-bet shove would be ideal. He would take down a lot of chips, not have to sweat, you know, his 67% equity. A call is a bit difficult because it's for a quarter of a stack.
There we go.
He's going for it.
He does shove, and this time it's Kai who was doing things at the wrong spot, unfortunately for him. But nice pickup for Roy van der Rijnst, and we had some Netherlands chants in the chat. So let's go, Roy, make Netherlands proud. And he did by shoving and picking up some chips, putting him up to 6.8 million now, Roy van der Rijnst. And still 6 players remaining. 36, oh, that was a hard 36,000 euros is what I'm trying to say for the next player out, and 210,000 up top.
Such crazy money pressure for pretty much everybody at the table.
Yeah.
You know, maybe there's somebody that's worth 10 million at the table and it doesn't really matter, but I don't think that's the case here.
Yeah, and we are worth 10 euros in the booth, so I mean these guys are definitely worth more than us though, right?
Yeah, we just want beverages actually, that's it.
Are you saying you're having another Coke Zero?
I'm trying to nurse this one until...
Okay.
And for those of you that think that we're talking about something else, it actually is Coke Zero.
And I'm cheering you with my still water, so
yes.
Cheers.
We got some nice compliment from Zen Daily Reset. Thank you very much. It's nice to have Wise Guy back in the booth. Yesterday, unfortunately, under the weather.
I was definitely, yesterday was doing okay, but the days before that I was totally out. So glad to be back and glad to be seeing this final table together with you, Jason, and you guys watching us. So this is the main event, and look at this, is it Trip Kings again? Yes, David Santaya did have the king, and it is with a 9.
Yeah,
History repeats itself, right? 3 kings versus a 9. Last time was Julian with the 9, and Egidius actually the one starting the action. As we see this Julian coming back with a coffee in his hand in the background.
I'm curious how David is going to play this.
Yeah.
It's no longer the dynamic of the 2 big stacks. He's now a medium stack, and he just calls, which I think is the best play at this stage. But let's see what the turn brings. Ace of spades. Unfortunately...
Scary card for Egidius, maybe.
Yeah.
Because, of course, with the paired board, a lot of aces would call there. And they're both in the blind, so their ranges are pretty wide.
But he can't really be putting David on any aces, actually, because he's probably raising up the pretty much every ace. Maybe not, but you have to kind of assume that the ace isn't that good of a card for him either. And you kind of put him on either floating or a 9. It's hard to put him on a king, but you understand that that's a possibility.
Yeah.
So I'm not surprised by the check here. And I think if I'm David, I'm putting a little bit more money in, targeting that, let's say, potential 9 that is afraid to bet after the ace comes on the turn.
Yeah. 1.3 in the middle, and that's about half pot, almost, a little bit less. 475.
It's small, but it would be the same decision, I think, for Egidius, regardless of the bet size here. I mean, if it's just a big blind, he's calling anyway. But he understands he's either ahead or drawing dead. Those are really just the only 2 options at this point. Nope, nothing in between.
Does come along for the call. And let's see. Will we get the action 9 on the river?
Oh, that would be insane.
Does not.
It's a boring 6 of hearts.
It's not boring for Egidius. Oh, sorry, for David. It was boring for Egidius because he's still trailing, of course. Would be in any rivers.
And David still has to think his king is definitely good.
Yeah.
Still has to target that potential 9 because he got a call on the turn. He's probably already put his opponent on a 9, in fact.
I think so too.
He's maybe put him on a king as well, which then would be a chop in most spots. So betting here has to happen. It's just a question of how big he's going to go.
Shaking a bit as he grabs the greens. And that's making it 1.5, is it? 1.4. Confirmed, 1.4. And of course, a lot of bluffs here now in the range of David Santaya, so maybe Egidius will try to sniff him up, but it will be the wrong decision if he does. Let's see. Our chip leader.
Quite interesting here for Egidius, actually. If it's another player, a fold may have already happened. Against David, it's very polarizing, as we already explained.
Yeah.
Egidius understands that probably by now his opponent isn't doing this with a 9. I don't think Egidius is going to be happy, but I don't think he's going to make the hero call here, actually.
I agree with you. I think he's going to find the fold, but let's see. No, does find the call, and will be no bueno when he sees the king. Doesn't have to show his own cards, of course, but maybe tell, oh, I had an ace. I was unlucky.
Except that Egidius already knows what he had. He knows he had a 9, and especially after the call.
Knows.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Playing with open cards, but yeah, nice pot still for David. And there you have Anna Boyko from the tournament organizing team, confirming that we are on a new blind level now, 150, 300,000.
With compliments are coming in now. That's good. Harold the Slayer, thank you very much. And we hope to see you, if you are who I think you are, from Austria perhaps, then I hope to see you on the final table as well.
Yeah, he's a Slayer, so how can he not? Looking a bit tired,
And we
Kai
have
Lehto.
Yeah, we have paparazzi here too. Teddy
Oh,
Poker in the
there's-
background.
Yeah. Who actually was heads up in an event yesterday, last night.
Yes, that was a fun to rail.
Not a ring event though, but still.
No, but it
Any
was
side
fun.
event
It
is
was
good.
Teddy against Tony. Tony's a good guy too, so it was fun to watch.
Yeah. It was loud. From
Yeah,
the players, not the rail this
No,
time.
the rail got told to be quieter actually, until they switched the floor, and then they're like, "Why aren't you guys loud enough?" So we went from different focuses.
Now
But
we saw a pair of sevens quickly folded.
so Julian just picking up the blinds. So what is the average now? It's up 30 again.
Yeah, it is. 8 million, sorry.
It'll go back over 30 once a player hits the rail.
Yep. And Kai Lehto gasping a bit. Tired, are you? No, come on. No, just poising himself for the next hand. And it will be Julian with the king 4, first to go, but no action. 10-4, not either hand most likely. Or will he use his chips? No, he will not. Gideus, 8-3 off, goes to the muck. Will be a walk. No, it will not, because King Queen suited in the small blind. And he's pushing
Is it a
towards the
shove?
big blind.
Yes, because Fahim is short.
Yeah.
And Fahim, who went to mind to see a flop, he can't call here actually. If it's re-entry time and he wants to gamble, maybe. But there's 6 left out of 977 entries.
Are you telling me the re-entry is closed?
It would be fun if you could just buy in now for 60K, yeah.
Yeah, folds, and you will see also that it was the correct decision, but of course, yeah, not the spot to choose to try to double up, as he still has more than 10 big blinds in front of him. He'd like to be first in, not calling with the jack high, as now he's confirming that Fahim is the shortest stack with 11 big blinds in front of him. And as you can see, the international final table, 8 different nationalities, 2 Finns, one of them is out. And now we have Denmark, Austria, Netherlands, Hispania, Finland, and Lithuania up top.
Let's go, Sekmes. Oh, thank you, Teddy Poker. He's multi-talented.
He's now serving as well.
He's delivered me a Coke Zero.
Wow, what a guy.
So the fan favorite from Netherlands, Roy.
Yeah, a lot of fans in the chat for Roy van der Reinst. And for him, of course, also. We saw some Danish flags flying in the chat. And he's looking for the spot. Will this be the one? Will he try to push? Small versus big with the king high.
I think he kind of needs to, but let's see. Fahim is a super strong, intelligent player, so whatever he does, I'm going to feel is more correct than whatever I think. There's a few really good Danish players that pop in the head, but he's one that I've seen before.
Just comes for the call.
Interesting. Playing it safe, and good for him. He did actually.
Snap all in from Julian
And a
with the
snap
ace.
fold,
Shows
so
the ace.
well
and
played there by Fahim.
Yeah, Fahim got lucky he didn't push, at least.
Well, maybe he would have gotten lucky if he did push.
Yeah.
We don't know.
We don't know that. True that. But he's still in the tournament, and 6 players are still in with the chance to win that coveted ring. WSOP Circuit ring, the trip to Bahamas, package worth 5K, and some pocket change, 210K euros, sorry. Now, as the Lithuanian flag is in the chat, we have a fold from our chip leader. And it's over to Fahim. This is not going to be the hand he will be pushing his last chips in with. And this is, though, a hand that Julian won't be folding.
Certainly not.
But he has a big stack of Kai Lehto to his left, so he won't be pushing either, most likely. But
it's a little bit too ambitious to be shoving on this
Yeah.
stack depth, but I've seen people with even 20, as you said, shove in this spot, not wanting to really take any chances. And we're saying Lithuania was mentioned, but I guess these guys don't know where I live.
yeah, you don't have a Lithuanian shirt today, though. Sometimes you do.
I'm back to channeling my basketball roots again.
So he did push, and
I don't
3
mind
high
this.
won't be calling. So there was an all-in from
Especially
Julian.
against a sticky guy like Kai, you know, you don't know what he's calling with actually when you're raising from the small blind out of experience.
Yeah. Avoiding any decisions for Julian.
It's a tough final table for all the players, not just Fahim. It's a very talented group. In fact, when I looked at the final 24, that was, you know, talent after talent after talent. It's the cream of the crop, I think, rose for the most part onto this final table.
Yeah. Yeah, looking at, you said the top 24 and the names, they're just so familiar, many of them. We have, I think we had 3 previous Kings of Tallinn main event winners in the top 3 tables, and you know,
Ignacio, who won this in 2023, was
Yeah.
in it.
so it's just funny, huh? Well, how is it always the same guys? Are they good or what's happening?
I think Johan knows how to play.
Carlson?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's played a hand or two. As has this guy, Kai Lehto, our Kings of Tallinn
I was
main
sad
event.
to see him bust, actually. It would have been nice to see him on the final table.
Yeah, always good guy all around. I know you like him a lot, Jason. And as a Swede, of course, I root for him as well. And yeah, now blind versus blind. Kai has called with the 6-5 suited. Egidius with the 8-7. Can we see a 4-6-8 board?
I was first waiting to see whether Egidius was going to try to represent
it.
something else with a raise.
It's a 5, but not much more connecting with the player's hands. Pair for Kai at least, though. And backdoor hearts.
He'll probably bet this a little bit.
I'll expect that, right? The quick check from Egidius, not representing any big cards, but does check.
Interesting. And Egidius thinking, can I rep the king or queen here? And he's going to try.
He's going to try, yeah. Don't expect Kai to fold,
He'd
though.
be betting with a 5 as well, so he could be repping all those cards, but he could also be repping air, because
Yeah.
as he is.
315 to 900.
He's not going anywhere, at least for now,
Nope.
but he's also no point to raise here. Just because
You asking for the 8 of hearts for maximum action, Jackson?
ooh, that would be fun. Or the 7 of hearts, I guess.
Doesn't come. Deuce of spades. And still Kai in front. With the
It's going to
5.
be hard now if Egidius reads that what Kai actually has. If he fires out another bet, it's going to be very hard for Kai. But I expect him to check, just because it's hard to get that read, and you could be betting into, you know, 2 pair, top pair, etc. Does check it back. And that shouldn't help either player based on the pre-flop action, and we see also based on reality. It just makes it more likely that it's going to check through unless Egidius wants to try to steal it. I don't think he's going to pick this spot, though, to be fair. And he doesn't. So Kai with the 5, it goes all the way through.
Yeah, you'll be happy to see that it's good enough with the 5 to take down the pot of 2 millions, increase a million to his stack.
Or Remus saying, Egidius, bring the title home. Now, we still don't know if it's Remus that has won the main event before himself, or a
Or if
different
it's a knockoff.
one. Yeah, a knockoff. No, or a different Remus. But I'm assuming it is Arimas Stanovicius, but hello either way.
Yes.
Labas vakaras.
You're more
labas
than
rytas.
welcome anyway.
I don't know if it's morning or evening
In Vilnius?
in general. And we're on day 11, right?
Oh yeah, true. And we're inside the casino.
Yeah.
There's no windows.
No.
There's no clocks.
It doesn't matter if it's day or night if you don't want to go outside.
No. Fahim now, decent hand and early position with short stack. Is this going to be the one? Or is he waiting? Blinds are approaching. We'll
This
have
is
to-
a spot, I have to say.
Yeah, we'll agree with that. He does only race though, but he's committing,
That's
of course.
okay. Well, he's not necessarily committing, actually, believe it or not. If there's a lot of
Oh.
action going on, he's going to
Yeah,
fold.
yeah.
That's why he
will,
did
will.
this. He wants to
And-
build the pot, but secondarily, you can actually still get away and play 8 big blinds.
Well, this is also now interesting because Julian 6 million in front of him and the early race from a short stack. You have a lot of big stacks on your left and you find the 8s.
Interesting. That is some respect. You know, you have
Yeah.
a 10 big blind stack, so he's doing this also to rep those big hands. Like his ace is going to shove. No, aces is maybe going to min raise off the 10 big blind stack, so he's bouncing that too.
Yeah. And gets
And it's the
the
same
blinds and
effect.
antes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very. Yes, it is Laba Diana now, but depends on your perspective, I suppose. But it is, we can just go with Sveki, which is much easier. We're getting a nit comment for the 8s fold, but it would have been for half a stack. There's a lot of money jumps. I'm not saying I would have necessarily folded there, but I can understand why he did it. And Fahim opting not to get involved after picking up a pot with his pocket 3s off a sub 13 big blind stack. And folding around to Edgy Diaz on the button with 9 deuce off, easily folded. Meanwhile, David is not going to fold. He has ace-7 suited. And it's just a call. Interesting. And Roy, falling into the trap potentially, is raising off the big blind with just 5 deuce offsuit. And David's got to be wondering, because this isn't something that we've seen from Roy per se, with just 5 high. Is David going to 3-bet, or is he going to just call? He's thinking it through. And opts to just make the call. If he 3-bets, he understands he's playing the pot out of position, and his opponent has a lot in his range that he is raising with that isn't 5 deuce and far ahead of the ace-7 suited. But it's the ace-7 suited getting a piece of the board on the 10-7 queen rainbow flop, also a backdoor flush draw, third pair. But it was Roy van der Rijs who is the pre-flop aggressor. And if you're going to do that and get called, you expect him to continue on most flops to try to steal it away. But maybe he has a feeling that David did hit enough of this board to carry on. And those of you saying nit table, we just saw a raise with 5 deuce. So thinking about what to do, opts to check the turn as well after Roy decided not to put more money in on the flop. Thinking about what to do on the turn. Thinking about if he could steal it away. And 1.5 million from Roy. So we waited to the turn to make sure that David maybe didn't have anything he wanted to play around with, and gets the job done. Gets David to fold his pair. So Roy taking control of the action, winning it with just 5 deuce. Wow. Sorry, Ispanas, nekaba de ativish kegare tik triputi. Here's a look at the chip count. So it's still Egidius up top, Kai in second. David, who was near the top and in the top near the beginning of the day, is settled in at third place. But it is anybody's ring to be had with a 210,000 euro top prize. Egidius now deciding the 6-5 was a little bit too low as suited connectors, but I don't think Roy is going to do the same with the Jack-10 suited. Just had a beautiful play from the big blind to steal one away. And now he's all in for it all. It's because Fahim is short, sitting on a little more than 10 big blinds at the moment. And Fahim may decide to flip here. He may decide to wait. And deep in thought with this Ducks. Wise Guy missed 2 very interesting blind-on-blind spots, actually. He'll be back, I think, shortly. Both involving Roy van der Rijs. I'm pretty sure Fahim would have liked to limp so he could shove. But that's not what happened, and now he has a big decision. You know you're never ahead with 2s more than a flip, and you're often dominated, but pocket 5s would have done this, pocket 6s, we've seen it with pocket 8s, etc., where you're absolutely dominated. You're only really ahead of an ace deuce or any combination with the deuce doing this. However, we see if he calls, he's up against Jack-10 suited, so it would be more or less a coin flip for whether he doubled up to around 7 million or whether he was out in 6th place. Wise Guy is busy dismantling our booth. He's creating a new door, actually. And more space. Our booth has become a lounge. He does make the call. Okay, so it's pocket deuces against Jack-10 suited. Fahim at risk. Meanwhile, Roy in a big spot as well. If he wins this hand, he's among the chip leaders. If not, he is among the short stacks.
I'm back for action.
Yeah, you came just in time, actually, wise guy. And here we go. We have Jack right out of the window and 10, so not looking very good for Fahim at the moment. Is there a duck in the deck? That is not one of them.
Only one left. You can see in the top right corner. Needs to find that spade. Oh, deuce of spades. Oh no, it's close, right?
It was close, but you know, a 3 and a 2, you know, have a little bit of a line difference. So it's a good game to Fahim. Very well played. You know, this was just a spot that he decided to take. 36,000 reasons to be happy, and the final 5 players have locked up at least 49,300, and still 210,000 top prize. And you may get Evelyn to dance for you because she's dancing for us. If you win, maybe that comes along with the prize as well.
Yeah, we've seen her. She was in Bahamas 2 days ago. How can she be here now?
Yeah, I don't know.
Or was it OlyBet Golf?
She was in the booth yesterday, so
Oh, yeah.
it's very complicated to me.
Yeah, women. They don't. I don't know how they do it, but they just do it.
But very good game. I mean, Fahim is one of the strongest players in the field, actually.
Yeah.
You know, I'm sure that the other 5 are bringing a little bit of sigh relief. I do hope those from Denmark that we're watching will stick along to see who wins. But if not, thank you for tuning in, and I hope to see you back at the next event.
Yeah, we said it before that Fahim Haidari, one of the most accomplished player at the tables. If you look at the live score, he had already over $700,000 on his score in Hand on Mob, and adding another big score to that one, another deep run, but he has to settle for 6th place in the main event of the WSOP Circuit events here in Tallinn. So if you just tuned in, we are on the final 5 players. This is one of them, Roy van der Reinst, now laying down the ace deuce on the button, as he had the raise from our chip leader, Egidius, or former chip leader maybe now. Egidius on 12 million at least, one of the bigger stacks, and another ace for Julian in the big blind. And if he could see the cards, he would be happy to see that he actually have 2 overs.
I think he's thinking about whether he should shove against Egidius. He's seen Egidius open fold a lot to 3 bets. He's not thinking of folding, I don't think.
No, don't think so either.
And I don't think he's thinking of a normal 3 bet. So it's either a call or a shove.
Yeah. Agreed.
Okay, good.
For once, right?
Yes.
Does come with the shove, Jason.
Okay, I like this actually based on what I just said. And now Egidius actually has a decision to make. It's for a lot of his stack this time. It's for nearly half his stack.
It is actually, yeah.
And he knows that he's either flipping or far behind. I mean, of course, Julian might do this with 4s or 3s, but I wouldn't expect it. Although we see him doing it with 5s. And ace-6 is a coin flip if he does get called. But while we're waiting for this, what you did miss was something interesting was Roy opened up a little bit. So it was a limp pot with David actually with ace-7 suited in the small blind limping. And Roy raised the 3 big blinds with 5 deuce offsuit. And then a 7 hit the board. It was 4th pair by the turn. It went check, check on the flop, and he made a big bet on the turn and stole it away. And then that next hand to maybe take the chip lead, which I think he does have, but we need that confirmed.
Yeah, we have some Dutch flags in the chat. Yes, go Roy, says Ikea. And some of course, thank you for the game, coach, says Danish Fleming. And maybe then says that Mr. Haidari is coaching in poker as well.
That wouldn't surprise
or is he
me.
just calling the coach anyhow? We don't know, but Egidius.
It could be like how you call professor. You know,
exactly.
it doesn't mean that they're training people.
But we know that a lot of the elite players, of course, also do some coaching on the side and helping other players to evolve in the game.
It's also a good way for people that, you know, there's a lot of, you know, those that are traveling all the time, you know, they have a lot of overhead. And if you go on a downswing at the same time, it's a good way to level that out as a professional player, too, which is another reason why they do it.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Some of the pros make more on coaching, actually, than they do on actual play.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what Kai is thinking about. He's thinking about something. This isn't just a stall here.
No.
I don't see him folding just because we know a little bit about Kai. And a raise would be a little bit surprising too.
Does come with a raise though. Putting the pressure on our newfound big stack Roy. And
it works.
Quickly folds, yeah? I mean,
So
this is
must
the
have had
Kai
a
we're
read.
used to see, right?
Yeah, yeah,
You know,
the
he's
one
not
that's
afraid
quiet
to
and all of
put
a
chips in
sudden
the
you
pot.
never know what he's doing and you have to respect his 3-bet. Then
Yeah.
it's with King 3.
And here we have some aggression frequency. Pretty even amongst the players, although, as we can see, Kai, as you said, been quiet, and now he puts some chips in and gets the respect. And this is the final payouts, almost 50K to the next person out, and then we're talking real big money. We are already, but 210 up top.
I think my biggest cash was for 50K online, actually. So this is already,
They've
that
already
was in USD,
surpassed.
so this is already going to be surpassing that.
Yeah. Now he finds a good hand as well. 5-handed, of course. Less chances that your opponent wakes up with even better ones. As now also in the small blind. Only calls. Playing it tricky now. And suited hand also for Egidius. We've seen him like the 10-5 suited before. Maybe likes the 10-7 even more. Does only check though.
Not a flop that hits either player, but
No.
it could be a flop that's good for the first one that bets it.
Swing and a miss, as our good friend George Sandford would have put it. Miss you, George, if
Yeah,
you're
we
tuning in
miss you.
from Brazil. Our co-commentator or main commentator from previous years. Now residing in Brazil. Found it a bit too long to travel to get here.
But
Also,
he might be moving back soon, and then we see a lot more of George again. It would at least make the troll that went to sleep happy.
now then, Egidius, the one stabbing at the pot. And Kai with 0 to none backdoors, except running straights or hitting a pair, but decides to give it up. And yeah, he saved some money not racing maybe. No, because if he would have
If
raced,
he
it would
raced,
have
he
turned
might
out
be
in
betting.
another way.
Yeah,
exactly.
he probably would have led and then taken down the pot.
Yeah. Agree. Again.
Although Kai doesn't always lead, which is the other thing.
Yeah.
It's really hard on later streets with Kai. I think it's
So-
been 3 final tables I've been on with Kai, playing with him up until the final table. Obviously, a much lower buy-in events. No, Riga is always fun. You get to play with people like Kai, you know, and you get to play, you know, they come down, they play everything, you know. It's, I'm looking forward to the OlyBet Showdown Riga at the end of September.
Now then, Julian racing with the ace-10. Quickly folded down to David Santaya in the big blind. 9 high.
David looks hungry all of a sudden. Not hungry for food, but hungry for action.
I'm hungry for food.
Do we have a dinner break? Or should we squeeze it in?
I don't think we do. We need to squeeze it in the shorter breaks. We have one coming up in like 30 minutes, I think, right? Something like that.
Mr. Teddy Poker offered to bring us food too. But eating while you're commentating doesn't actually work.
It's a bit tricky. I mean, it will work for us, but maybe not for the viewers, right? But we don't have a camera on us, so there's not going to be a mukbang at least.
Oh, we don't have a camera. Clothes are off.
No,
No,
please.
we're still in the casino.
I'm still here.
And we're still in the casino, so. So this is an interesting hand, Wise Guy. You want to take a look at this. So it was
Yeah,
opened,
this is-
David defended, and he looks hungry and now has that open ender. Julian with top pair. I'm not going to be surprised surprised with something other than a call, even though I think he will call. But the raise is definitely in David's arsenal.
It is, and it's kind of interesting because, of course, there are a lot of aces in the range of Julian here.
Yeah, and
So I'm
he's
actually a
potentially
bit
denying himself
surprised.
equity if he's facing like a set or something stronger. Julian is probably just going to call here.
Yeah.
And then you never know if David hits it, it's a different story. But also doing this while out of position doesn't give you, let's say, the free street advantage of doing this as well. So if he was doing it from the button, let's say, if Julian calls here, he's going to check pretty much every turn.
Yeah, we've seen Julian with some rather tight laydowns, so interesting to see what he makes of this.
But how would he lay down here? You'd have to be putting his opponent on 6-7. Like David's raising 3-betting with any stronger aces than ace-10. So you're worried about maybe some ace-6s, ace-7s, but
Yeah.
I don't think so. David is maybe raising some of those, maybe not. Probably not, actually. So those are combinations in. So there are some combinations he's behind, but they're not ones that you have to be that concerned about.
I do agree with you, but I'm not going to be surprised if he actually folds this one, actually, knowing from... Oh, he's all in.
He's getting the job done, and he's
Nice.
punishing David, actually,
Yeah,
denying him the
yeah.
equity there.
Really nice. Good one, Julian.
He may be thinking that I just deny myself my opponent betting into me with such a quick fold, but when he looks back and sees how much equity was gone, it was an incredible play.
Yeah. Julian Sellinger from Austria. As we said, the chip leader coming into yesterday's day 3. And he held on to a middle stack coming into this final table, and now he's on 30 big blinds. And David Santaya, by that move that he had to give it up, is now the short stack of the table with some 18 big blinds in front of him, 18, 19. And
There's
decent
nobody in
hand.
danger zone, though.
No, not really.
Julian back at it again, this time from the hijack, or under the gun, which is also the hijack. And Kai does love his suited connectors. Who doesn't, usually?
Who doesn't, right?
He's not actually thinking about a fold here, I don't think. He's thinking, once again, 3-better call. I'd be thinking whether I should fold or not, but that's a different story. And Kai thinks a little bit differently. He does fold.
Oh.
Okay, so I'm wrong about that. He was thinking like me. And Egidius now with a decision from the button. Julian has been waking up and been more active. Both him and Roy were feeling out the table a little bit, but now able to push some of their opponents around with the tight images that they previously had. Looks like, yeah, just a call. Maybe
Yep,
after his
so-
previous 3-bet got 4-bet jammed on, he just wanted to make sure he sees his flop, and what a flop it is. Wow, wow, wow.
Oh. But Julian, though, just with the gut shot.
If you're Julian, what do you do in this spot? He's checking.
I'll check.
You would also check.
No, I said that after he already did it. No, I would probably continue, like being the aggressor. And of course, yeah, hard to put the
It's a good
GTS on
board
the
for
hand as
both
well.
ranges, for both under the gun and the button. We see
Yeah.
that it's really good for the button in this particular spot.
What do you do if you're Egidius here now, though? Flopping the nuts.
I actually put a small bet out because that's my image already. Whether I have it or not, then when you have it, you have to do it as well, because you're going to get a lot more calls than the average player.
That's a 650 bet into 2 millions.
Now, if you're Julian, what do you do? You know that Egidius could easily be doing this with any 2. However, your king high has not really got that much draws. You have the 10 to the gutter, king. And it could get more expensive later. You're out of position. So good read there by Egidius.
Yep. Now the guys are out of their shares, a few of them, but we're not on a break yet. We have some 20 more minutes left of this level.
But I like now that Egidius just called, because he understood playing in position is better than getting pushed out of the pot with the 4-bet.
Yeah. And are we having Julian miss one hand? No, comes running just in time. Before the last card is dealt, so he's back and can play his hand. Also, he's in the big blind, so he didn't want to give up that one that easy.
Okay, so Roy again with a nice hand in the blinds, although 5-2 turned out to be very nice for him in the blinds earlier.
Yeah. Any 5-2. All right.
A completion by Mr. Van der Rijs, which you can pronounce better than me.
I think you did a good job.
I had training from Milko and Frank before yesterday.
Oh, okay.
And then we simplified it. They're like, think about rice.
Oh, okay. Did they have any other food combinations with, Jelko burger maybe? Also
Jelko
from the
burger,
Netherlands.
yes,
That's why
yes.
they say think about food, right?
Yes, yes. Rice, burgers.
Yeah. Probably not pronounced burger. If you're from the Netherlands, you probably said Jelko burger or something like that.
Possibly, but a burger is still a burger.
Yeah. So you are hungry.
Now I'm hungry now. But look at this. This
Yeah,
is nuts. This could
This
spell a lot of
is-
trouble for our
yeah.
Dutch friend here, Roy. And
Speaking about the rice, this might be cooked.
yeah, this is dangerous actually. Especially if Julian somehow raises here. He's most likely just going to call. But if he finds a raise here, it's going to be very damaging to Roy. Of course, a jack can come. A diamond can slow down the action.
Yeah. Now we don't have the camera on him, but it's Julian now coming with the race, right?
Okay,
850.
this is good.
And this is blind versus blind. You're flopping the top pair. You're not folding here, but
You definitely lean towards that your opponent is bluffing in that spot when you have top pair.
yeah. Now
And that's a good card for Roy because he can get out of the way now. Potentially speaking, of course. He still has a very strong hand. Julian shouldn't slow down with his 2 pair. Of course, a king-queen would have been much better, but it was a limp pot. Roy is capable probably of limping with king-queen if he's limping with queen-jack, but based on the information we previously had, it's hard to put your opponent on 2 pair with a king.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got to put him on a queen or a flush draw with the action on the flop when Roy bets out again, and like the strongest hand he would have is a queen.
A king 7 or a king deuce would be the only kind of 2 you'd be that concerned about. But trying to block out the draws and gain some maybe equity from these queen X's that may hang along. And it is a blind on blind situation, as you pointed out. And Roy now also has a king to save him on the river, potentially. That would work for him with a counterfeited better 2 pair with the kicker. If Roy is able to fold here, though, I'll be very impressed. It is a big bet. He's reaching for chips, but might be just to see how damaging this would be to his stack if he calls. And if he calls here, I'm not sure Julian will fire again on the river, actually.
Yeah.
Unless it's a queen or 7, of course. Roy looks like he wants to take a coin out of his pocket and actually flip it to decide whether he's staying in the hand or not. But making folds at this spot, for example, this is the difference between.
That's quick, though, right?
That was a quick one, because we've seen players tank for a bit longer than that in spots that were less dangerous than that, but maybe a player called the clock, which they're entitled to do.
He worked out the wrong way again, this time because he quickly folded instead.
Yeah.
So
It was very good, actually.
yeah,
That's easier said than done.
yeah, absolutely. Good fold from Roy van der Rijnst, or Rice.
Why wouldn't he fire on a brick? I mean, if it was a brick, yeah, but there's a lot of flushes that complete as well. And then you're also worried about when he's calling, what is he calling with? You know, he's potentially got the king and another better two pair.
I recognize this hand for Egidius.
Yeah, he seems to get that every once in a while. But you're right, he'd probably be betting on the river as well. If it was a brick.
And ace for Julian.
A little bit too light with the kicker. Yeah.
Kai defending, most likely here. Or will
We've
he
seen
get
him
tricky?
we've seen him already do the 3-bet thing. This would work, maybe work again, actually. I don't know if it would. I think Egidius would maybe call some 3-bets and play this Jack-10 in position. But we shall never know. Kai opts to call against the larger stack on the table. And it's a good flop for Kai here, flopping the top pair, especially with Egidius flopping the middle pair. Egidius will likely continue.
Yeah, most likely. It goes check, though. So action slowing down a bit for Egidius, luckily, as the board is right now. Now, not think Kai would check this one. Once more. 1.7 in the middle, maybe going for a half pot bet or something. $550 is the choice, and Egidius surely want to see a river.
It doesn't look like he's made up his mind yet, though. But yeah, now he's reaching for some chips.
Yeah, we have the call.
Can't
Needs
blame
a
him.
Jack or a 10 to take the lead. Doesn't happen.
And Kai now improving to 2-pair. He may have slowed down if not getting that 9, but I think he would have fired out another bet on the river anyway.
Yeah.
However, the Queen-Jack gets there now, so maybe the
Yeah.
9 isn't a
Egidius
card
with the
as
Jack blocker, but
But I'm saying in Kai's mind, what was
Yeah.
Egidius potentially calling with? That's one of the combinations. But I still see him betting here. Your opponent has so many king queens and king aces. You could even make it on the bigger side, but
Yeah, 1.9.
about
so-
2/3 of the pot.
Yeah.
And Egidius trying to smell, is this just someone trying to steal the pot? I can beat a bluff.
I can't beat King 9.
I can't beat any king. It's any king or better doing this, or a bluff. Or a hand that you're beating that's like a semi-bluff, trying to get something like 10-jack off, like an ace-3.
Yeah.
Does
That's
make
the
the
call.
call, though. Did not believe Kai, and we'll get the bad news.
Yeah, means that we have a new chip leader again. Back to Kai Lehto on top. 14 millions now.
Our
to his
short
name.
stack throughout all of yesterday, in fact.
Yeah.
Now with the chip lead, and he's a former Kings of Tallinn main event champion. So we can expect now a different Kai continuing to emerge.
Yeah, here we have it. Take a look at the chip counts currently. Now then, on to the next hand with nice hand for Roy van der Reinst of the Netherlands. Ace-Jack suited again. I think it was Ace-Jack of hearts he had just some hour ago as well. Oh, now we have another big one, because that time I think he had to lay it down, right? Versus an all-in from Julian, and this is surely going to be 3-betted. It's just a matter of what size he chooses here now. Trying to look not as strong. Julian Sellinger of Austria comes with the 3-bet, and his choice is 1.8 by the looks of it. 3 times the raise of Roy and Kai. A decent hand, but of course folding in this situation. And now it's back to Roy van der Reinst, who's built his way back into this one. Was down short at some points and now sits on almost over 9 millions before this hand started. And Ace-Jack suited, such a strong hand, 5-handed. Julian, though, not being too aggressive at the table. Also, if he looked back at yesterday's streaming, knows that Julian took some tight lines at some points, and he's not doing this in an early position with just air, most likely, but really tough spot now for Roy van der Reinst. Oh, he finds the fold, quick fold as well. Nice one, another nice lay down from Roy van der Reinst. And yeah, seen some really nice folds from this guy, and this time he didn't even need it to be timed before he did it. Quick one and the right decision again. And new dealer in place means we're ready for a new hand. And yeah, interesting to see. What do you make of this chat? That fold. Seen some compliments earlier for nice folds from Roy and other players, but yeah, that's another one of them to the list. As we now have Finnish flags cheering for Kai Lehto, the current chip leader now here at the main event. If you just, for any reason, just tuned in, it's the final table, final 5 out of 977 entrants in the €1,500 main event. Was a 1 million guarantee, smashed up to 1.27 hundred-thousand euros, 1.3 million almost in the total prize pool, as Julian now with another good hand, making it min 600 to go. And just as Jason is making his step back into the booth, it seems like every time we do a little step out, there's a big hand. But this time it was actually not more than Roy racing early with the Ace-Jack suited and Julian 3-betting with Kings. And Roy found the fold.
Very nice. 3 to share, yeah.
Now Jason is doing food ordering as well, simultaneously. You're all over the place.
Yes, I was efficient, but I would have to go upstairs for some of the other food options. So it's chicken skewers for us on the break.
Oh, we're on the break. Sounds lovely. Yeah, we do have a break coming up. It's some 10-15 minutes, I think. So we will have a little, apparently a little dinner on 2.
Yes.
Will we have candlelights as well?
Perhaps.
Yeah.
It can be arranged.
Perfect. And now then, back to the table. It was raised by Julian with the sixes. And David Santaya called from the big blind. Now we're back to check and bet from Julian. And
Interesting.
yeah, some floating from David, hoping to find something on the turn. Flush draw maybe.
We're just
10 of
hoping his
clubs.
opponent checks the turn as well and steal it on the river. This isn't the best or worst card for him, but it opens up a lot of outs.
Yeah. And another over, of course, for Julian. Might slow the action down as well from him. It does. It goes check, check.
And expect to see any river bet here by David. Except for maybe an ace.
Yeah.
And there's a pretty big Spanish rail actually in the building, which is why we do not see them in the chat. They are watching,
They're busy
but
live
they're watching live.
chatting.
Yes.
Nice. Yeah, there's a big following, a big Spanish group living here in Tallinn, right? Playing.
Yeah.
You mentioned Ignacio earlier.
I'm surprised to be checked there actually.
Yeah, should be right.
Whether it
Just
worked or not, I don't know. Julian probably would have sniffed it out, so maybe it's a smart check, but I'm still surprised by it.
Oh, here we go for some value with the sixes.
What do you think this is, though? It's a very merged bet here.
Yeah.
Merge range.
Surprised actually. I thought we were going to see a check back and just be happy to take the pot with our sixes.
I think he's actually targeting that 5.
Yeah.
Maybe the 3 will call. He's thinking we'll get a crying call here. Otherwise, what's David actually calling the flop with? That had to be it. That's the only thing I can think of.
Has to. All right, some 3 minutes then only left until we go on a short break. It'll be a 15 minutes, I think.
You have people ordering you alcohol in different countries, Andreas. We have to have a talk about your alcoholism problem if that's happening.
Are you talking about the chat now?
Yeah. Apparently there's a beer getting warm in a different country, and you're not even drinking here for some reason. Maybe because you're doing commentating, but
might be the reason, yeah. I'm saving myself for the player party, you know, which is tonight at the OlyBet Sports Bar and Grill. So we should say for those guys who are tuning in from, if you're in Tallinn or nearby, there is a chance to join, of course. You just need a bracelet from the casino to get in, I heard.
it will be another Jason sober party experience.
So you're saying there will be karaoke?
No.
Not from
I
you,
said
but
sober. There will be karaoke,
Yeah,
but I said
there
it's a sober. I have a big day tomorrow as well.
Yeah. And I have a 5 a.m. flight out of Tallinn, so I will not be.
Or you just stay up and.
No.
So you might not be going at all then. You got to get up at like 3 in the morning to hit that one.
I do.
Even if you're already packed.
We'll see. I have not. I usually start packing 20 minutes before the taxi arrives to the airport, so yeah. I'm one of those guys. As now, Egidius is 3-betting, of course, with the ace-king in position as well. Kai tried to do something under the gun with the queen-8, but it's not work. Oh, now our friend from the Netherlands is waking up with jacks in the big blind. And of course, this is 5-handed, a really strong hand, and he knows that Egidius has been active, but we saw Roy fold the ace-jack suited just a few hands to go.
This is just a little bit too strong, though. But
yeah.
Especially when it's Egidius 3-betting, as you pointed out.
Yeah, exactly. And it does have Kai opening early as well, so which is to be taken into consideration, but
it changed the whole dynamics of the hand,
now,
actually.
Just before the break, we get a huge hand, most likely, because I don't see, of course, Egidius folding the ace-king.
He might, though, because he's on such a roll.
They're just
even though he
evening
lost some
stacks as well.
chips.
This is a huge flip if it's going to happen.
It's for his tournament life, actually.
Yeah, both of them, more or less.
And he seems to have a good handle on the small ball. So I'm not going to be shocked, actually, if we see a big slick fold here. But once again, the obvious thing is that he's just going to look down. I have ace-king. I'm going to call. but is Roy actually ever 4-bet jamming light in this spot?
No, of course. It's like you got to be up against queens.
Because the dynamic changed in the hand just with Kai opening. Like if Kai doesn't open, it's a bet of 3-bet.
And just before the break, guys, we do have a massive flip. It's going to be
Wow.
17 millions in the middle. You see the clock in the background. It's just ticking down to the break.
And Roy at risk.
This is now, for you in the chat, Lithuania versus the Netherlands.
Wow, 17 million chip pot. It basically is the difference between having either no or little chips or a big chip lead.
Yes. Off to the race.
Jacks remain ahead
Yes,
so far.
they do. Here we have them, both opponents. Roy van der Rijns on the left, still ahead. And he's still, after the turn, only an ace or a king can turn it around now as we go to the river. Ooh, a deuce doesn't help. And Roy van der Rijns is our new chip leader, and I think we have almost an elimination. It should be just down to a few chips left maybe for Egidius. Very unfortunate spot for the Lithuanian.
Let's take a look. But I think it was accurate that he has 1.6 million left, and
Yeah, he does have some chips left. Okay.
Roy showing the right amount of heart and getting the chips in and winning that race against Egidius. Egidius can still come back. If anybody can, he can. It's 5 big blinds plus, a little bit less actually. It'll be 4 big blinds when the blinds go up when we get back. But yeah, it's been a very exciting couple of hours, and stay tuned for the conclusion.
Yeah, we'll be right back after the break.
Welcome back. We are down to the final 5 players of the WSOP Circuit Tallinn main event. We had some action near the end of the break. Our chip leader throughout the day, Egidius Matonis, is now the short stack after losing a big flip with ace-king to Roy's jacks, with Roy now as the table captain. So dynamics have changed. Matonis needs to get something done. He needs to get that breathing room, is in supreme danger zone. Once again, this is Jason, and I'm joined by the amazing Wise Guy. Action over to you.
Amazing, even.
Yes, today you have been.
We have another amazing guy filming us right now.
The amazing Jesper.
Yeah, exactly. The videographer who's been bringing you the reels and highlights and everything throughout the week. And yeah, the Olympic and OlyBet graphics team, the SoMe team, are doing a great job as well, of course. Don't forget to check out the socials, but we are checking out the short stack Egidius, and I'm sure, he actually chooses the 7-5. I was going to say it's not, but he does shove right away.
And
is
Roy,
he still on tilt after the last hand?
I think he understood he'd be in the blind soon enough, and it was going to be any 2 in his head coming off the break. He got Roy to fold the ace-6.
Oh.
Wow.
Didn't think
Roy
that.
is counting every chip at the moment.
He is, yeah. Jack 4.
I don't understand the, I guess he's worried about Julian behind him, but you could just call. It's not that much.
Yeah.
And Egidius getting away with one. I didn't think he had fold equity there on 4 big blinds.
No, you would have think not, because we are on a 400,000 level, as you can see. The clock's just started for level 32 and 400,000 big blind ante. Now Egidius will be under the gun the next hand, because it's Kai Lehto putting in the ante and big blind.
Before we see the cards, do we bet on whether Egidius is shoving?
He is shoving.
Okay.
If it's a 3-2 off, maybe not, but I think almost any 2 now he's shoving again. Now he's in the, he got some traction as well, so let him find the...
Okay, let's see.
This is maybe
7-5 is his cutoff, but I think...
okay, I'll change my mind. He will fold. But let's see.
It doesn't look like he's married to folding yet.
No.
This looks like someone... Okay, he is folding. I was going to say this looks like someone that's doing a little Hollywooding, saying, I'm thinking about how to play my aces.
This time he would not have gone away with it, because 9s for David Santaya is a hand we would have called an all-in from.
Yeah, Marfiel should just jam it in, even though there is a shorter stack.
Millions.
It is only 10 big blinds.
What about Kai Lehto? No, he's going to get it through. And the other short stack on the table picks up the blinds and ante this time. Some Spanish rail.
Yeah,
now they're really fired up.
They had nothing to cheer about until now, pretty much. It's been pretty downhill for David, and you can see that big smile. He appreciates the love and support.
Are you still here, guys? He says. Nice to hear you. His rail is back. And in our YouTube chat, we have some Lithuanian flags again. Hoping for a double up for the guy to your right here, down right. Egidius needing help, because now he has to put 2 of those blinds he has in his short stack. Oh, this is interesting, because it's a short stack for David Santaya still. Early ace, 5-handed, but he lets it go. Roy apologizing for the dealer for an aggressive fold. And Kai, Jack 9 versus the short stack.
Actually shove here.
Yeah, I think he will. Most likely he will. As we said, what do we know how for Egidius? 6 big blinds, 5-6 big blinds in the big blind.
And if David was in the cutoff, he probably would have shoved too. I'm actually surprised he's so snap folded there, but I'm not surprised he did fold.
Here's the all-in.
Yep. And Egidius finding a decent timing, getting an ace, at least is ahead.
Favorite. Yeah.
So is Egidius going to get back into the mix from chip leader to Cinderella story?
4.9 millions in the middle. Let's see if he can find the early double up after the break. Lost, as you said, the lion parts of his stack just before the break. Now living on an edge with an ace-8. Oh, there's a jack and an ace. 1 heart. Still ahead then for Egidius, in good shape now. Surviving the turn. And Kai Lehto needing a jack or a 9 doesn't happen. And we have a double up to almost 5 million then for our friend from Lithuania, Egidius.
So the Cinderella story now is beginning. I mean, there's such a story now going on in this event. We had a clear chip leader for a little while in Gidius. He was also acting as a table captain. Right before the break, he was already chipping away some chips and then lost most of it. Was down to 4 big blinds after his ace-king. Didn't win a flip against Roy's jacks, which also gave Roy the chip lead. And Egidia is now up to 12 big blinds, and that's some space to move. So it's back to, he does need to make something happen like David does, but he doesn't need to make it happen in the next 5 minutes.
True that. And now, a lot of people on stage here. We have the full SoMe team, or half of it, with Nina and Artis to your left. And we have our tournament director for this tournament, Anna Boyko. And I think we have a dealer change coming up as well. Stage
Lots of
is
things
full.
going on.
Yeah, a lot of things happening
We're
here
just
now.
missing all the reporters, the photographers.
Yeah, they're in the back.
Yeah, get on up there, Chris and Frank. Lenka, where are you? Come on up.
She's waiting for the winner photos. No, Lenka is around taking a picture of all the players, actually, because if you missed it, there are galleries as well, of course, at olybetevents.com. You can see maybe you've been here playing and got your pretty face on a photo or two, as you did, Jason.
Yeah, I'm in 1 or 2, I think. I'm not sure Lenka made it over in time for my day 2 bust out of the A game, but
Yeah, maybe
the
not.
PLO, I was deep in day 2.
And we hinted to the viewers that we were having some nice candlelight dinner in the break. How would you rate your chicken skewers, Jason?
I would give it a, a 4.5 out of 5 stars.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
You're going high.
yeah. It was missing like side accompaniments, not including the stuff we wouldn't eat, like the relish, and the garnish. That wasn't there either, but we could have
Nice.
used shared an order of chips to make the meal complete.
While Jason is occupied talking about sides, we do have Kai Lehto with the 9s.
Yes.
And as we know, the 2 rather short stacks, 11 and 12 big blinds respectively, are to his left, so he will be pushing this one. And here we are, chips in the middle. Is any of these guys going to answer up to it? Not going to be Egidius. And it's not going to be David Santaya either, so
That's the only play, really. You're happy to pick up an extra million into
Yeah,
the hand, and
absolutely.
if you're called, you're usually okay-ish. But there's no reason to create a big pot, with somebody 3-bet shoving. Even if you're ahead against a, ace-8, let's say, that may or may not do that. There's still a lot of ICM. You can see how steep these payout jumps are.
Kai Lehto now, 8 high, not pushing maybe this time, because now he also has a big stack in the big blind this time, not only these 2. And Egidius can't do anything. And the Spanish rail is forming, but they will see a fold from their guy. I think we saw the G Gordo behind.
Online poker beast, G Gordo.
Exactly. He's been here playing the full series as well. I wouldn't know he was deep in at least one event the other day.
I think Adria was also on the rail. Lots of beasts, Spanish beasts living in Estonia.
Yeah.
Some of them are getting ready for the online grind this evening, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's Sunday. Got to put the hours in. But first, they're railing their boy, David Santaya, and try to carry him all the way to the ring into Bahamas.
It's
Right
interesting
now-
that we've seen now 2 folds with the
Oh.
ace-9, but good
Now,
for him, he did.
look at the rail. They're looking. Are we going to get some action? And yes, boys, you will definitely get at least chips in the middle from this guy, but we will see whether it's going to be anyone answering up to it. Just coming for the race by the look of it, not shoving. He's 10 bigs, hoping for someone else to come over the top. It's not going to be Roy. Already folded the queen deuce off. What about the big blind? Julian.
If I saw David just shove a 10 big blind stack and now he's min raising, it does scream exactly what he has, but I know David could really do it with any two as well.
Yeah.
Not any two, but any two in his opening range. So we have people saying now that Roy might become a big stack bully. We haven't seen signs of that yet, but it's not because he's had any opportunity to, actually. You know, the short stacks are playing around. Others are waking up with hands. And that ace-9 under the gun fold by Kai, actually, it was offsuit, saved him at least 800,000 in chips.
Yeah, I'd say so. Now then, he might have heard the chat asking him to become the bully. Now he's at least racing in position.
We got a stronger queen 6 to fold, and Kai is not likely to fold. But that doesn't mean Roy is going to rep that. He has the 9-7, of course. But I'd be shocked if we see a fold. A small surprise if he raises, because we know he sometimes does that. And this is the most obvious play.
Yeah. Heads up to the flop. Roy and Kai.
Oh, look at this flop. What a flop here for
Wow.
Kai, and Roy connecting with the piece.
Yeah, surely continuing here. Just a question whether Kai would slow play and just call, or if he's check raising now. Oh, check behind.
Interesting.
Surprised to see that.
And the board just got scarier for both players. It shouldn't be too scary, though, for Kai, being it was checked by Roy. Those queen jacks would be likely betting this flop. But checking again, setting the trap for Roy van der Rijs.
Doesn't fall into it,
No,
though. Not yet.
this is interesting.
And a third spade on the river as well.
You gotta try, Kai. You can't check your two pair all the way through, can you? Okay, so he is going to bet, and it looks like a decent size bet, actually.
Yeah.
1.6 million, in fact, into a pot of 2.2. Very
Chunky.
polarizing, yes. And Roy can beat a lot of what the big blinds range would be. That check the flop, check the turn, and bet the river. Looking like a steal size bet.
Yeah,
we've
we haven't
seen-
seen Roy with any hero calls.
We
but
see
yeah,
one
we
now.
have one. Yeah, we do. But it's going to be...
So Roy making the call and Kai getting value at the end, up to 14 million, just inches behind Roy van der Rijs's 15 million.
Yeah, definitely also two of the strongest players coming into this table now with a lot of chips as well. And players, are they doing like the musical chairs now? What's going on? Everyone is up on
They may
their
be
feet.
playing the stand-up game.
Yeah, maybe. Bomb pot.
At least that's what I do when we're on TV tables. It's usually stand-up game and bomb pot. But different format, I suppose.
And not 210,000 up top.
No.
Maybe in cents. And two really bad hands going into the muck. What about Julian?
That's
This
not
is
bad.
No. In position, five-handed. We're doing the queen 10. And Julian now in the middle of the chips.
Whoa.
But, oh, surprised
What's
to
going
see
on
that.
there?
Uh-oh.
And they saved some chips, but
He felt something on
I
his left.
don't know. Kai didn't even look at his hand yet.
No, I know, but the vibe maybe. The cards, are they telling him something? Julian, he's a psychic.
I
Now
know we
then-
have ICM and all, but that was tight.
It was. And now we will see another shove. against the short stack from Kai. That's the shove.
And what does Egidius wake up with? If he wakes
Something
up,
by the looks of it.
yeah.
No, they're going in. You have to show them to us first. Yes, 10-6 off.
Okay.
It's fine. It's okay.
Yeah, that one is never
You're
going to
good.
win.
You're good.
I mean, it could win, but it's never going to be ahead.
No, exactly. It's not.
So does that push Kai into the lead now? It might.
I think
Let's
so. It's
see.
really
It's
tight
gonna be-
between them, but
yeah.
they just have about the same stack, Roy and Kai. It's apparently a 3-letter first name you want at the moment.
It's just Julian at the
Egidius
table that
is
hasn't
way
had the
too
chip
many.
lead actually at one given point of this final table, and Julian began
True.
yesterday with the chip lead, so
True.
he's had that experience too.
Everyone loves a chip lead. Or you called for Lenka now. See, I think
There's
something.
like that. At least see. No, that's
No,
it's Jasper.
I was fooled. There are other photographers around, and our presumed chip leader, Kai Lehto, Queen 7 on the button this time. Two rather short stack to his left.
Does he continue with the shoving here, though? It's a little bit weird to shove here, but he's getting people to fold a lot of hands, but it
He
almost
is,
looks
he
weird not to
is.
shove if he wants to open, because he's been shoving every time when he's opening
Guy
against
has
a
only
short
one
stack.
move. No, he has a lot of weapons in his arsenal, and he works it just fine this time as well with the all-in, because the blinds didn't have any hands.
And now he is the chip leader with 16 million.
Yeah,
There we
he
go.
is. Confirmed. Finland up top, Netherlands, Austria third, and Spain with the good rail down in fourth on the shorter stack, 11 big blinds, and shortest is Egidius at the moment, our former chip leader and table captain, as you said, Jason, from Lithuania with 3.7 million, 9 big blinds, needing to find something within the next orbit or so. Let's see.
He's been dubbed the Lithuanian Phoenix.
Yeah, I saw that in our chat, YouTube chat. He will rise. We will see.
If he rises again, then we have a good nickname for him.
Yeah.
A little bit too soon. But here we go. This is going to be a spot. He's on the
Yeah.
button with an ace. It's not the kicker he would love to see, but beggars can't be choosers.
There's the all-in. What about David? No, not good
Quick
enough.
fold with the king four would have been dominated, and meanwhile Roy.
This is normally a call, of course, but we've seen some tight laydowns from Roy earlier.
We've seen Roy open fold
board.
ace-9 even, so it's like, is he going to call when he's probably ahead? You know, he should be thinking he's ahead.
Yeah.
But it's still a risk. You know, if he's doing it with the king-queen, you're ahead, 6 out of 10 times.
Yeah.
That means the other 4, you're down into 10 million, and out of that, let's say, you need to build back up again. On the other hand, to me, it's a clear call.
There's a call, and we have all in the call with Egidius at risk. Our hero from Lithuania needs help. Ace-4.
Mess.
Egidius Matonis at
Let's see
risk.
some spades maybe for the sweat.
Ooh,
Ooh,
there's
this
some
is a lot of
outs
chop
for
possibility.
split,
yeah.
That's
And
not
the
one of them.
Diamonds also the other way with the ace-9.
Oh, there's a flush, and we do have an elimination, unfortunately, for Egidius. Yeah, there is a flush for the 9 of diamonds with Roy van der Reinst, and Egidius Matonis is our 5th place. He doesn't see it, but maybe now he does. Taps the table. He had
To make
3
sure.
looks.
He's like, wait a minute, isn't this
Why
a
are you
chop?
telling me I'm out?
Yes. But it was a very nice run,
Yeah,
and
definitely.
just a little bit of bad luck in not winning that flip. If he wins the flip, he's clear chip leader. Meanwhile, we saw how much that Spanish rail was celebrating, and you could see why right here in the chip counts. It's because David Marfil is on only 10 big blinds and managed to ladder up quite a chunky amount there. Top 4, we'll see in a second the payouts, but
49K though for Egidius.
And I believe it's
Batonis.
something like 68 or something for the next spot.
Yeah, should be. And the dabbing Santa is out.
Yes. But very nice run, and thank you from everybody from Lithuania. If you decide to tune off, if you decide to listen on, which I hope you do, then welcome as well.
Absolutely.
And see some of you back in Vilnius in a couple weeks.
Back in the chip lead now, Roy van der Rijnst, Netherlands. Limping in, Jack 8, hiding, and definitely going to be a check back unless Julian tries to steal it already now. Who knows? Yeah, there's the check.
In Julian's spot, he really wants he wants David obviously to go out, but he needs to wait in a little bit for big spots until David doubles up or goes out.
True that.
So there's no point in bloating the pot, especially in a spot where Roy now has the chip lead and is more likely to call things than he did previously.
Goes check, check. Roy with the jack, pair of jacks, and Julian doesn't find anything on the turn either, so it'd be hard for Roy to get anything more out of him. Expect him to try though with a bet here on the turn. Not many aces in the range of Julian, and the 500k bet gets it done, of course. Quick fold from Julian.
The final four are guaranteed 68,575 euros. And just to give you an idea of what I said, the top three are guaranteed 96,950 euros. So it's an extra 28,000 and change for
Next pay jump.
Yes, exactly. So that's why it's important not to get that fancy as the third place stack at the moment. The chip leader and the second place guy, they're sitting comfortably. They can, they can risk a few big blinds to win a pot, where you don't really want to be doing that in the position of Julian at the moment.
Yeah, we have at least 3 people in the casino right now hoping that this guy will not double up soon. This is one of them. The 3 players at the table, of course, and Julian now with 9s in the small blind versus the dangerous Kai Lehto in the big blind with a bigger stack. So, I mean, it's interesting because, normally it is, but you have a short stack on the table, but can you really, as you said, the pay jumps are huge. You don't want to do anything stupid here and just bet into a big hand of Kai Lehto. He just comes for the limp instead.
And is Kai going to isolate here? Because he understands the dynamics at the table at the moment.
Definitely.
He's already processed what's happening.
Checking behind.
So Kai wisely checking back, and only one card above the 9s for Julian. He may be playing this entire hand passively, actually, but let's see how he plays
the ceiling, right?
It's not the worst hand to actually play it passively, to be fair. You don't want Kai getting there, but you also want Kai to be betting into you occasionally with hands like he has. But now there's no drama. I mean, Kai does have 7-8 potentially, but other than that, it's happy days. There's no pocket 10s for Kai. Julian should feel very confident now. It doesn't mean that he feels that the best move is to bet. Even feeling confident, he wants Kai
He would
once
definitely
again.
feel more comfortable if Kai is betting.
Exactly.
Doesn't fall for that trap though. Will we see a pairing? No, we will not.
However,
Rather blank 4 of diamonds.
the patience on Julian on the turn, if he bets on the river, depending on Kai's feeling, he's now connected with that 4. Julian has limped the pot. He's shown he hasn't been really happy with much of what's going on, even though he did turn the set. So let's see. I mean, Julian knows he has to bet now.
$750.
So it's a little less than 2/3 of the pot. And Kai has to decide whether his opponent was playing passively like he was or if he's just trying to steal it. What doesn't help is all these low cards actually anyway. It would be actually more helpful if they were high because Julian did limp into the pot.
Yeah.
So I'm not actually going to be surprised if Kai does find the fold despite connecting with the 4. But in a real-time situation, I've already called.
That's the fold from Kai. Disciplined laying down, smallest pair.
Losing the min, just the big blind.
Yeah. And now then, our short stack David has to invest 2 of his 10 big blinds in the next hand as he's in the big blind. And yeah, interesting to see whether he's not committed, of course, but of course, finding a decent hand, he might have to go with this one if anyone else gets aggressive. Roy having a snack. Long day. Hopefully also ahead of him to take this one down tonight.
But they're suited, Julian.
You're saying he's
still
playing it
high.
tight. Now then, will Kai push with the Jack 8 or not? Just borderline, right?
It is. The limp is still a possibility, actually. But he knows David is going to be shoving a lot, so against another player it would make more sense. If it was Jack 10, it would have already been shoved. And it sounds like Jack 8 is a shove too for Mr. Kai Leto, and it's going to work.
Yeah.
David now down to 3.3 million, just 8 big blinds.
Yeah.
And we're about halfway through the level, so still some breathing room, but it's danger zone, as I like to say.
Yeah, you can't really wait for the next big blind to come around. He needs to push during this next orbit, I'd say, right?
Optimally speaking, yes. But he can actually, we've seen full equity from players with 4 big blinds, right? Like with that GTS. So at the final table, it's a little bit different, but I think between, David's image to some degree, his full equity is going to be a little bit less. Then again, it's been proven that players like Julian just don't want to call and risk any of their stack, even if they should be ahead. Okay, David is listening to you, but look what he has. He has ace-10, and he's back to 4 million. Roy's never calling here.
No, he's not.
Well, he's going to do the math, I guess, and maybe see, but it's just a little bit too much.
Yep.
It seems like not only has the Spanish rail that's been there is still there, but it looks like we have some bandwagon followers joining the Spanish rail there too, some new faces. They're probably telling David, hurry up and win. We're missing late registration online.
Maybe.
Back to Kai Leto. And David, who just got one through with ace-10 offsuit. Now he has 10-9 suited from the button. He's thinking about the shove, and he wasn't really thinking about it. He was just double-checking his chips. And I don't think he bet it all, but he bet most of it. Maybe 3.6, let's see. No, it's only 2 million. Okay, so it's one of these, I'm in, but you have to push me the rest in. And actually 10 high would have been ahead if either player called, but David obviously happy both players folded there. His rail seems happier than he is, actually. But you know he's very happy on the inside. It's really nice that we have a good live rail for this. And, you know, at places like Kings of Tallinn, there's always rails for even the smallest of events because of the team competition. But even without the team competition, we've seen rails like this in the smaller events and the bigger events. Not every final table, but a lot of support for players making it deep, which is always nice to see. Okay, Julian in the small blind is completing with Queen 5, and Kai with a bad ace in the big blind. Reaching maybe for more chips, but hasn't done anything but play with them so far. Opting to check back his ace. And look at that, ace out of the window. And who would think he would have an ace checking back? So let's see if Julian tries to rep something on this flop. Obviously, Kai would be behind if Julian had a jack. And Kai is thinking about what to do, whether he wants to bet now or check it back. He decides to disguise his hand a little bit more, and it's the king of diamonds on the turn. There won't be really too many kicker issues for Kai if he thought his opponent also has an ace, but he shouldn't be thinking that after it went check-check and it was limp-free. He's trying to get Julian at this point to bet into him. But Julian's an absolute rock on this final table. It's going to be hard to get that out of him.
Yeah, solid player so far, definitely.
Interesting. Kai checking back a second time.
Hoping for a river bet from Julian instead.
Or maybe for his opponent to connect with some kind of river as well. To call a bet if he checks again. The thing is, Julian has potential showdown value, so I really don't see him betting per se. But at the same time, he will try a small one of, I think, 400,000. And there's really no reason for Kai to do anything but call.
No.
He's most often ahead, but not ahead enough to really be raising here. Kai must be thinking about whether he should raise, because otherwise he would have already called.
Yeah.
He is reaching for a raise.
Targeting a king here now.
It's a rather hefty raise too, 1.8 million.
Wow.
So an overbet. And Ewan, I don't think he's thinking about a hero call, but he must be. As I said, he does have showdown value, but and Kai played the whole hand weak. Kai would be playing this with a jack, potentially. He wouldn't be expecting it as much with an ace.
Some TV time, and we're done.
TV time, yeah. Because I don't see a spot where he's actually calling that raise.
No.
I was surprised he bet. I mean, maybe it was a blocking bet, right? Because he could have called the bet, but not called the big raise like that. So Roy still on top with 18 million. Kai now not too far behind with 17 after winning the last hand. Julian with half of that at 8.5, and David floating around with 5.1 million. David might be behind in chips, but he's certainly ahead in people watching him live on the rail. Unfortunately, that doesn't count for anything on the chip count leaderboard.
Are you sure?
It'd be fun if you could do something like that.
Yeah. And another look at the payouts. Mighty numbers.
I wonder if, depending on who's left, I'm wondering if they're going to eventually see about flattening, let's say, that pay jump. But for now, as long as one player wants to continue along, I haven't even heard a whisper about the discussion.
I can tell you why. Because at the WSOP, you are not allowed to do any deals.
Oh, even in the main event. Okay.
So, look at this.
That's right. So,
Kings.
Roy. Wow.
Will he find any takers to this? Seen the Kings do some damage to other players during the day. What about the short stack in the big blind?
Oh, wow.
Okay, we have one move. Ladies and gentlemen, without knowing, I will say this is an all-in and a call very soon, of course. David now actually just trying to look weak for a moment. He doesn't know that Roy has a monster and that he will get snap called when he eventually shoves, but does come for the all-in.
And Roy should be snapping.
Yeah,
he
does. Already in there throwing up the kings, and David Santaya will be happy to see that he at least have one over. He's not happy to see the kings though, but there are some outs for him and needing help. In danger. With the rail on his side, David Santaya not finding the help. Now down to 3 aces at the moment, and he will be. There's no other running outs. Turn doesn't help him, only an ace. Oh, it's not supposed to be this time or this day for him, but he's finishing in 4th place though, taking down still a huge score. David Santaya of Spain with his rail, giving him a nice round of applause. And yeah, he's been a nice sport, a nice guy to have at the tables.
Yeah, and interesting to watch play. And he has 68,575 reasons to be happy. That was his payout. And the final 3 have even more reasons to be happy, locking up 96,950 euros. So almost a 6-figure payday for all 3 of the players. And it is steep payout, so I'm wondering if that's going with no deals allowed, as you just pointed out. It may affect the mentality of any of these 3 players. I mean, I know, they've all played in big spots before, but maybe not as big as this one.
No, I doubt it actually, because we know they have some big scores, a few of these guys, but I think it would even be the biggest one for Kai Lehto.
Yeah, but I would say this kind of steep payout structure favors Kai because he's been there, done that. He's won the Kings of Tallinn main event. Whether it's a €100 hyper turbo at night or a 3,006 max with the toughest players in the world, he always seems to keep his cool and tone out all the noise and focus on what he's supposed to do.
Yeah. Definitely agree. And a rare walk.
Roy will take it.
Yeah, definitely with 8-6.
I would say, though, it's pretty evenly matched in terms of everything. Chips aren't so far apart. The skills sets are pretty equal, I would say.
Yeah.
And with 3 players all with different styles. Roy and himself probably has 3 different styles, so it's we're probably talking about 10 different styles. As we've seen him play vastly differently at different stages of today and yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, mixing up his game.
Yeah, 3-handed under the gun is the button. The software sometimes will use it as under the gun, sometimes a button. Today we go with the under the gun listing. A Limperuni by Roy. Is Julian going to isolate a little bit? Or disguise his ace? He just jams it in, and the 10-9 is going to go away. For Julian, he has the least amount of pressure actually out of the 3 players remaining due to his stack, but he still has more than 20 big blinds. I'm a little bit surprised about the shove there.
Yeah. Agree. Now then, nice hand, 3-handed of course for Roy. His look on the face is like, okay, I guess I have to with King 10.
Yeah,
because
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
really want to, but I'm supposed to.
No, he really wants to get the heads up. That's why I say the pressure in a way is on the 2 players with chips if Julian is going to show a little bit of feistiness here. I'm not saying on King 6 on this particular hand, but in a general nature, they don't want to double him up because then they're in his spot and he's in their spot.
Absolutely. Oh.
Is he
actually
going
coming.
for it? I don't think it's a jam, no.
No, 3-bet to 2.3.
And he got Kai to fold a hand he would have loved to play. You could even see that's the first time I've seen Kai discuss it in my entire life, actually.
We saw, I said that Roy didn't really want to play his hand, but Kai did want to play.
Well, Roy, you don't have to play it anymore.
No.
However, you'd be dominating if you did, but you don't know how weak Julian is, so that can get you in trouble if there's no king, no 10.
Oh,
But
actually coming along here.
he must smell something here. King 10 is once again very strong 3-handed, and he's in position, so. Ooh, 6 out of the window, though.
Getting rewarded for the braveness. Pair of 6s for Julian.
What are we going to do, Julian? Are you going to lead out? You did 3-bet. You did get called, though, so that could be trappy by Roy. But if Roy had a super strong hand, he's certainly 4-betting you in. He's going to leave it up to Roy, who I don't think is going to bet this flop either, because we've seen Roy play enough now.
Yeah.
Different players would bet that flop. David probably would, for example.
Agreed.
3 of spades on the turn doesn't change anything. It maybe should make Julian a little bit happier that he got a check back on the flop. His opponent would probably bet if he did connect there. And Julian opting to play it passively at this stage.
Might be able to induce a bet from Roy here now.
But you don't know where you stand with that
No.
inducing. You don't really need to induce. I understand what he's doing. He's trying to do pot control at the moment. But at the same time, he must know that he's ahead at the current stage.
Yeah.
Like most of the time anyway. Obviously, Roy could be slow playing something. But then it would be some kind of monster like Queens, Kings, Aces potentially that he just decided I'm going to try to get his money post-flop.
Yeah.
A jack is certainly betting the flop, though, I believe, almost all the time. We have 3 left now. Okay, so a bet and a call. So let's see the river, if that changes anything. It's only a 10 that will really change who gets the check mark, but it doesn't necessarily dictate who's going to take down the pot, especially with Julian checking now. If Roy just decides, you know what, Julian, you have 5 million left. I really didn't want to double you, but I think I can get you off the pot. We may see an all-in, and it's going to be really hard. I mean, Julian will go into the tank, and then it's a coin flip whether he finds a call or not.
Yes.
And Roy does
wow.
exactly that. Wow. Wow.
This
Julian
is
in a rough
interesting.
spot. So Julian
For the
3
tournament
bets pre.
live.
He plays the entire hand passively after connecting with middle pair on the flop.
You did say that Roy is having almost 3 different types of, and now he's showing a side that we haven't seen much of.
I love this, actually. He's probably actually even, look how uncomfortable Julian is.
Because the thing is that from our perspective, seeing Roy play so much over the days, we would never think that he's bluffing here.
No.
He's not been doing this
Not
at all.
not three-handed, no.
No. Knowing that, I would never put him on a stone cold bluff here. So
I would put him capable of it, though,
Yeah,
based on
definitely,
some stuff. But
absolutely,
the frequency is quite low, I would say.
Yeah. But just from the game that he's been showing us the
Wow.
last few days with some tight folds and, like not getting out of line at any point, this is a tough one.
He had the bravery to
read under
3-bet that pre-flop and then hits his flop. I mean, sort of. Enough where he could at least be betting on the turn, which led to this spot on the river because he check-called the turn.
Yeah.
And if you're checking the river...
Wow, this is a tough spot. But
he's
also
trying to get a 6 off the hand. I mean, Roy knows, I think, exactly that Julian has something with the 6 or has this middling pair in between 6s and jacks that isn't 8s, because 8s would have called already. I guess you could put him on something like 9s, that was passive with a jack high flop. Let's get that off.
Yeah. I think Julian really wants to call here.
I think he knows he's ahead, but it's still hard to call.
Yeah, it's for the tournament life.
Because I think he's thought this through now.
Oof, he gets him off the hand. Wow.
Wow, well played by Roy, though. I mean,
yeah, definitely.
he called the 3-bet, had bravery for that, too. He didn't even seem like he wanted to open King 10 to begin with, but just looked down, okay, I have to open this. Kai was disgusted with the fact that he couldn't play his Queen 10 of diamonds.
Yeah. All right, now we see down to 12 big blinds.
And we have
Julian.
We have 3 classes now. We have the upper class, middle class, and the lower class at the moment.
We do.
It's very
Although
easy,
the lower class is still making a lot of money.
Yeah, the lower class is still making a lot of money, but at the same time, compared to the other 2 classes, we need some work done by Julian to get back into the mix.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we've seen chip leaders go to out before anybody else busted, and we've seen the short stacks go on up like Kai. Kai's been kind of a slower ascent, but still, he was really short on day 3 and even at some points today before he started his run up.
Yeah, we have some comment in the chat here that you should call when you play the hand like that. But
yeah, if you're going to 3-bet it, then I believe that you just kind of have to commit to it at that stage if you got a piece of the board.
It's just such enormous pressure. I mean, for your tournament life to call that.
Yeah, it's really hard with the pay jumps.
Yeah.
But you're being 4-bet shoved on the super premiums. Roy has proven that he does that.
Yeah, of course, yeah. But it's just as we said, that it's so showing a way of line that Roy hasn't been using that much. So it's showing strength, but still, of course, strong hand with a 2 pair for Julian. But yeah.
He's maybe making the call against Matonis or Marfield, but, I have the same reads that you do at the moment, that was very impressive, but not the typical play that we've seen from Roy either, which is why, it was so good. If you're doing that all the time, you're not going to get away with it in that particular spot, actually.
Kai now not finding a hand he'd like to play as much as the Queen 9 suited he had to lay down. What about?
It's the first visible emotion change I've seen from Kai, even on that 8-3. It's like, I can't play this.
And now we will most likely have a shove against the big blind of Julian. He takes the sneaky way.
He can afford to be fancy, actually. 4 million dent isn't going to hurt him if he's playing it wrong. He's trying to trap his opponent.
Now. Roy finalized.
And although, based on Julian before, I don't expect him to shove. It's much different dynamic, three-handed. But I think 9 times out of 10, he's going to check this back.
Does so. And for him, hoping that he won't get into any trouble now. No, not the 9-7 flop.
A pretty good flop for ace-jack when the big blind checks behind on a short stack. Not so many kings in the range, but Roy once again still trying to trap. It is a wet board depending on what you think your opponent has. Roy, I think, needs to bet now with the third heart coming out. I like that there's some debate about this king-6 hand. It's really close, actually.
Yeah.
And Roy taking it down with a small bet. There was nothing Julian was going to do in that pot. I think even if it checked to the river, he's just going to wait for a better spot.
Current chip counts, 10 big blinds now for Julian. And big stacks for the other two. Kai Lehto, second place, almost 40 big blinds, and Roy van der Rijnst of our Netherlands is our current chip leader.
If it was either the two other players in Kai's spot, I would say they're handcuffed, but Kai is more than comfortable with the short stack and being the medium stack, not, playing his game. He's happy with small ball all the time, if needed.
Roy now seems to be picking up the pace, using his chips. Looks like he will be racing the queen 6 suited from the bottom.
Nope.
Nope. I was wrong again.
A little bit tight from the chip leader, but I understand he's waiting for Julian to just shove, and you don't really want to be calling with that hand. Obviously, it's just queen 6, so maybe thought, let's just play low variance for the time being and let's get heads up as well or find better spots. I think we're both opening there and folding to a shove, but we're also not in the final 3, nor did we even play this event.
We did, didn't we?
No, I don't play main events, you know that.
True.
I played one this year, but it was random, just I was in Riga.
Yeah.
That I did okay in.
So you won it?
No, when you get unlucky, you don't say it. You played well, and you take 13th or 12th, whatever it was, place. Lots of good players in that field too. I was overall happy with that result, despite being sad about the result in the 8 game. It's a different dynamic.
That's the shove from Julian. Oh, and he's in trouble as well.
We could be heads up.
We could soon be. No,
It's just a matter of whether Kai wants to let
or
it.
gets over the top.
Exactly.
Because he has the chip leader behind him in the big blind.
And this is why players in Julian's spot sometimes bet less than the 3.9 million in case Kai did shove over the top and they wake up with queens and kings. You may be actually folding down to 2 big blinds because of such a big potential ladder spot. Kai just calling, which I like.
Fold, and now then, needing help.
So Julian has some hope. It's a 1 in 3 chance to stay alive, and we remain at 3-handed. If not, we will be at heads-up action kind of early.
Julian Sellinger of Austria at risk for a 3rd place finish in the main event. Needing to find a king. Oh, he does find it on the flop already.
But there's 2 diamonds, so maybe another diamond for the sweat.
It's not, so down to 1 jack only for Kai Lehto to get back, and does not happen. So double up for Julian Sellinger.
And he has a small rail. I heard some claps there in the background, so that's good to see. And Kai still ahead of Julian, but now, he might play a little bit different.
Order a new one, it's cold.
I need a new coffee as well.
Yeah, what should we coffee for table? What are we in?
We're
Booth?
table B.
Table B. And as you can see in the background, level 32 soon coming to an end. And the new blinds will be a 500k big blind and ante soon, but we'll have at least one more hand before that happens. And Julian Sellinger now up to 22 big blinds, Kai down to 29. So we have a clear chip leader, even more than before. Roy van der Reinst up top, looking happy as well. He's smiling at someone. He has a rail as well, maybe too.
He's been, showing, not during the hands, he's like always trying to keep the same expression, but in between he's showing his personality.
Yeah.
You can't blame guys for trying to hide their emotions at any table, let alone the final table of the WSOP Circuit Tallinn main event. Yeah, he's comfortable covering up his lips and neck, and then he always looks the same. So Roy, who didn't open the Queen 8 suited from the button an orbit ago, is opening with a raise with Queen 9 suited, so I guess that's...
Mixing it up?
Yeah, mixing it up. It is a much better hand, actually, despite it just being one card different from the small blind, putting pressure on Kai, who... Oh, it's the other way around. Roy limped and Kai raised with Queen 8. I apologize.
Please do.
I did. But Roy 3-betting. I love this.
Oh. Wow. Putting the chips to work now,
Yeah.
our chip leader.
I wonder if he has any reads on Kai there.
We're saying there's possible to have a read on Kai Lehto?
It's not possible to have a read on Kai. I don't have it.
No, I don't, definitely don't.
But he's not like the others where he's trying to hide himself. Therefore, there may be like some hidden read somewhere.
Yeah. Actually, is using that sweater a little bit, though.
A little bit. Maybe that's the read. Maybe we pay attention to that.
Maybe he forgot to do this this time, and then it's like, okay, you don't have it.
But it's very often that we do pick up some reads from the booth, but I haven't the last 2 days on any of the players.
Me neither today. That's Julia now with a nice hand. King Jack suited.
He may opt to shove. It's a bit big, but we've seen the 20 big shoves before. I'm not sure if it was by Julian or not, but 2 of the players have done it. I think the better play is to either limp or raise, but depending on how comfortable you want the pot sizing to be. But this is fine too.
Yeah, shoving into the Queen 8. Won't be calling.
And I'm wondering what Kai's cutoff is to call, knowing that if he doubles up Julian, his chances of finishing any place but third are very, very small.
Yeah.
I mean, Queen 8's an obvious fold, but I'm not quite sure.
Ace 10.
Is it even King Queen? I don't know. I think it's with Kai, it's going to be a little bit lower because he's going to be combining a little bit of ICM, but the chip EV is going to be more important, I think, to him.
Yeah, and he has some friends in the chat as well. Let's go Kaitsu. As we play the last hand of this level. And we'll play one more level before we have our next break. If we get that far, but I think we will.
We should.
This is still
I mean,
deep.
we'll always have a small break before heads up, either way.
Yes. Kai now limping in, 10-8. With the chip leader to make his decision. Pushes the chips in for a call. Or a check, I'll say.
So 1 spade and a gut shot for Kai. And
nothing for Roy.
No, but Roy has chip stack advantage.
Yes.
And it seems like now he's applying the right percentage of pressure. So I do expect if Kai is passive here for some pressure to happen, but maybe even some pressure now. Kai is sneaky enough to have some aces here, to be fair. Okay, Kai taking one away with just a very small bet, and we are going to be up to 250, 500,000 blinds.
We are.
Which means the two shorter stacks are hovering around 20 big blinds now instead of 25-ish.
Yeah.
This is maybe the most activity I've seen in a long time on a Sunday.
In a casino
on the final
like this.
day
Yeah.
at an event here in Tallinn.
We are situated in like the back of the casino. We cannot see the table, of course, because we don't want to see any spoilers. But we are like in the table games area.
Yeah, we
I'd
could
say.
see the ultimate Texas Hold'em.
Yeah, we can tell you what numbers are coming at the roulette if you want.
But those tables all are full, and a lot of fun noises happening in other parts of the casino that aren't coming from the direction of the TV table.
Can you spot a hot number at the roulette from where you're seated?
No, my eyesight's not very good though.
Okay, that's stopping us.
You were looking to do some prop betting?
No, but just informing the viewers. If
Okay.
they're, they might be heading here tonight.
And they know
They
to
want to
bet
know
on
the
number
8 is
14?
hot. Yeah, exactly.
14 red?
Is it even red?
I think it is.
Okay. It is, yeah, because 13 is black, I remember now. Bad memories.
So a raise here by Kai on the button with 9-7 suited. Roy calling with the king 10 from the small blind with the superior hand. However, did not connect with the 3-5 queen flop. So Kai might be able to steal another one away.
Yeah.
Although we expect the chip leader to be aggressive, we do not expect him to act recklessly.
We don't.
And Kai just with the back doors right now. A couple of them. Although the 6-8 combination would be kind of a super backdoor.
Yeah, it doesn't stop him from betting into the chip leader though.
Yeah, he's not betting his hand. He's betting that his opponent doesn't have a hand.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like Roy is ready to give up on his hand yet, but I think he's going to talk himself into giving up. I think he's talking himself into raising. This is
Wow.
This is nice pressure.
Yeah, this is pressure. That's what it is.
And it's going to work. Kai's not going to explode his sack. He's going to believe the story, whether he wants to or not.
Yeah.
He's going to have to buy it. There's not enough equity to take the risk. You know, it says 28%, but if it's still not enough. If it was 4-6 of spades, clubs, diamonds, maybe shove if you feel like you have a read that your opponent is bullying you. And if you're wrong, at least you have a lot of equity left.
Yeah.
But with 9-7 suited, just backdoors in your head. You know your opponent's likely not doing this with a 5 or 3. He's capable of doing it with air, and he's going to be doing it with some super strong hands. So now it's like Kai is probably going through each one of the leveling and saying, are we down to level 1 or is it level 2, level 3 in my head? He knows that I know that I know that he knows. Kai reaching for chips, though.
Are you kidding me?
Kai is he raising again?
Wow.
Wow. If that
Now
is what it
this
looks
is-
like. And it doesn't even look like a big raise, right?
No. Almost a min.
Wow.
3.5, was it?
Wow. And Roy's got to be thinking, did I get my read wrong? I mean, this is so strong looking. the leveling going on by both of these players in this hand.
This is some poker.
Kai with the positional advantage in this leveling war, but Roy with the hand advantage and the chip advantage. If he can smell this and just shove it through.
I think
It's so hard, though. He has, you know, you can't do anything. I don't know what he can do. You know, I wouldn't even call here, you know, at this stage. How does Kai do this with 9-7 suited is what I'd be asking, you know, when I see the hand later.
Kai probably read our chat because Oscar said VTH Kai when he bet into and got check raised, but he proved him wrong with this bet.
This
for
is
sure.
sick.
This is just
3
another
left.
level. Oh, he's reaching for chips.
Oh my God.
Okay, we still have a hand, ladies and gents.
And he just
We're going
calls.
to
This is
turn.
interesting. We have a 10 million pot on a flop that nobody connected with by any means close.
And that's the 3. Doesn't change anything.
No, Roy's still ahead with king high. If Kai can find the shove somehow, I mean, his read has to be, what am I doing now?
Yeah.
But maybe it's not. I mean, it's this is wild.
This is wild. Because now what's going through the mind of this guy, we'll call him calm and collected all day. We know he is, but just in for this and the board pairing again. It's just getting... I mean, if we're in Roy's head now, this is just weird. What does this guy have?
And Roy may actually wind up shoving the best hand, trying to push off a queen. You know, maybe not a queen, but, you know, I don't know. You know, it doesn't, none of this makes sense. Both players are representing the nuts, and then they represented air on the turn. But Roy still could have a good hand, even though he checked.
Oh, there he comes.
Yeah, it's not surprising to me. I just wonder what he will do if Kai comes over the top.
Oh, that would be the sickest.
I don't know if Kai has given up yet. He must smell something.
Yeah,
He's given up. Okay.
He has to.
That was crazy,
wow,
though.
okay.
Well played by Roy, just sticking around.
This is amazing. This is poker.
That is nuts.
Yeah, whatever happens.
If he turns
Roy
out
found
to
the
win,
lines,
this is one of the
you're-
hands to remember.
Yeah, whoever wins of these two, it's a hand to remember. But we, of course, still have Julian in the game as well. And now we can see that Kai is our short stack. 13 bigs after that big hand. And Roy found the lines, just not running away with it because it's far from over, but he's up to 35 million now.
But we did say there was a slim chance that we would have a winner before the break. Now it's actually maybe even a favored chance.
Maybe,
two
yeah.
small stacks. Who knows? We'll see. Thankfully, we're far enough away from the table that unless we want to walk by it, we don't exactly know what's going on. But
No, we don't. We have no idea, actually. We're just following the stream as you guys, and this is just amazing. And comment in the chat that this is why I watch poker, and I can agree. This is why we all watch and love poker. Now then, big hand for Julian. Two short stacks are up against each other. He's shoving into Kai. Will we see? No, I don't think we will. Queen deuce is not good enough to try to double up for Kai, and he's now down to 5.4 million. Almost only 10 big blinds in front of him as he...
I love the heart by Kai, but yeah, he needs now to get back into things. I mean, I don't think we've seen the end of Kai in an orbit or two, but because we've seen him stick around with this short stack, we're probably going to see the tighter version of Kai, but we haven't seen the version of Kai three-handed with the short stack.
No?
I have, but that was in, I think, a 200 buy-in tournament when we were three-handed, and he outlasted me in that one.
Yep, such gangsters, says
It may have been four-handed, though, to be fair. Yeah, no, it's amazing because it's almost impossible now to have an image on any of the players at the moment. Maybe except for Julian, who is Still playing a little bit tight, although the 10-8 is either way. It was suited. Kai is shorter. He wants Kai to go out, but it's good for him. He didn't decide to do anything fancy because Roy was going nowhere against a short stack sitting on 35 million with ace-9 and the big blind during three-handed play. One of the sickest hands I've ever seen. It's certainly one of the sickest hands I've seen three-handed at a final table
in a main event
in the last few years. I've seen some other sick stuff that I haven't, let's say, been in the booth for, but,
no, but now
that
we're
was pretty
poker
wild.
readers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're talking poker. Sorry.
And another 3-2 off for Kai, 2 in a row.
Yeah.
Won't help his short stack game. And next hand he has to invest 2 of those 10 blinds. Now Roy giving Julian a walk.
It doesn't mean he's committed in the big blind, by the way, especially Kai.
No. But he would love to find a hand and double up. Julian trying to sneak away from the small blind. Dealer won't have it. What about chip leader now? Can he put the pressure? Yes, he will on the shorter stacks because he has a pair.
Is he just going to start shoving over the 2 small stacks with a wide variety of hands? We'll see based on the ducks. It looks like he's going to stick to his strategy of min-raising at the moment and continuous pressure with the small ball pressure. Meanwhile, Kai is likely going to actually peel with the queen 6. He may even opt to shove if he feels he has enough fold equity, which I'm not sure if he does or doesn't. Actually, it's very close. But we won't know because he's doing the more obvious move for how Kai plays, which is defend the big blind off the short stack.
Now we have some women on the stage as well, and it's just not any women. We saw Teresa Nussiainen, the main tournament director of the series. And
meanwhile, this could be trouble for Kai.
Oh, yeah, look at this.
Roy is likely going to check his setback, even on this little bit of a wet board here.
Yeah.
Yep. It's just because we've seen how he plays. I'm not saying that you should check back there or shouldn't. I'm just saying I kind of knew what he was going to do.
Yeah. And no diamonds in the hand of Kai Lehto either, so drawing dead. But maybe we'll find a way to not invest any more in this.
Yeah, I think that was the one card actually that will make Kai not put chips in if it's checked back again.
And also now Roy want to defend his hand a bit since there's 3 diamonds on the board, so probably he will bet this one on the turn. Doesn't risk to check again and find another diamond on the river. So this little bet of half pot will earn him this one, less than half pot even.
So earning a little bit more with the min raise over the shove with the ducks. We may see the shoving happen soon. It's more that Julian has more than 15 big blinds. He has 17 big blinds, so you're kind of risking a bit, shoving.
Yeah.
Julian should be shoving over Kai with a wide range, and Kai should be shoving with a wide range against both players. Kai plays differently, though. He may not even be shoving off a 7.5 big blind stack. That's the beauty about poker. There's so many different styles, and unless you're able to adapt to each individual player's style, you have to adapt your style to the table, and also understand what the players know about how you're playing too.
Yeah.
And with Kai, his style is that it's just tricky. You really don't know what you're up against some of the time. So Julian opting for a min raise with the king 10.
Some close-ups. Here they are, the purple 500k chips. And
Kai getting shorter and shorter with the 8-5, and it is suited, but it is 7 deuce. You don't have to defend everything, but if you want to defend...
There's no 7 deuce bonus, right?
No bonus.
He doesn't get 2 rings if he wins with 7 deuce. 2 Bahamas packages.
Yeah, 2 Bahamas packages. But it does defend the suitedness, but it's also that he understands he can put a little bit pressure because this opponent has more than the other opponent.
Yeah,
but
that's
by
the flush
much.
draw.
Yeah, this is interesting. I expect Roy to check raise this at a very high frequency, but he may feel if Julian is min raising, he has a lot of aces, so we'll see. It might be a check call. And Julian may just check it back, understanding he shouldn't probably lose that much more chips, and just pray for a queen.
Not all hearts, though.
Well, he doesn't know that.
No, exactly. You can still pray, but the poker gods will not like it.
But does feel his king is ahead or wants to rep the ace, and firing in a little bit of a bet. And now we'll see what Roy does. It could go either way.
And we just saw Eveli Pihela, the hostess of the festival, on our screens, and now she's here with us in the booth.
She's outside the booth, but she's she's part of the screen now. If we look up, it goes from screen to Eveli.
Exactly.
Evely's criticizing our dining options, but meanwhile, while that happens, we have Roy van der Rijs with the 7 deuce suited, improving to a flush, and he's hoping Julian finds another bet. Is Julian going to shut it down, or is he going to run into the flush? And I think if Julian bets, we may see a raise this time by Roy. But wisely checks it back, recognizing the flush potential, and also doesn't want to put more chips in the pot in general after the flop was called.
Now then might be tempted to do a little hero call on a paired board with the king high when Roy finally will bet this one.
Yeah, and then it would often be good if he did, but we just see it's not here. It was such a dry flop, though, that outside the hearts, which hit, that he will likely give Roy credit, even though we saw Roy just pull out some wildness out of his back pocket.
This guy even wins with 7 deuce. Who's going to stop him?
But meanwhile, we'll never know, because Roy decides to take control of the situation. He's going to bet out his flush. You're going to get a quick fold. I understood.
Look at this now. 7 and 14 bigs for the shorter stacks, and Roy running away. 38 millions in front of him.
Has almost 4 times the stack of both of his opponents put together at this stage. It's his tournament to win, but we've seen everything happen throughout the years. No lead is secure, especially not 3-handed, and even heads up, we've seen these 10-to-1 chip advantages just vanish, and you know, the person who's just been skating by on the short stack win the event.
Absolutely. I was about to say we've seen it too many times, but I didn't mean like that, but yeah, many times. And he won't be folding the Jack-8 either, just a question of call or raise. He's deciding the first option, and I think that's an all-in push from Julian. Yes, he was.
And you can't blame him.
No.
It's another, he got his million back he put in, plus another $500,000 from his opponent. How is Evely there when she was just here? How did she get there so fast?
This is what the women do. They're just everywhere, right?
She's still on top of our screen, but now like in the screen.
It's confusing me.
Yeah.
I'm never going to solve the riddle of women.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially if this kid,
especially if they can time travel.
Exactly. Then it's even harder, right? All right, Mr. Chip Leader, King 9 will also be entering chips, most likely.
1 million
incoming, as the
incoming.
kids would say.
Yes.
Anyone below 40, that is. I mean, right.
Pretty much anyone that's played a decent amount of online poker, regardless of age, I would say as well.
I'll take that. Oh, he actually did fold, and he maybe knew that there was a better king out there.
It's so interesting how Roy's playing.
With a guy in the big blind with 3 million. Now, surprising is the word, but yeah.
Well, it worked out anyway. And Roy saved himself a million chips. He wasn't going to call from Julian. He probably would have called from Kai.
Yeah. Dutch power.
But I'm wondering what let him default
the
the king
shaft,
9 on the
but yeah,
button.
I agree.
That's way too strong and three-handed
Yeah.
when you have the chip lead.
All right, now we are definitely shoving our few blinds.
Get it in, Kai. Good luck.
Most likely will get called. If the guy can win with even 7 deuce, I mean, what should he fold?
9-6 suited.
Yeah.
He has to call.
Yeah. All right, at risk then for you Finnish friends in the chat.
It's
and
Kai's favorite
everyone
hand,
rooting
I
for
think,
Kai
as
Lehto.
well, because
Is
he
it?
was so disappointed to fold the queen 10 suited earlier.
Yeah, all right, let's see if he can hold up against the 6-9 of our chip leader who's been hitting the boards. Needs to stay ahead with the queen 10 suited.
Ooh, a diamond.
Oh,
but
there's
a
a 9
10.
and a 10. Still well ahead then. 75% equity now for Kai Lehto. No change on the turn, so down to 6s and 9s. Not finding that one, our chip leader, so it is a full double up for Kai Lehto, now up to 5.4 millions, which is 11 big blinds, sorry.
And for Kai, that's still comfortable, actually. I mean, he doesn't want to get this low again because, you know, they're calling with any 2, and, you know, you were ahead, but you were only 2-1 ahead. Yeah, now he has some fold equity. And now we can see why he was so upset about folding the queen 10 suited a couple orbits ago in the big blind facing big action. And we have some vamos. So the Spanish players are off the rail, but we have some
Finnish vamos.
I think they were hanging out with the Spanish players because we have some vamos going on now in the chat for Kai.
Might be.
Interesting here. We have a raise from Roy, and it's Julian with pocket queens. Oh my. Julian here. He's slow playing just to try to figure out what to do, whether he should be shoving or calling. He may have already made up that decision, and there's other reasons he's deciding. Did he shove? He did indeed shove, and Roy will make the easy fold here. I'd be shocked if he feels he's priced in, because he certainly isn't.
No.
And shows the queens too.
Showing.
This is interesting. I mean, you'd find out in 30 minutes as well. Maybe to get credit later, you know, that I'm going to shove these hands as well.
I always have at least queens.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's going to believe you always have it, but they understand that that's part of what they might run into if they call you. You know, that you're not just calling with queens, so which maybe would have led to more chips coming his way. But he didn't know he was against Jack Deuce either, but, you know, it's okay. Finns have adapted from Spanish players. Interesting.
All right, now then, ace on the button for our chip leader.
Quick full by Julian with an
nice.
ace-6, actually. That's interesting.
This is almost queen 10 suited for Kai.
Is he going to shove or call? What do you think?
I think he will call.
I like how neither of us believe he has a fold because he doesn't.
No.
Some players do, but I don't think many do with Jack 10 suited in the big blind, regardless of stack. And the Jack Queen 5 flop favors Roy, connecting with the bottom pair. I'm curious what Roy is going to do here. I could see all three options going, you know, check it back, raise him all in, or just make a standard raise. It looks like he's going more with the standard sizing, the more conservative approach, and Kai, not wanting to get into any kind of leveling, decides to fold this time.
Yeah.
We saw Mr. Christopher Carlin come to say hello.
Yeah, with one of the players,
Yeah, David
right?
Marfield was with him, so maybe he was just doing an interview, or maybe he was trying to see if we wanted a substitution in the booth, but the timing is off. It's 3 players left. It's going to be Wise Guy and myself until a winner is crowned. We had plenty of guests yesterday. We invited people in during the open hours today, but the door is now closed to the commentating booth.
Decision. Executive decision.
I know you don't want to leave three-handed, and I'm definitely not leaving three-handed unless they drag me out of the booth. So, you know, unless there's a third headset installed quickly, there's no room for a guest in here, unfortunately. But we have Kai Leto now. He's got 2 Broadway cards. I do not see him limping. He may go with a non-all-in raise sizing, but
Or an all-in.
Or an all-in, which is the more obvious move, and Roy not turning up with anything, easy fold with 9-5.
Yeah. Back to eating a sandwich or something similar. And some well-needed chips for Kai. As you can see, he's below the 10 big blind mark still. And I think we have some 20 odd minutes left until we have a break, and then a new blind level coming back. Blinds will be up to 600K.
Curious what Kai is going to do with a bad king. He is the short stack still, opts to play it the safe way with a fold. Roy reaching for some pressurizing chips, raising it up to 1.5 million. And Julian looking down at the Queen 10. I'm not even going to guess what he's going to do, actually, because we've seen him fold stronger and we've seen him play weaker. We've seen him 3-bet in these spots. We've seen him fold in these spots. We've seen everything.
We have. And the fold is not coming. It's a call this time.
A 10 out of the window, so Queen 10 ahead on the Ace 7-10 flop, but some concern for Julian that maybe Roy has an ace.
Yeah.
The 3x sizing should include an ace, obviously. Roy is going to be doing that a lot as the overwhelming chip leader, though, as we see. So Roy playing I have an ace. It doesn't look like Julian is buying the story, though. He is, though, maybe concerned about Kai. The pay jump is severe. But in a blind-on-blind situation, I don't see how you can fold. You don't have to raise here. Call's fine. And that's what he does. Just took a little time, but that's important to do when you're three-handed.
Ooh.
And now he's going nowhere. This is 2-pair. He's hoping now that his opponent has an ace, but not something like ace 10, ace 7, ace queen, obviously. You block a little bit of that. And Roy, is he going to slow down now? I don't remember Julian getting into any leveling wars. I don't remember Julian necessarily floating, but we have a lot more information than Roy has at the moment. So then it's a question, I think, and Roy said if he has that information, can I push him off whatever he has? And that's what he's going to try to do. So it's a bet of, I think, 2.3 this time.
Yeah.
No, 1.8, so a lower bet, making it, it almost smells like he wants Julian to shove over with this bet sizing, even though we know he doesn't. He's just trying to steal the pot cheaply. And Julian letting his opponent do his dirty work for him, just making the call, hoping there's going to be something coming on the river, but he still has to sweat some outs.
Oh, wow, look at
That's
this.
crazy.
Oh, poor Julian. Wow. This guy's just finding it.
If it's a shove, I don't know what Julian's going to do here. It has to be a shove. I mean, it's only half pot left in Julian's
Of course,
stack.
yeah, this is just a nightmare card for Julian and Roy. The dream card for Roy, of course, and yeah, he's just going to shove here, and it's going to be...
He announces the all-in.
Yeah. Wow. This is just crazy. I mean, this guy, he knew he had it on the turn, and then just this
But
nightmare.
I think he knows to fold here. It's Julian, remember.
Yeah,
Julian
yeah,
has made
I
some
think
really
he will
sick
fold
folds,
also,
actually.
But no, I think he will fold, but it's just like awful to have to do this when you know you're most likely ahead in a nice pot on the turn, and then just the only card that's definitely going to kill you.
Well, the
or
jack,
could kill
the
you.
jack could kill you too. You
Yeah,
know.
yeah, sure. But it's like those cards, and
I think he could have avoided it by raising the turn. He decided to take the higher risk avenue to get more value,
he did.
and you can respect that both ways. Actually, you could see advantages and disadvantages to doing what he did.
Yeah.
But let's see. I think he's going to find the fold just based on what we've previously seen from Julian, but it's so hard. You have so much already in the pot. If you fold and you find out later you should have called, it's going to be completely demoralizing.
Yeah.
And if you call, you're sitting on close to 20 million in chips, which is plenty at this stage.
Yeah, and,
Look how
Kai
much pain he's
also
in.
sitting on 10 big blinds, so they will have the exact same stack if he folds here. And
But how does Kai stay in the same position for so long, even when he's not in a hand?
yeah, you take the
He's the exact opposite of me.
picture is
I'm all over the
frozen.
place. I'm getting up from the table,
yeah,
you guys are taking too long. I'm going to go talk to my friend,
I would too. Yeah, it's just
Do you still respect that he needs a time, and you're taking your time as well to do something better?
yeah. Yeah.
Well
Reluctant.
disciplined. Yeah.
Sure,
He'll look
sure.
back at that, even if he takes third place, that, he understood his hand entirely way. And we're getting easy fold in the chat, and keep in mind the amount already in there.
But it's like
I'm not sure it's that easy, because
No, but it's
Roy
in
should
this
be
position,
should be shoving even if he didn't have the straight there.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
The risk was way too low.
Yeah. Sorry, guys, just have a little interruption here, but we do back to the action as we have an all-in from Julian, and hard spot for Kai, of course, to defend with just 10 high offsuit. Don't think he will take this one, but it's close, of course, blind versus blind with two short stacks.
Kai's like, why didn't you just limp? These are hands I love to play in the big blind.
Now I can't do anything. Yeah, just saying we got slightly interrupted because we have one of the final table players actually coming up to the booth just to say thank you and that he appreciated the stream from yesterday and today. And yeah,
it was David Marfil, who I have mad respect for, and I'm glad he came back to show some respect to us as well. It's it's nice when it goes both ways.
Absolutely. And he put on a great show both yesterday and today on the TV table. So
I'm not giving up my seat for anyone, as I said, three-handed, but I was ready. Like, we have a break in 25 minutes. I was going to say, why don't we give David 10 minutes of time? But he came over just specifically to tell us that. That's why we were on mute. We were seeing if he wanted in the booth. He's like, no, I just came to tell you guys I really appreciate and love what you guys said about me, etc.
all right, then. Still two very short stack versus the giant chip leader.
We finally see Dutch flags in the chat again. I'm wondering where they went.
They're too nervous, but
yeah,
now
but we
they
have
can
like
relax
an overwhelming
almost a bit.
Dutch chip leader. We should be seeing these things flying all over the place.
Exactly. Fill the room with the flags, because now your guy is in a good spot, of course, but nothing is sealed yet. As Julian, will he be pushing a second hand in a row now? Ace 10 on the button.
He has
Definitely
12 bigs
not
now.
folding,
No, he can open here, actually.
Yeah.
I don't
But
know if he needs a shove.
He does go for the shove.
It depends on how
Oh,
comfortable you are with these
ace
stack
for
depths.
Kai.
He's maybe
He would have shoved. He was first
interesting.
in, but
Very disciplined there.
calling himself all in.
And Roy seems upset that he was unable to call there.
9-7. It's a nice one. But it's just too much when you have another short stack also on the table. All right.
But interesting
So,
fold by Kai there, actually. He's he's super short, and he understood.
didn't even give it a thought.
Yeah. It's like, I'm at best flipping.
Yeah, I want to get first in. Now with 7 bigs, he has to soon.
Kai's been here more than I think he hasn't been here in the sub 10 big blinds in his streaming time. Not today, but yesterday for sure.
Yeah.
Roy was lucky to win the hand. Of course he was lucky to win the hand, but at the same time, he was the one pushing in the chips. It was...
You're saying fortune favors the brave.
Yes, and there were other ways potentially, even if he didn't connect, I think he's still shoving there based on what his opponent had and what was in the pot.
Again. Oh, we have an all-in and call.
Wow,
because
wow,
Julian has the ace-queen, of course. Snap calling, way ahead, but still at risk.
And Kai basically has to fold anything here other than like a super, super duper premium, and he does. So we have ace, queen, and king 6. So Kai is ahead, but he needs to hold.
He needs to hold the ace, queen. And we have seen Roy hit some boards. Not this one, though, so far. Needs a king or 6. Doesn't happen on the turn.
And now a king is no
good.
good.
The king is dead, and the 4 doesn't help, so there's a full double up for Austria.
And that's
Julian Sellinger.
That's the most emotion we've seen from Julian
Yes.
in 2 days,
Absolutely.
actually.
He's awake.
Yes, I love it. And, it is a big spot, a big moment for all 3 of these players, actually, no matter what they've done previously.
Definitely. Yeah, he'll happily
And
receive those.
Kai is crying on the inside, actually.
Yeah, doesn't show it, but with those 7 big blinds in front of him, having to put 2 of them in right now for the blinds and ante, he is needing some help. But still.
It was the first time Roy jammed instead of min-raise, too, on the button. He was doing the min-raise, and if he did it that time, he probably would have gone away from the jam. Even it's
that's true.
I understand why he's doing it, but
we're not saying
the
he
timing.
shouldn't have.
The timing was different.
For once, he was off the timing.
Yeah. But those of you saying Roy can only get lucky, that's proving that he's not always getting lucky.
Exactly. Now he shows that too. In your face, chat.
He somehow lost a 40-60.
Playing great as well, so definitely deserving the chip lead, but absolutely, of course, as anyone having a lot of chips, you have to get lucky at some point as well. And now not pushing with the king. What about Julian? Just the average hand. Yeah, it should be towards 5 big blinds behind for Kai in the big blind.
Yeah, I mean it's it's going to be better than most of the time what Kai has to begin with.
Yeah, that's the all-in. What can our Finnish friend finds. Sixes. This is the race, ladies and
yes.
gents, because we're not folding 5-6 big blinds with a pair in our hands, and we are off to the race between Julian Sellinger with the Queen 8 and Kai Lehto with sixes, with Kai at risk.
I'm rooting for Kai. We want to be three-handed a little bit. It's
Until
nothing against
midnight,
Julian. Yeah.
All
Kai,
right.
Kai is a nice guy.
Is
Let's,
that a
let's
Finnish
see.
chance, or is that Austrian we hear in the background? Let's see who will get up. Oh, that's
Sixes ahead.
no help for the Queen 8 so far. Kai still ahead. And still, there's a gut shot with the 5 as well, but doesn't change anything. So that's the double up.
So Kai Lehto now doubling up with the sixes, winning a coin flip. This time it was one that Julian was a little bit less behind, but Julian doubling up Kai after he doubled up through Roy. So stacks are getting closer to the median.
Yeah.
But still, when we look at the chip counts, we're going to see Roy with the big stack, and we're going to see Julian in second and Kai back, to around 15 bigs, I guess.
Yeah. As we have another known player walking by our booth, Sasha Mans, with some cashes during this series.
What a fish!
German fish. Now he's coming over. Why are you talking about fish? He says.
So actually, Sasha's saying he is the fish of the tournament series, but Sasha's not a fish. Actually, that's why I could joke about it.
Yeah.
Sasha's better at most poker formats than I am, actually.
Yeah, an avid mixed games player, and a lot of cashes in many series here in Tallinn and in the rest of the world.
Hello, Jacks. Right after doubling, you get the fish hooks, Kai.
Things are looking up.
Let's go fishing.
Yeah, talking about fishing.
You've got the hooks. He's going more with a smaller
Sneaky.
raising sizing here.
No, just calling, right?
Oh, he's just calling.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wow.
We are off to another race.
Yeah. If Kai shoves, it's a snap by Roy. Roy's gonna, unless Roy just checks it back, and both players are playing it like sneaky.
No.
Yeah, he's reaching for chips. So,
And now Kai will come over the top.
yes, he was hoping for this.
Yeah, this is what he's hoping for.
He just wasn't hoping his opponent was as strong as he is.
Exactly. That's another problem, though. But this is an opportunity, at least, to get from 3-4 millions up to 13 in a matter of hands for Kai Lehto.
Which is what he does, as I pointed out. That's
This
that's
is what
Kai
he does.
Lehto in a
This
nutshell.
is how
where
he runs, right? Or not runs, but this is how he...
he seems to always play. Actually, it's. I've seen him with big stacks going all the way through as well, but he's comfortable in these stacks for some reason.
Now just
This
double
is
checking.
a lot
It
of
was the
Hollywoodding.
hooks, right? And now some 30 seconds of trying to look weak, but still shove.
He might be calling.
It's just calling.
No, it's a.
It's a min race.
We're going through this again.
I know this.
Yeah,
I know this.
This time, though, he has something.
Yeah, both of them do. All right.
Let's see the min click back to 4 million.
Make it another 3 point.
No, 4 is the minimum.
Yeah.
No, it's 1 million to call, so 3.5 is the minimum.
Exactly, it's 3.5, yeah. And that's the shove, and that's the call in seconds.
Here we go. Kai
less
off to
than
the
that.
races.
And Julian has even
one
left
orbit.
the room. He doesn't want to see this.
He should want to watch this. He can easily be heads up here. It's
Yeah.
not that jacks are that much favored against ace queen. It's a 55%
Pretty
favorite.
much a race, but we see the player at risk to the right, Kai Lehto with the jacks. And the Finnish rail is praying for them to hold.
So far,
that's
it's not
the
looking
ace
good for Kai.
Roy van der Rijs. No help, and now down to 2 jacks only for Kai Lehto.
Oh my God!
Wow, he
Wow,
spikes
wow.
it. Spikes it on the river, guys.
The river of the tournament right there.
Wow. This is Kai Lehto, ladies and gentlemen.
I was
Did he
already
have to
looking
save
up the
it?
payouts again. I mean,
Oh.
come on. It's like the nice 2-outer spiking the river there.
I was just preparing to say a nice third place finish, but no way. He spikes it on the river and doubles up. And he has gone from 3 million to almost 13, right?
Yeah, I mean, he has 28 big
14
blinds all of a
to
sudden.
even.
You know,
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
sitting
yeah.
pretty again.
Second place. I mean,
28 big blinds at this stage, it's fine. You know, three-handed,
And Roy
you're
down
in happy
to
days.
49 bigs now, so this is anyone's game again. Definitely.
So Roy doubling up both opponents, and the second one was after Kai doubled up through Julian, so that's where the bleeding has gone. It's about 11 million off his stack, I think, from the high point,
Yeah.
but he still has chunks. So if you combine Kai and Julian together, they're barely ahead of Roy at this point in time.
Yeah.
Roy just needs, it's good for Roy actually, there's a break in case he's going through some negative thoughts. He can go out, get some fresh air, maybe talk to a friend,
Yeah.
and understand, you know, he's still in a good spot. Because it can, you know, it's, for poker players, at least for many, it's what just happened rather than, you know, the entire story.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see a bit of frustration in his face just when that river hit, of course, and
Yeah, you think you
Not-
won the hand at that
yeah,
stage.
yeah. Your opponent's down to 2 outs, and then it happens. All right.
Julian thinking about his suited ace.
Yeah.
Is he thinking about a call, a raise, or a shove? It doesn't look like he's thinking about a fold. Now it looks like he might be thinking about a fold. I don't think he's ever folding, but it's
No.
a question of calling or I think shoving, but you can just raise here too. He is jamming it.
Yeah.
And I don't think Kai is going to waste too much. He's asking for a count, but he's going to see pretty quickly that it's way too much.
Yeah.
He'd be calling off 2/3 of his stack that he just got back into his chip count.
And while this tournament is not down to heads up, as we thought moments ago, the 3K, the highest buy-in of the tournament, 3K Hold'em with, I think it was almost 90 players, right, is down to the heads up, and we have the local hero Rano Sutla
Rano
in the heads
Sula.
up versus Danish Patrick Pedersen.
Ah, Patrick. He's a nice guy too.
So that's up in the ballroom if you want to go watch it live and cheer for the Estonian, but we are keeping our focus, of course, on this even bigger prize pool of the main event. But huge feel in the 3K as well.
And that was running when so many other ring events were either ending or beginning, that a lot of the 3K players were still in the main.
Yeah. Yeah, Kai Lehto for sure would have played the 3K.
Yeah. Rasmus maybe.
Yeah. Now he's slowing down a bit, having at least one hand without any action for a while.
And Roy looks collected, actually. Everybody looks like they have a little bit of fatigue at this stage. But
Yeah.
keep in mind, this is day 4. It hasn't been a long day for these players today, and it wasn't a long day for them yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised if Kai played in a side event last night, though, knowing him, and he looks the least amount tired.
Yeah. And for the Finnish fans still in the rail here, we had the 3rd place in the 3K for Jussi Mattila.
Ah, Potti
Jussi, yes. And now a big hand for this guy, Julian, ace king, in position.
Selinger opting for the min raise. And
Oh,
Kai,
another Jack 10 suited.
one of his favorite hands
And
from
he
what
likes
we've
the
seen.
clubs, or the clubs like him at least. It's always clubs as well.
It's going to be bad timing for a 3-bet, but I
Yeah.
can see that he's thinking about it, actually. I don't think he's folding, obviously,
No.
with Kai, but maybe he's thinking of that. He's not trying to get any read at the moment on Selinger, so he's just thinking about the spot.
Oh,
He's reaching
grabbing
for
lot.
a big chunk. This is going to be trouble. You
wow.
just built up your stack.
Ouch.
The timing is not good.
Non all in, but still. Wow, we are all in, and I mean, Kai just has to call, of course. He's committed too much of his stack.
We may be heads up here too soon.
Ouch, bit of, I'm not going to say a blow up here for Kai,
No,
but
because he
you can
has two
say
live cards actually, and
Yeah.
I don't mind it. He just ran up against Ace King. The timing was bad, but the idea wasn't actually that bad.
all right, but yeah, of course,
You get
there's no
folds
doubt.
most of the time here.
Now the dealer's trying to decide who's all in, but should be Kai Lecter who is at risk here with the 10 jack of clubs. No, okay, we changed it
Ooh,
again. It's the Ace
okay.
King. Okay, it's close between them. Well, let's see then. We're off to the race. Oh,
Oh,
there's a
both
jack
people
and
with
a
the
king.
piece.
Julian still way ahead, of course. No help for Kai Lecter on the turn. Let's see the river. No 10, no jack, and it is Kai Lecter left with crumbles after that hand. Big hand for Julian Sellinger, of course. And we'll just double check, as we saw the dealer was not sure who was all in, but according to our graphics, Kai Lecter should be left with about just 300,000, less than a big blind.
And
after
even
that
for
huge
Kai,
hand.
that is a short stack.
Yeah, even for Kai, this is a tough spot to come back from, right? But
We've
we'll
seen
see.
it though. I recently played a tournament in Greece where the guy I took third and the guy that won was down to one chip on the final table.
Yeah,
We
we'll
have,
see. Well,
something
we have the
here.
chips counted. So,
Yeah, just half a big blind remaining.
all right, yeah, half a big blind for Kai Lecter. Now this is
We
tough
have
to
and we
come
have
back
some
from.
entertainment behind us as well, but we'll leave out the
Yeah,
shenanigans.
this is like the upside or downside by being in the middle of the casino, right?
Yes,
that we have
yes. It's
people
the
dropping
upside.
by. Yeah, we'll see that's the upside.
But yeah, I mean, Kai, it's rather unfortunate for him. I haven't read the chat yet. I hope there's not a lot of hate about the play, actually. We just happened to see that it was, our reaction was because we saw an open with Ace King, and we knew it was going to be a massive blow up. I actually see why Kai did that, especially against this particular player who has been folding a lot to aggression. So, it was just bad timing for Kai more than anything else, I would
Yeah.
say.
All right, and as we saw from the chip count updated, the stacks between Julian and Roy are almost equal. So if Kai now is to bust this tournament in third place, we will have a heads up, which starts
This
with
is going to be
just
the
about
start of
even
him
stacks.
winning. He's going to win off half a big blind now.
Let's see if you're right. Of course, both players calling.
So Kai with 39% equity, which is the most according to this, but if he can win this hand up to 1.8,
Yeah,
that's nearly breathing room for Kai.
nearly, yeah. Let's see. Not finding an ace, unfortunately.
No, but
so
he-
taking the lead is Julian.
He's in trouble now.
Yeah. Now, I don't
Ooh,
think he had
maybe
a
a
diamond.
10.
Yeah, he does have a diamond, but Royce is a
But
higher
an ace
one.
or a 10 now help him.
Yeah, needing one of those.
It's
That's
gonna
not
check.
a diamond.
It's going to check again. There's really no reason for Julian to care that much about the 1.6 million.
And that means the check mark is with another player than Kai Lecter. He will be eliminated from this tournament, unfortunately. As both players are beating him, there's no way they will bet out each other. So, and make Kai win. Unfortunately for Kai Lecter, he will be our third place finisher.
Yeah, but still goes home with a healthy 96,950 euros. Keep in mind, he was short throughout all of day 3, short at times today, and just hung around with the short stack. Made a move during three-handed, and now we're going to see a very competitive heads-up with two players with even stacks. So
Exactly. They're just about even in stacks. So coming into the heads-up is Julian Sellinger and Roy van der Reinst.
Yes.
And we'll have a break now, and we'll back forward to follow, of course, every hand of this heads-up.
it'll be exciting. Stay tuned.
See you soon.
Welcome back. This is Jason Glatzer along with Andreas Wise Guy Hoagland here for the heads-up affair between Julian Sellinger and Roy van der Rijs. There is $210,000 on top. They're not allowed to make any deals, but they've already locked up $140,500, so it's happy days for both these players. But there's one player out of these two that is truly going to celebrate tonight with the ring, with the trip to Bahamas, with the glory of being a main event winner, and of course, a lot more bags of cash. So Wise Guy, right to the action.
Yes, right to the action. This is the heads up, and they're just about even in stacks as well. So we are in for a treat, hopefully, as Julian Sellinger from Austria is one of the two contenders for this ring, for this Bahama package, and the 200,000+ euros. And starting with a pair, small one, fives in the heads up, making it $1 million to go. We are on the 250, 500K blinds and ante.
What would be your guess, either in terms of hands, which we can count, or time, in terms of the heads up?
Oh, I think this is going to be a long one.
Yeah, because they're 50 big blinds deep and they're about even. I mean, cooler can happen any time, of course. Ace, king, queens, ace, king, kings, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
But
with this,
barring that, with these two players in particular, I think even though Roy has proven to be tricky against Julian, and we're going to see at first a bit of ABC during the heads-up play, that doesn't mean they're not going to take stabs like Roy might on this 8-6-6 flop with the king. But we could see already that it's going to be a little bit mild at first while the players are feeling each other out with big stacks.
Absolutely, yeah. And now a lot of overcards to the fives of Julian, and it's actually Roy who will be betting here on the turn, but I expect Julian to still stay in, of course. Another 8 or a 9 on the river, though, would be frustrating for him, but still two pairs.
It's hard to say as well, because it was Julian opening up the button and Roy defending, so he could have a lot of those 8s, 9s, and 10s right now, and even a 6 or a 7. So these 5s don't look actually that tasty if Roy fires out a bet of around 3 million to 5 million.
No, I think he needs to go big here. He doesn't take the
No,
check.
he might think his king is good, and what is calling him, that's that. But I think he would have gone 5s to fold
pumping
if
the fist
he
to
bet
the
big
rail.
enough. But it's the same problem. All those cards hit the big blinds range, and it also hit the buttons range. When heads up, the ranges become completely different.
Yeah.
Either player can have anything. You should be opening a lot of buttons unless you are adopting a lift strategy on all buttons, which is often the case when you feel you have a post-flop edge against your heads-up opponent.
And now Julian in the chip lead.
Yes.
Been a rare sight. I don't think he had ever been before the heads-up started, right?
Not since yesterday, actually.
Yeah, he of course came in as the chip leader yesterday for day 3, but today he's been on a rather short middle stack all day, but now finding himself with the biggest stack in the tournament in the heads-up. That's where you want to be.
He's been well composed, and some of his folds that have been very well disciplined have been criticized, but it's what's kept him in the game, actually, while others have hit the rail.
Yeah.
And now he has as good a chance as Julian, as Roy, to really get it done.
Definitely so.
The chip counts don't really matter so much at this stage. One has 3 million more than the other is almost nothing.
Yeah.
But if one player can get a little bit of momentum, all of a sudden the dynamics change quite a lot. Meanwhile, we have Roy opening with 9-5, ace-9 getting in the mix. So if a 9 comes, it's a little bit of trouble, but instead it's a good flop for Julian. He's going to check and hope that Roy continues with an ace-high flop. Julian opted not to 3-bet from the big blind out of position and gets rewarded with a nice flop and a hidden ace.
So most likely 2 in a row for Julian Sellinger here now in the heads-up, but it's Roy who's betting.
And because he has the 9, I think you just call, mix 9-10s less likely. You want the jacks to carry on. You want the bluffs to carry on. And you want to kind of disguise that maybe I have the 9-10, kind of thing. I don't have the ace at the moment.
Yeah.
6 of spades changes things slightly just because it's a second spade, even though neither player has it. Julian opting to check again.
At least some outs for Roy now with the gut shot.
It's going to be interesting to see. We'll learn a lot based on this play right here, whether he checks or bets here. And he's opting to go with the ABC play. The opponent called and gets rewarded with a straight.
Wow. Okay, it's not going to be 2 in a row.
No, it's maybe going to be Roy with the chip lead, depending on what happens here. But it may even be Julian checking again.
Yeah,
Because it is scary now. It's 3 spades. There's a nice rundown for the 9-10, which was possible to stick around. The 9-5, you're not expecting to hit the gut shot, but that's what happened. And let's see, Roy has to bet here.
Yeah, of course, and 4.6 in the middle.
I think he can bet on the bigger side too, because either you're getting a call or you're not on most sizings. Something like 3 to 4 million would be nice.
4 millions, right?
So Roy thinking the same with a big bet of 4 million, and we've seen Julian make big folds before.
We have.
He's now learned a bit about Roy and does make the call. He's not too thrilled about it. And
no. What do you? Yeah. What?
He's like, "What do you have here?"
Well, that's nothing. Or is it? It's a straight. It's an inside straight.
So Roy getting a little bit lucky there, but getting paid, and it was basically down to Julian to toss in a bet or a raise at some stage during that hand to push him off. But Julian taking the higher variance route, maybe the lower variance route if he thought that his opponent wasn't fishing. But yeah, that's unfortunate actually for Julian.
And the tables have turned in terms of the chip lead again then.
That's our second
Roy.
chip lead change already.
Yeah. 2 hands in to the heads up. And if you just joined us after the break, this is the main event of the WSOP Circuit events in Tallinn. It's the last of 11 days, right?
Yes, it's the final countdown.
Yeah. We just crowned the winner also in the 3K, the biggest buy-in tournament of the series. It was heads up between Estonia, Rano Sotla, and Patrick Pedersen of Norway. And it was Norway going away with that one.
Ooh.
So.
Well, congrats to Norway, but Rano's been on fire this year, so I was surprised when you said it went to Norway. Rano's been winning trophy after trophy over in Asia. It's good to see him back home for the WSOP Circuit. I wouldn't say he's an underrated tournament beast, but he's probably one of the names that isn't internationally recognized, and he's as good as anybody else. He's a sicko.
Yeah.
You know, people know Marko Koplima, they know Marko Zladev, Rano Sutla's in the same conversation, you know, at least for tournaments.
Yeah.
For cash games, he's on the same conversation as Zladev. Nobody is really, though. Adamar Ladva, another one who we haven't seen this week. Haven't seen over here in a while. He used to come and still, you know, he outgrew, let's say, these games in terms of his professional aspirations, you know, and that's not saying too many people can do that because that means his like ABI is in the 5 figures. It's a much different realm. But I could say that about a few other players that do come all the time and enjoy the festivals in Tallinn. They still try their hardest. Juha Helpi, Aki Kiesing being 2 of the Finns, I would say, that are always here. Jussi Matala was in the house, coming in 3rd actually in that 3K event. A 3K to him isn't about the money, it's about the ring, actually.
Yeah, I just spoke to him actually in our break here, and he said that he's been nursing a short stack since there were 20 players left. So the other guys in the 3K were like, is this guy never going to leave us? And then eventually he did in 3rd place, but he felt it was like a win because he was really short.
I'm proud of Jussi, because if you knew Jussi 10 years ago, coming to a poker room, he would come to a cash game table and splash away 1,000, go to the roulette wheel, try to spin it back up, and come right back to the TV cash game table. I remember him going back and forth 7 or 8 times. And then I remember him watching the first tournament, and he was playing very splashy. But then all of a sudden, like a year or so later, he began to really learn how to build, stack, and keep it, and put pressure.
Yeah.
And I'm glad to see that he feels he doesn't need to always be the table bully to get the job done. You know, it's showing the maturity in his game. It's the only way you can really be playing some of these bigger stake games. You have to always be adapting.
Decent turn here for Roy van der Rijs with the open-ended straight and flush draw coming in.
Yeah, this was a nice turn for Roy, especially the way he's been running. It's going to complete.
You would think so, right?
I mean, he hasn't always been running hot, but I would say
if he needs just a few outs, 17 is maybe too many for
yeah,
him.
it might be too many. It should be 6 at most.
Might not get there though, because this bet might close this hand, because Julian doesn't have anything with his queen 6 off.
Yeah, if he's betting, it should work.
Yeah, should be 2 million good enough.
Yeah, it's 2/3 of the pot. Julian learned his lesson that this is probably for value. In this case, it's for equity.
Yeah.
And it went from around, let's say, 30-something% to 100% just by betting. But Roy now with a little bit of a gap there. And Christopher Carlin is looking. I'm not sure what he's doing when it's heads up on the TV table, but maybe he was looking and asking if there's a seat open.
Maybe.
It would cost you, what would it cost? I guess you would have to give him an average stack. So if we give him 40 big blinds, he can pay $175,000 to get in the game. Pocket change.
Christopher, the live reporter from Poker.pro, where you can follow all the action. Also, Poker News are reporting from this event, and there you can read even more than we are saying about these guys, of course. Some background info and other stuff if you want. But we will continue to follow this on stream until we have crowned the winner. And the Bahamas guy, who of these do you think most would fancy a week in Bahamas?
Out of these two, let's see.
Yeah. Just by looking at it.
I think it's fairly even, actually.
Yeah. And it's not like a 10 out of 10 for either of them, right?
No.
But
it's high. If it was Kai, it would be one of these two over Kai, actually. Even though Kai would go, I'm pretty sure. But,
he would, yeah.
You know, after winning 210,000, maybe he would say, I can skip the 4,500 euro package.
I think I've seen Kai at the tables with flip-flops. That's pretty Bahamas feeling, isn't it?
Yeah.
So maybe
Kai is pretty chill, He's just, looks very serious at the table, but he's a quiet guy. But he's, you've spoken to him, I've spoken to him. He's a nice guy, friendly.
Yes.
Finnish still, so a little bit, you have to be the one to initiate sometimes. But he's a solid guy. I like him.
Nialano, let's giving another try then, because now Roy van der Reinst is racing from the bottom position to 1.6.
I'm being told about my Roy pronunciation. I practice. We have Milko and we have Frank Visser here reporting at Poker News, and I spent literally 10 minutes before yesterday trying to practice his name. And they're like, no, just go with Van der Rijs. It's close enough. Because whatever I was doing before was awful.
Even worse, you mean.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Now then, also hitting the flop, Mr. van der Reinst.
But shout out to those two. They're doing a fantastic job. We saw Chris, but we should give a shout out to Milko and Frank as well. It's a pleasure having those two here in particular, and to have the Poker News reach on the social media has been fantastic. And I have all the love in the world for Frank. He's worked with us before as well, and happy to see both of them promoting the Baltic poker scene, which I live and love, and
now Julian,
it's great to see others wanting to be involved as well.
Small piece of this one with the 5 coming along, finding a 3 on the turn for some more outs.
Yeah, and that might be interesting for both players.
The 6, yeah. On the river.
I mean, Roy already is okay with the top pair, but now he's maybe less worried about a 4-6. If he's raised, he's probably going to stick around. That kind of thing. It is kind of a weird board. But Roy opting to check it back, that's quite interesting. And the club comes, so let's see if Julian tries to rep it. He has good showdown value, so it's going to be interesting if he decides to turn his hand into a bluff, recognizing Roy has something stronger. He wouldn't be betting here for value. It may be a blocker bet, or it may be a big bet to try to get his opponent off a 7. It's going to be hard to get him off a king. And that's what he's doing. He's this, once again, isn't for value. I mean, maybe it is, but it's highly unlikely, I should say it's for value. He's not targeting an ace-X for sure, or a 3. But it isn't that big, so should be an easy call for Roy, actually.
Yeah, you would think so.
Or a raise. He's reaching for more chips, but
No,
that
I
would
just
be
think
ambitious.
he's sizing for a call, right?
You're not getting too much to call that you're ahead of if you raise, and you're not pushing anything out that you're behind. It is an interesting river just because of the club, and he stuck around on the flop, so maybe there are some mind games, but Roy has to think, percentage-wise, okay, if I lose 3.2 million, it's not great, but it's not the end of the world, and I just need to be right 1 out of every 4 times, really, so you're going to be right probably more than half the time. Doesn't look like he wants to call. Wow, this shocks me.
Wow.
It might be the low sizing that tricked him. Maybe a bigger sizing he actually calls, thinking it's a bluff. So I have no idea what these guys were thinking here. I thought he would bet bigger, and I thought that we would get a call on the small size. And it sounds like they're playing real poker, and we're playing checkers at the moment.
Definitely. All right, so back to almost even stacks then, as we have a new dealer coming in to continue this. Chip count is the updated one.
You see, now we have people putting Van der Rice in the chat. And, this is nice. They're understanding my limitations as an English speaker to make some noises. And living in Lithuania, I could speak perfect Lithuanian sometimes. But because it's not with the proper pronunciation of some of the letters, I will be looked at like I'm a toddler. It's only when I'm outside of Lithuania do I speak Lithuanian with the Lithuanians, actually. It's kind of because they have more patience to listen.
And Roy with 43 big blinds now, slight chip lead. And this is Julian selling.
And I know some Flemish, actually, because I lived in Brussels back in the year 2000.
That's just a few years ago.
And I watched The Simpsons every night in Flemish. I at least know all the days of the week in Flemish. 26 years later, that's probably all I remember. And my French is awful. Je ne parle pas français. Although I was ready to speak Spanish with David, I didn't realize his English was as good as it was when it came to say hi. That's one language I can speak a bit of. Just say rhinestone, the one so you have the rhinest.
So Reinst.
Reinst. Reinst. Is that better? Roy van der Rijst.
And Didion on tour, there's no deal. Yeah, you corrected. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
answer was
we-
from
we-
Remco. Question.
yeah.
So Didion, you are correct. There's
You-
no deal allowed. So they will be playing.
In fact, you
for
could
the-
apparently, I actually spoke about it on the break just to see, because in the past it was like that, but then there would always be like an exception somewhere. But now they're super, super strict about it. And to the case where if they even see the dealers potentially talking about a deal, they can actually face some bans or disqualifications depending on how severe it was.
Jimmy Blith, thank you.
Yeah.
Hope you all are having
Hey,
a good day
Jimmy.
as well.
I like
And
the good vibes coming in now.
We are enjoying the heads up between these two guys. Let's just call them Roy and Julian then for the best of
I
it.
think it's Julian. But we had Milko in the booth yesterday. It was a pleasure, actually. I was hoping to do little comms with him today, but we reached three-handed pretty quickly, and we ran out of time to get Milko back in. But it was an absolute pleasure, actually, to do comms with everybody yesterday. But I really enjoyed with Milko quite a lot near the end. I took advantage of your illness to give a lot of people a chance to join me, so people didn't have to just listen to me nonstop blabbering.
Yeah, I enjoyed the coverage from back home yesterday, and nice to be here today to see these two gentlemen.
Yeah, I'm happy to
battling it out.
I'm happy to lead, but I'm happy to also be the the side piece as well. I fit the side piece role.
Yeah,
Quite
you
well
have a
alive.
side piece aura, don't you?
Yes, yes. I'm a very good leader in life, but I know when to take the second seat.
Open-ended now for Julian. And Not much for Roy on this board. Also backdoor spades for Julian, and he comes with a little stab at the pot. It's 1.8 in the middle, and it looks like a million. Yes, it was.
The sizing is perfect and gets a fold, and because if he's even raised, he can stay in the hand. You don't want to make that too big, and you want to see if you can realize all your equity now. So very good play there by Roy, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely.
I feel like I'm letting poor Nyala down, though. I need to get the name a little bit better. And I've met Roy before. He's a nice guy. I don't want to butcher his name. People somehow butcher my name, which is very strange, but I've been called all sorts of things. Not Jason, that part's easy. No, people have butchered that actually in Lithuania, but not in the poker world. Garçon.
Sounds like a French way of saying it. Now then, Roy calling with Julian with a bigger hand.
I expect a 3-bet here. That's good. Here it comes. And Roy in position should actually be calling, I think, with the 9-7 offsuit, even though it's not two premium cards. It's getting the right price and is in position. But a fold is also the safer move to conserve your tips if you are putting him on the super premiums.
And we are on level 34, which means 300, 600k blinds and ante.
And it looks like they're keeping the clock. Did it just become 300, 600, or we've been playing that, I think, a little bit now?
For 15 minutes, yeah.
Yeah. So they
So
kept
we're still
the
on 1
blinds
hour.
at 1 hour.
Yeah.
I kind of like that, actually. A lot of places, I like also if you know it's going to be like a 15-hour final table, you know, because you started with 90-minute blinds, you know, like let's use the Battle of Malta, actually, as an example, because I commentate over there as well. I like that they cut it because they start at 90, so when it's 5-handed, it goes down to 45.
Okay.
And then it goes down to 30 3-handed. Where here you have an hour, it's consistency throughout. Yes, you're going to get more hands per level. But when there's no deals allowed, you should give the players room to play. Both players with the same gut shot. Roy with a also possible flush draw if a club comes on the turn. And is ahead with his jack at the moment. This will often go check, check.
There's the flush draw.
And now I won't be surprised if Roy leads out after Julian checked the flop. He has a flush draw. He can call. It shouldn't be big. You know, it could be under $1 million. And if he gets raised, he can call it. But very often it just gets through, and you don't need to wait to see if a club comes or not. Now we see he's ahead with jack high, but very often he can get the queen highs, king highs to fold. He's not getting a 5 to fold or a deuce at this stage or a pocket pair. But now he should feel pretty good about his hand, even without the club. He's not going to get any value from it. And based on how Julian's been playing, the only way he could potentially get value from it is betting if he feels he's ahead. I don't see Julian taking a stab at this if it's checked over to him.
No, me neither.
I would, but I don't know if that is the smart play too against this particular player who can be quite tricky. And he is being tricky, so now we'll see if what I said is actually going to come to fruition. I do expect a check back, but nothing immediately is happening.
No, maybe thinking about something.
He's thinking about whether he can rep anything from checking everything down. And it's a limp pot. He is going for it. This is a little bit out of character from what we've seen, but not completely unusual. It does surprise me a little bit.
Quick call from Roy, and he'll be happy to.
Yeah, I mean, that was really good awareness by Roy. He didn't lead out, which I would have done. You would have gotten a fold there and wound up picking up an extra 900,000 in his stack.
Yeah. So while we wait for the next hand, Jason, we talked about it earlier. We have more festivals coming up in the Baltics.
Oh, it is busy.
It's a few weeks away from the Queens of Tallinn.
Yes, that will be fantastic. If there are any women listening to us right now, I do recommend you heading over to OlyBetEvents.com and checking out that schedule. It's a 5-5-5 main event for only women, lots of side events for only women. One or two for that men can play too, just in case you're coming along with the women or you happen to be in Tallinn anyway, which I might be for other reasons. So then I can drop by my first Queens. But the feedback from all the women that have ever come, I haven't heard anything but love and positivity, and it's just growing year after year.
Yeah, I've been here for all the years actually. They've been running it, and it's been like super nice vibe and people having a lot of fun, and of course playing a lot of great poker as well. Nice to see so many women in the casino, and we can see that it's spreading because, like Jan Wabel, the poker director, talked about earlier, it's about community, building the female community and making them come into this world, and also joining, of course, these open for all events.
Yeah, and then I think if I do come up, I just stay a couple days and hang out, because one of my favorite festivals is back where it belongs. It didn't belong where it went to, so it's nice that the WSOP Open is coming back September 1st to 6th, so I'm definitely coming up for that.
Yeah.
I've done just about everything for them over the years. I've done commentating more recently. I've done. I was their first live reporter for about 7 years. I've played, and I've also actually even been the Cool Bear after commentating, awarding the winner the prize as the Cool Bear. So you can't see in that costume at all. So it's the most surreal experience. I was going up and down elevators with people like guiding me. Where am I now? Oh, you're in an elevator. Okay. That's why you feel funny. Okay.
Are you doing that again this year?
It is hot in there. I think that's a one and done, actually. I mean, I of course, I like that kind of stuff because I like to be funny and have fun.
Yeah.
Despite what, the troll said earlier. But those that know me know that I spread as much good karma as possible 95% of the time, unless I'm having a really bad day, and then I put myself usually in the corner away from people.
Yeah, so that's the WSOP Open beginning of September, and then there's a lot more happening. We have also Riga.
Yes.
A lot of poker over there.
There's Frankie's event, followed by the Showdown.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's going to be very hard for me to make it during Frankie's event, but I'm going to see what I can do to come and play, actually, some of the mixed games, because even though Riga is not going to spread a lot of mixed games this time for the festival, there will be at least some PLO, but, the regulations in Latvia aren't going to allow all the super fun games that Frankie puts on. And then we have the OlyBet Showdown, though. That I've been to about 5 straight, maybe 3 straight in Riga. I've had some success there as a player, but I'm basically there, making sure that some of the media goes smooth, and I just love Riga. So it's I can work there for a week while a festival's going on.
Now then, off to another flop between these two, and it's Julian finding the middle pair. Roy with the gut shot, backdoor flush. So small piece for both of them.
And then the Kings of Tallinn is coming back in October while we're waiting for some action.
It is.
And that's the one that if you're really looking for something that is special, like big special, every event is special in its own way. But if you're looking for team competition, if you're looking for the prestige that the Kings of Tallinn brings, I would recommend it highly. I can't remember the last time I missed one. Even the times when we were during the pandemic, budget was a little bit less, I came up to play. It's I don't know how better to describe it, but it's possibly the best overall festival at the 1K buy-in that you could possibly find in terms of offerings and in terms of quality of staff and in terms of vibe and karma. You know, if you don't have a good time in Tallinn, come talk to me and I'll help you figure out why.
That's the 10, turning things around on the turn for Roy. He's now in the lead of this hand, and Julian just 11% equity, as you can see. So, and also has checked over to Roy already.
Interesting here that it's neither player wants to put more chips in at this point because the board is scary. But I think we're going to see one of the two players put in. I don't think we're going to see any raising here, but we'll see. I highly doubt this will go check again.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
And in fact, it might be Julian putting out a blocker bet. The only thing that'll surprise me if Julian's betting big, a check makes sense. And Roy should actually be feeling he's pretty good at this point and targeting exactly, you know, the 8 or 3 at 2.5 million, something like that is enough. But if he wants to go bigger, I understand why.
6.4 in the middle, and this looks like
About
2.5, 2.9 maybe.
2.4, so I was 100,000 off. Not bad. And Julian doesn't seem like he's ready to call. We've seen him make these hero folds before, and he's been correct more than he's been incorrect when he's done them.
He calls.
This time, though, he wants to see. Very often, he's good there, actually. So, unfortunate for him and fortunate for Mr. Roy that the 10 came on the turn. Tower 1891, do we know you?
We do know. I can tell you that he's a 99% from Stockholm, Sweden.
I mean, how many people do I know from Stockholm, Sweden? I
don't know, but I can just tell you from the nickname.
More than 100 poker players, probably more, that live in Stockholm.
Because Tower is a famous football player, and 1891 is the year that the club was founded.
So now I have to think of a Swedish person that's been to the Coolbet Open that isn't here, that was here in previous years.
But it doesn't
That's
say
a lot
that
of clues.
you know this person. Doesn't
but it's still a lot of clues, you know, because whether they know me personally or not, I might be able to figure it out.
Maybe. So Julian now trailing a bit, down to 16 million, but still, of course, almost 30 big blinds in front of him.
Yeah, so far it's been Roy taking control, but he's also getting the card distribution, as we've seen, so that certainly helps in any momentum situation.
Now checking with the far better hand pre-flop, but let's see what it brings us. Gut shot for him and nothing for Julian.
Let's see if we have a donk bet here by Roy. He's not acting quickly. The check is expected. And Julian, is he going to pretend that he limped with a king or a queen? There are some hands that would be limping, even the premiums, hoping for a raise. And there's players that mix up strong, weak, randomly raise, limp.
Yeah.
If Roy thinks that Julian is only betting with a king or a queen, it's an easy fold for him, but otherwise the price is right for a call potentially. But Roy buying the story of Julian. So Julian stealing one away with 5 high there.
And now, we mentioned earlier, but maybe many of you were not awake at that time earlier today, that we are in the casino near the kitchen. And now I smell some pizza being cooked over here. Can you feel it, Jason?
I have allergies today, so...
But not to pizza.
No, I can't smell anything at the moment.
Okay, there's a lot of pizza coming here now.
Here? Like in the booth?
No, probably not. probably someone else ordered this one.
Don't think we need pizza in here. That might get complicated.
Might get messy.
Yes.
That's what you're saying. I don't think pizza will be on this guy's menu either tonight, because either how this goes, he has reasons to celebrate. But if pizza is your favorite food, why not? Now though, still battling in this heads up against Julian Sellinger.
Eight, 8-7 flop. Pretty good for Julian this time.
Decent, yeah.
Unless Roy can figure out how to get running queens.
He has figured things out before,
that would be a hard one. And Roy is going to bet his queen high. Very often you get folds here. This makes a lot of sense. And Julian this time, you know, it's why maybe he should have called the 700K. It's going to look strong anytime he calls.
Yeah.
At least for now. And there's no reason to raise, even though there's some straight possibilities. But on the other hand, you're out of position, so if you want to raise, go ahead. It looks like he wants to raise. That's more than 700,000. For 2.2 million. And now Roy's going to do a little Hollywooding, buy the story, and likely fold. Although maybe he sees that there's a new leveling war starting that doesn't actually exist this time.
We have seen it.
And he's going to min click it back, but I think he's going to trust that Julian has it this time. And he does.
He does, yeah. Not getting himself into anything.
So boring, everyone looks depressed. I mean, it's heads up right now. It certainly didn't look depressed at all. It's a little bit of stress, you know. It's they've locked up 140,000, but they're playing for 210. And the prestige that goes along with winning this, between that and finishing second, is rather large. Nobody is going to remember who finished second. We will. Wise Guy and I will, but the poker community at large is only going to remember who won. And frankly, in Tallinn is where the most fun poker happens. Outside of the Irish Open, it's probably the most alcohol consumed as well, to be fair as well. But you know, the fun isn't because of the alcohol. It's just people have good vibes in general coming from the Scandinavian countries, and it rubs off on everybody else.
Yeah, we can assure you that these guys who's playing for hundreds of thousands of euros are not representative for the main feeling of the festival, because these guys are excused playing for the big bucks in a TV table like this, but all around at the event it's a lot of fun and a really nice atmosphere, and I think most of you would love it. And now then, good hands for both players. It's been raised by Julian to 1.3.
We might see our first heads-up 3-bet. It is a good spot for Roy to do. And Julian would probably call with his Jack-10, depending on how large it is. It looks like he's just going to call. So it's King-Queen for Roy against the Jack-10 suited for Julian. And it's the queen that connects. So Roy, once again, miles ahead, and he's going to check it over to Julian, who's likely going to try to rep that queen.
Yeah.
We've seen him check back too, so let's see which way he goes here.
And paparazzi's at us again.
We know this paparazzi, though.
Yeah, we know most of the paparazzi.
That's
right?
true. You know this one kind of well, though.
Now then, betting. Falling for the trap, but it's a small bet from Julian.
Using the same sizing that Roy was using, in fact. And Roy, it's a dry board. 5-6 is the only thing that might be wet, and you just call here. You know, if your opponent has a weaker queen and you raise, it's happy days. But very often, you know, you just want to keep your opponent betting into you.
Oh, there's at least a gut shot for Julian, needing a king. to take the lead in this hand, and
does
Roy checks again.
cause Roy some concern because Julian did raise pre-flop.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, he limp pre-flop, so it shouldn't cause him too much concern, actually.
Oh, he min raised, didn't he?
Yeah, he min raised because I was talking, we would see our first 3-bet potentially.
Yeah,
So there's a lot of it, you know, there's aces in his range, obviously.
it is. Yeah.
It doesn't mean that Roy should be folding, but
No.
it does mean that he can be a little bit concerned. And this
Now
looks
that
like
we
a
have
chunky bet, too.
Yeah,
Certainly not baby sizing.
2.8 maybe.
I think more. I think at least 3, but let's see. 3.4.
4.
So it was 3.4 into 4.6, so around 75% of the pot. And if it was a smaller bet, it would be an easy decision, but I still think we're going to see a call here. Just not right away.
Also having the queen of clubs in his hand. Not adding any draws, but some blockers to big flush draws. Oh,
Well done there by Julian.
yeah.
Gets Roy to fold. He believed the
surprised to
story
see
that
that,
there was an
actually.
ace. I'm a little bit surprised as well, and it lets Julian back in the game. It's almost evened up again.
Yeah, here we have it. 28 versus 21 millions now.
If Roy just continued in that hand, he would have Julian on the ropes, actually. I was lucky to win the mini main last year at WSOP Tallinn. Okay, that's easy enough to figure out. I
that
cashed in
means
that.
you don't even have to Google it, because then I know it's Simon Hesserud Persson.
Ah,
that is in the
okay,
chat.
okay. Yes. Very nice guy,
So
actually.
he was a Swede. I was
Yes.
correct. The young
And it
Tower
wasn't, and
nickname.
it was far from his first rodeo here in Tallinn. He's been here half a dozen times, I believe.
Yeah. He must have had a good reason not to come defend his title this year as well.
Maybe summer in Sweden.
That's not a good reason, because there are no summer in Sweden anymore. Now then, Roy with the 1.6 million.
New sizing.
Yeah.
And Julian saying it's suited.
You think he's going to say it actually, or just think it?
He's thinking it. It might be too much of a tell if you actually say it.
It might be, right?
Maybe he's saying it because he's covering his mouth.
Oh, yeah. But you don't get a warning like in the World Cup. You're not allowed to talk like this, but I just found out it wasn't a good move for me either, because now it couldn't hear me. All right, there's a club, there's 2. So the flush draw is
Interesting.
there. The top pair is there. Could be some action.
Roy should be continuing on his top pair.
Definitely.
It's a wet board this time. And we see it's very wet because Julian has the flush draw, actually.
And 3.8 already in the middle. This looks like
Heavy.
2.1 or 2.6? 2.1.
Yeah, it's a little less than I thought. So 2.1. And what's Julian going to do? If he folds, I'll be surprised. However, it is chunky-ish.
We're
It
never
could be
folding.
worse. No.
Never folding, of course. Never.
And he shouldn't be raising here.
Now that will all.
And he's out of
also
position
surprise
is
me.
the issue. It's almost like this tanking is making it look like he's thinking of what to do with a jack. He is going to
Ooh.
raise. This is interesting.
Wow.
This is interesting. And now Roy
5.4.
has a decision, actually.
Yes, indeed.
He can easily be up against a queen 10. We see he's up against a flush draw only. He could be up against
of course, a lot of flush
a
draw,
random jack 3, I
straight draw
guess.
combinations that would do this. I mean, a 9-10 of clubs would definitely play it like this, for example.
But is a strong king doing this? Like a king 10? That's the main question. And Roy probably feels no, and it looks like he's just going to call.
So now we're building one of the biggest pots in the tournament so far. Already 15 millions.
With 2 premium pre-flop holdings.
Definitely so. Helmet hands, as it says in the chat. And let's see if we get a blow up of helmet kind of. Well, there's no flush on the turn. Card might slow down the action though. The Queen of Hearts.
The 5 of clubs on the river is going to be the action card if it comes.
It is, but now interesting to see because we do have 15 million in the middle and we did have a check raise from Julian on the flop.
He has less than the pot in his stack by $1 million. And he's probably going to be pushed off the hand if he checks. But maybe Roy checks it back, actually. We'll see. It's hard for Julian to find a bet here. It would be brave for him to jam, and it may actually work.
Yeah, that might actually definitely work now because we've seen Roy getting off top pairs before, and all in here would really put the pressure, but does he have it?
He may also just
Oh, here we go.
He jammed it?
Yes.
Wow.
He is
Oh my
all
God.
in.
Is Roy going to be able to find the top pair call here?
Wow.
We could see he's a 3-1 favorite if he calls. Roy may feel that he's drawing dead.
Yeah. I don't see him calling here, actually, from seeing how he played.
He doesn't look very comfortable at all. This is the
No.
least comfortable I've seen him all tournament.
And we see media swerving in the background. Might it be the final hand of the tournament? I don't think so, but we'll see what decision Roy ends up with here. Having a belief in his hand, but does he believe Julian or not? Puts it down and
He may talk himself into a call here, actually. Looks like he's trying to get some information from his opponent.
yeah. Thinking about the various combinations that he would be beating. A lot of flush draws, of course, combination draws. The ace-10 got there on the turn, but not a highly likely hand for Julian. Wow, tense moment now in the main event, the World Series of Poker Circuit, Tallinn 2026. If Roy van der Rijst finds the call here, it might be all over. Still, of course, a lot of outs, 12 of them for Julian. But will he find the fold, or will he find the call here now? Oh, he shows even the king.
Wow.
Surprised to see him showing, and yeah, he shows the bluff or the semi-bluff. And Nice hand for Julian Sellinger. Taking over the chip lead now.
The bluff. It was a semi-bluff.
Yeah, I changed my mind. Or I corrected myself.
Yeah, no, but I'm listening to the people in the background here. They're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
There was some pickup from the rail.
Yeah.
And now it's Julian with the 7 million chip lead over Roy.
Yeah.
We could be in for a little bit here because we have 60 minutes in this blind. I don't expect too much to change when we go to 400, 800 per se, but we shall see. There's always the possibility of a setup hand, queens versus something, you know, type of thing. But otherwise, I expect to see this kind of battling back and forth, the small ball, the once in a while the bluffing, and the mind games between the two. You know, he showed the bluff to get into his head, actually, to throw him off his game. Usually you shouldn't show things, but I even show a bluff once every 10 tournaments, let's say, just if I feel the spot is right to... sometimes it's to show the table what I'm capable of, so I get more value in the other spots, and sometimes it's, you know, if the opponent still has a lot of chips, to get in his head a little bit.
Yeah, interesting to see now if Roy is going to let this get to him at all, because now he knows that if he would have made that call, he's a 70% favorite to already have been won the tournament. So let's see if he can just recharge now and start playing his game, or continue playing his game.
Julian now seems like he wants to start repping cards he doesn't have again. Let's see if he...
At least he has an open-ender, but he doesn't have the 9. No. Goes check, check.
There's no even open-ender because if the 9 comes, it would have been a straight on the board.
True that.
So
Small pot for Roy. Minutes left of this level, and as you said, Jason, it's not going to be a huge jump in the blinds. We're going to 4-8 next level.
Yeah, we get to see some decent heads-up action. Heads-up can be awfully about mind games. We have a comment that Roy wasn't a very pleasant comment, but that Roy is bad. But I want to say that, you know, it's heads-up. You have to go with your reads.
Absolutely.
It's hard to really blame him for folding. We can see that it was a call because we see the cards, but against some opponents in that spot, he's actually drawing dead.
Yeah. Now then, some decent heads-up hands, and it's been raised to the new standard 1.6 from Roy.
Just getting prepared for the 400, 800 level.
Yeah, exactly. And
Queen 8 now, not looking too
for
bad.
The Queen 8, yeah. And backdoor flush. Not much for Roy, though.
I expect a check call for Julian, but Roy may opt that this flop, he may actually check back. Does go check, check.
That's the flush draw added as well to the open-ended.
I expect Julian to actually lead out now.
Yeah.
And then I don't expect Roy to get any tricky, so I think the hand is going to be over soon, but Julian might check. And then Roy may actually see that he can take a stab at it, even though we see he shouldn't. But we'll never know. This is going to be bet fold.
Yeah, anything else would surprise me, right?
It would shock me.
Oh, even that.
Yes, electric shock.
There's a lot of cables here. We can probably make that happen.
Surprised it hasn't already happened accidentally.
Yep, the hand is over, so we're on to the next one.
Wise Guy is stepping out for a hand or two to catch some fresh air and watch the action on his phone with you guys. In the meantime, let's go back to the action. We have Julian on the button with 8-2 suited. We haven't really seen walk as a term yet during heads-up play. And it's not now either. Julian completing with the 8 deuce, and Roy now putting the hoodie up with the 10-6, technically ahead. And checks back his option. So the 10-6 now looking pretty on the ace-ace-10 flop. Julian with a backdoor flush draw. And opts to check behind. Queen of Hearts on the turn wasn't the best or worst card for Roy, but he is going to check. And is Julian going to try to rep the queen with neither player repping the ace at the moment, but if he did have an ace, he might have checked in Julian's spot anyway from the button. But Julian opting to bet, and Roy should be calling, I believe, but let's see what he does here. Does indeed call. Oofa, so it's going to be a chop pot if it goes check, check. That 10-6 is now counterfeited with a better 2 pair. Neither player with a better kicker than the 10 on the board. Maybe Julian can wrestle it away, but he's going to be happy to see a chop. He got kind of lucky. The queen was the only card that could give him a chop or give him a potential spot at any of this hand, unless he bet his opponent off it.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know how well they'll be.
Yeah.
Little table talk in between hands, and we see Teresa Nuzianen on the stage, the tournament director of the WSOP Circuit Tallinn, also the founder of the Kings of Tallinn, and runs that event as well. She'll be running the Queens of Tallinn, one of her babies, just in a few weeks' time on August 26th to 29th. And then the Kings of Tallinn is over in October. But you could check out all the events by heading to OlyBetEvents.com. As soon as you head there, you don't have to look very far. Just scroll down a little bit. You'll start seeing all the events. You can also click on the news section. We're bringing our Poker Pro articles over to OlyBet Events.
You're hungry.
So there's a little bit of everything. There's player guides on the event, schedules for upcoming events that are already finalized, some hotel recommendations and codes. There's everything that you can think of. So head on over to OlyBetEvents.com. I think the last time I commented a heads up in Tallinn with a Dutch player, it was with Sander van Westmael, the Weasel, who we haven't seen in Tallinn in some time. But used to be coming a couple times a year.
Not tonight.
So Julian limping the button with Queen Jack. Is Roy ready to play fun and games with the 7-3? No, he's not. He checks back his option. And here we go, just flopping trips with the Queen, Queen 4. Likely not to get too much action, if any, especially with Roy checking. And Julian going for it right away. And Roy is going to likely quickly fold. No point in getting fancy in this small pot. Even if you don't put your opponent on a queen. But maybe he's thinking of raising. He's reaching for chips, so something interesting is happening. Roy may be getting the wrong read here. Maybe he has something in mind with pretending he had a flush draw. Does have the 3 of spades, the only spade, so there is some potential still for Roy now. As long as it's not the jack of spades that comes. And expect Julian to bet again despite the 3rd spade. Julian taking his time. I don't think he's thinking of checking it back, but that could be the case. Nope, he's reaching for chips. And it looks like a smallish bet of around 1-3. That's what it is. And Roy, just with that 3 of spades, I mean, he could be drawing completely dead. And if he doesn't buy Julian's story, that means he should raise, which would be not a very good timing for him to do, but I'm surprised he actually called the flop bet. But, yep, that's what he had in mind. I'm going to rep the flush. Let's see if this works. He's being brave. Wow. This was highly unexpected, but it could work. I mean, we see Julian with trips. He should be at least calling. But if he feels he's 100% up against a flush, he would be drawing rather thin. And he would need a jack, queen, king, or 4. Julian feeling the pressure of this raise here. A very strong check raise by Roy van der Rijns. And is going to make a call. So suddenly we have 12 million in the pot. And it's the blank 7 of clubs on the river. And Julian with the trips. Perhaps concerned about that 3rd spade being check raised. And is going to lead out, but not for very much. No, it was Roy betting, sorry, we had it all wrong, and easy call for Julian. It was a very small sizing. And now Roy is on the ropes with 11 million. It still has plenty of room, but blinds are going to go up in 2 minutes, where a lot of that room is going to go away. It'll be sub 15 big blinds if the stacks remain the same in 2 minutes' time. So who is chat rooting for? Are you rooting for Roy van der Rijns, or are you rooting for Julian Sellinger? I'm just enjoying the heads-up action. Both players, if they win, whichever player wins would be a worthy winner to me. So we have one person for Julian and one person for Roy. Roy is your best friend. Oh, that's nice. Okay, it looks like the Roys are outnumbering the Julian fans at the moment. Meanwhile, we have another hand here. Nothing really doing quite yet. It was a limp pot, 9-8, 8-3, and the 8-3 of Julian connects with the middle pair. But it does go check, check. A 7 of clubs on the turn. And Julian is checking his third pair, likely to call a bet if Roy opts to, but Roy protecting his 10 million remaining and checks it back. And let's see. I don't mind another check from Julian just because not much is calling he's ahead of, but he should be calling quite often whatever bet is coming in front of him, assuming it's not an overbet to the pot. And Julian does make the call, picks up a little bit more, and Roy now down to 9.2 million in chips. Hey, Flamingo. Thank you for the semi-okay rating, I think. But yeah, I live in Lithuania for many, many, many years. Originally born in New Jersey. Been involved in the poker world for many years. I run a poker media company from the content side called Poker.pro. Been involved in the Baltic poker scene for more than 10 years. Easy to find, Jason Glatzer, Wacky Jackson, Jackson Poker, whatever you want to make up. But yeah, it's day number 11. We're trying to keep the high energy up. Right now I'm alone in the booth waiting for Wise Guy to get back, and hope that you are enjoying it, even if you're rating it a B- for some reason. It could be worse, I suppose. Julian limping is 7-4 suited, and a suited hand for Roy as well on the big blind. He needs to get something moving. He's under 10 big blinds if he's a little bit over to start the hand, obviously. But under 10 big blinds remaining in that pile of chips that you see next to his cards. And is ahead with the Jack-6 suited. And not the worst flop, with 2 diamonds coming for Roy. Maybe this is the start of his comeback. And Julian with just 4 outs, but maybe he can create a way to get the hand. Otherwise, it's going to be awfully hard with the flush draw there. And let's see, Roy may just say, I'm going to go for it here. I at least have some equity if I'm called, and very often I'm getting folds, and I desperately need some chips. It isn't the worst spot to find the shove. It's also okay to just call, but you're getting shorter and shorter, and you may not be able to realize your equity if the action gets big on a random turn. And the turn is random. It's the 5 of spades, but it does give more outs to Julian. Now those non-diamond 6s would complete a straight for him. And another check for Roy. He's putting himself in a very interesting spot here. You know, not interesting good. Very uncomfortable spot. He is ahead, but still, you know. And I think Wise Guy is going to come back in the middle of this hand. I was going to say you need to hurry back. I'm just a B- at the moment, but I went up to an A+ apparently, so thank you. But maybe we can make it an A++ with Wise Guy back in the booth. Welcome back, wise guy.
Thank you, sir. Have you been this 10 minutes?
It's been interesting, actually. Some boring poker followed by some interesting hands. This being one of them. And here we go. This is what... Oh, it's just a call still. This is peculiar. To whittle down to 5.2. He really needs a diamond here now. And he gets it. He gets rewarded for his patience. I would have loved to see a check jam on that flop, though. And Roy back in the game. A double up away from evening the stacks now.
Yeah, and Julian with the check, thinking that the 4 maybe helped him to win the pot, but it was definitely other way around. Filling the flush for Roy, and yeah, back up to 12 million at least now.
Happy, fun, good times.
Indeed.
Zugi's in the chat, an old online friend. We were playing back in the day, literally 24 years ago, up until about the time the Americans were kicked off the international networks, and we've kept in touch sporadically. He was my actual +1 on my Bahamas trip many years ago, because I wanted to bring a poker friend, and we met so many interesting people that trip. I got to play in a sit-and-go randomly with David Wells, an American baseball player. Daniel Negreanu joined in as well. And then there's me, pre-industry me, playing in this game too. So, you know, a lot of fun. I have a lot of good memories with Zugi, both online and during that trip, and hope to see him come out to Europe because I'm too lazy to make my way over to Florida.
Yeah, who wants to go to Florida, right? It's just warm and fantastic.
Well, there's maybe, you know, maybe some good Cuban food, maybe some fishing. There's a lot of crazy people in Florida, though, so you got the mix, you know. Good weather.
The start of Roy's comeback, says the true architect. Yeah, might be, because he needs one if he's gonna go to Bahamas. Doesn't want to go to Florida, I want to go to Bahamas.
Zugi reminding me that we played with Norm MacDonald, rest in peace as well. He's the one that actually invited me to that game. You know, I became buddy-buddy with him during the main event. And then David Wells invited me to hang out with his family at the pool. It's all coming back.
Three for Julian. Only one connecting with this board so far. Checked it over to Roy. See if he tries to represent something on the turn here.
He's looked so comfortable all tournament. You know, obviously he's covering himself a lot when he's in hands. He looks a little bit off now. Maybe it's fatigue, I don't know. But you could see that he's, you know, there was a comment that they're not happy. He actually does look now a little bit unhappy, and I tend to agree. I mean, Julian looks like he's living the life, though.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Might have something to do with the chip counts. But yeah, it's day 4 of the main event. It's been long days. And of course, they are under the bright lights. So.
And then we both fly over to Vienna tomorrow, I think, on different flights for different reasons. But that'll be...
I'm not talking about us, though. I'm talking about the players.
Yeah. But some of them will be coming, too.
Yeah, definitely.
At least Julian is probably maybe on one of our flights, being he's from Austria.
Yeah. A lot of poker happening in the Slovakia area. And different festivals. Of course, there's festivals like everywhere and every week nowadays,
circuit,
right?
The circuit is now expanding, so it's you can easily, you know, I recommend here actually for the circuit. I've been to many over the years. It's actually the perfect place for it. But it's very good at other places as well. You know, it's also moving to many places in Europe. I'm not sure what we're allowed to share on the OlyBet stream per se, but I think we can talk about the fact that the popularity is just growing for the circuit. Andy Tillman leading the way over there. And we're happy to be involved both with the circuit and, of course, our continued partnership with OlyBet.
Yeah, and mentioning Andy Tillman, the international tournament director from the WSOP, that man, I mean, is he home 5 days a year or what now with the new circuit schedule coming out?
I don't know if he has a home anymore.
No, maybe not. I met
think
him
he
briefly.
lives out of a suitcase
More or
quite
less.
a lot.
I think he was home less than 48 hours after spending 2 months in Vegas for the main one, and now coming here. And he's going to Slovakia as well tomorrow morning. And yeah, that's a traveling man for sure.
Yeah, some of these people will hear my voice tomorrow in a different location, actually.
Yes, if you tune in to the circuit,
And then I'll be trying to turn more B minuses into A pluses.
please do. What is on already tomorrow? The mini main.
Yes.
But we are on the big main
Yeah,
here in
this is
Tallinn still.
This is the one to actually remember. I remember every single main event moment from the circuits, a lot of them from the Kings of Tallinn as well. And you forget about what happens at a lot of events when you go to the next one.
Queen high flop. We had an ace-4 versus the 8-4, so not much to the board for any of these guys. Quick check from Roy.
I expect Julian to continue
Yeah.
with this ace high, often being good, and just take your equity now. And then slow down, but he's opting,
He's
it looks
slowing
like,
down
to
already.
be slow in general.
Turning a gut shot for both players.
And Roy may see this as an opportunity to bet after it was checked over to him. And then
Yeah.
it will be dependent how sticky Julian is here. And after this hand, it's my turn for a 5-minute breather. Even though I have now friends I haven't heard from in a long time, although I talked to Steve a little bit. It's nice to see him in the chat. So Julian
Not
having
getting
nothing
rhythm
of it. I like this. Because before he was making a lot of hero folds. Now it's more hero calling, and that often works better heads up. It's going to be hard for Roy to bet again. However, he may feel that he really desperately needs this pot. So let's see. I mean, in his head, he shouldn't put his opponent on just ace high at the moment.
Does give it up though. Has to show the 8 high.
He's not going to be happy with what he sees, actually, because now he's going to realize that if he bet enough, he's
Yeah.
getting this hand to fold.
So 12 millions now for Roy.
Can you pronounce his last name correctly?
Van der Reinst.
You see, you got it, so
Maybe, I
why
don't know.
can't I do it? Okay, so I'm going to step out for about 5
So
minutes.
Jason, I'll
I
be here.
hope that we don't have a winner in the next 5 minutes, but I will stay nearby. I'm just going to get some air and come on back.
Sounds like a plan to me. So while Jason is stepping out, we'll take a look at the updated chip count. Roy van der Reinst then on 15 big blinds now. And we just have a new level since some 12 minutes back. So they're playing 400, 800,000, which means that Roy has put 400 already in this pot from the small blind on the button, queen high, and actually electing to fold this time. Queen also for Julian Sellinger of Austria, our chip leader at the moment. Was the chip leader coming into day 3 yesterday, lost the chip lead throughout the day, but made it to the final table, and now he's been gaining chips all day to be here heads up as the chip leader. Playing for the 210,000 up top, 140,000 euros for second place. Of course, the winner will also get the main event ring and the $5K package to Bahamas to go play the WSOP Bahamas in December. And surely playing this hand is Julian, king 4 suited. And he thinks, I think he shoved. Yeah, he does. Let's see. Can we find something? Maybe now the prediction of Jason Glatzer that it can be all over is going to be correct, because it might be a call, although Roy would be the favorite if he does go with the ace-7. Oh, there's the all-in and call. We do have action right away here with Roy van der Rijnst risking his seat in the tournament, risking to be the second place finisher. And can the King 4 now trailing, but can he find a way to win the tournament? The main event of the World Series of Poker Tallinn already now. Julian Sellinger. Sounds like good spirits among the players. Once they're up on their feet, getting some air, and no help for the King 4 so far. 3 10s on the board, needing to find a King or a 4. 6 outs for Julian to take the title. Not coming on the turn, so he's down to the river, and 9 outs still remaining. He's asking for a 6 for the shop. It's not going to be. It's going to be a double up for Roy van der Rijnst of Netherlands. Back now up to 22 million, and they're almost even in chips. And Jason comes rushing back. You almost missed it.
I saw on the big screen what was happening, and I'm like, okay, I guess I'm not taking that break after all, but I don't want to miss the big action. So I'm glad I caught it, and I got to hear the tail end of what you were saying as well. So it looks like we have a game again.
Yeah, you just have to stood up and leave the booth for 30 seconds, and we're all in call. We are back to almost even, but the chip lead is still with Julian.
And Tomika is asking, or Tornika is asking about a deal. There's no deals allowed, so it's they're playing for the 70K.
Yeah, it's the WSOP rules applies to all the circuit events as well, which means no deals allowed.
You can get in actually a lot of trouble for making a deal, as we've seen even during the bracelet events. Not this year, but last year there was a little bit of a thing where something kind of happened between the two players, and they agreed off. And based on how they were playing, it was evident that they, let's say, agreed to make some sort of financial arrangement.
Yeah, because there was some extra price added.
Correct,
to
by a
some
competing
of the players,
company.
Exactly, some of the players in that tournament. So to avoid that happening again, the no deal rule is strictly in place on all the WSOP tournaments throughout the world. So there's still going to be 140K for second place and 210 up top. Maybe they can go to Bahamas together, though.
Yeah, they can do that.
That's not breaching the rules, right?
No, it's
I
probably...
doubt that they will, but they can maybe.
They don't seem that friendly. They are a little bit friendly.
That's why I doubt that they will, but maybe.
No, Roy's best friend is in the chat, so I think Roy would take him, and we're not so sure about Julian, but...
But winning 210,000 euros makes you a lot of new friends.
Yeah, but no, you don't maybe want those friends, actually.
Exactly. Now we see Nina from the OlyBet content team in the background, also rushing to the stage, maybe to capture the winner, but didn't happen. This all-in call.
Maybe she wants a seat at the table.
No, I doubt it. I think she's happy just covering this for social media, and that's OlyBet Poker on Instagram if you want to check out all the stories and nice interviews and other things that this media team has produced during the week. Maybe you're in one of them yourself if you have been here playing. Jason for sure has been in the stories.
I've been in a few.
Whether you like it or not.
Exactly. Sometimes I don't like it, but that's a different story. At least there won't be anything of me dancing, because I'm not sure. There will be Jason at the party this evening. I will try to go.
We will see. We have a piece of the flop for both of these guys now. Julian with the 8 and Roy finding the top pair again with the king. And by winning this pot, if he does, he might turn it around to being the chip leader again.
Yeah, and Julian's going nowhere hitting that 8, even though it's third pair, it's heads up. At least is going to call the flop, if not raise it, which would be ambitious. I'd be shocked to see a fold at this stage.
Oh, that's the call, 1.6. So some almost 9 millions now in the middle.
Oh, this is going to spell trouble a bit for Roy.
Now it's going to be harder for him to take the chip lead back.
But if Julian checks, it actually can save him a little bit. Because if Julian bets here, the pot gets really big, and Roy is even in worse position than he was before he made his comeback. I mean, of course, a king can come on the river. But let's just assume that the 5% possibility is exactly that, 5%, 1 out of 20.
Yeah.
All right, all right, all right. So we do have some action here. And it's coming from Julian betting out his trips, setting the price. No reason for Roy to run away, even though we see that he only has 5% equity very often. Most often, he's still ahead here.
Yeah. And of course, Julian, by betting, he's at least making possible straight and flush draw combinations pay for it to get there on the river. And Roy is ready to pay with the king.
I think he could put his opponent on a similar hand than he has after that call.
2 kings left in the deck
A
for
Jack 10
Roy.
is calling as well, but that's about it.
That's not a king.
That's an action killer, potentially. I expect Julian to still try to get some value despite not having the nuts.
Absolutely.
But it's going to be much easier for Roy to get away, but I don't know if he will. It's hard still, but it's a little bit easier.
Yeah. $14 million in the middle already.
Because Julian still has all the bluffs. You know, he has the 10-jack suited, normal 10-jack. Any kind of diamond combination he might go with, queen-jack. And we've seen just players heads up just betting randomly without the ranges that we're describing. So quite interesting. He's giving Roy a way out, actually.
He does.
Roy's not going to be happy, but then he should be, actually.
Yeah.
That this thing cost him more. You could see the frustration.
Yes.
But
no, it's a sign of relief, isn't it?
You think it's relief? I thought it was frustration.
Yeah, I mean, both maybe for the 8 coming on the turn, but I mean, he does have to realize that he would have paid more on that river, right?
It depends, I think, on the bet size, and we've seen both players make good calls, good folds. And we've seen them be wrong as well, but we've seen them get the right reads on both these players. So, especially Julian. I mean, he made some hero folds that were absolutely on par very early in the final table.
Yeah.
He was also playing as the tightest player easily, outside of maybe the guys that you see busted early, like Matus. He just didn't have a hand and blinded off, basically, more or less. And when he had a spot, he lost his 10 big blind stack. We have media attention at the moment, and
Full
Eveli
attention.
Pahela, who was in the commentating booth yesterday.
And now off to another flop, limped pot. And we have seen many trip kings for Roy. This time he doesn't have
It's
one, though.
many paired flops, actually, in general. Okay, opting not to bet here, which is interesting. Now he's going to bet if it's checked over to him. I think you could just continuously put pressure on Roy in that spot. He missed a bet, I feel, on the flop, but these players know best. There's moves being made that are working in general. Okay, checked over again, and expect a small bet, like $1 million or something. But he checks it again. Interesting. He's a bit worried about the trap, and then a flush draw would get there, but I don't think either player should be concerned about the flush draw per se. But then again, I say that, and Julian checked back the 9 too, so would it be checked back a flush draw? He's not going to get the value, but why not try? You're going to get some from a 7. You're going to get some from a deuce. You're not going to get it from Jack 8, but against the possibility of hands, you're going to get some value there.
Yeah. But quick fold from Roy.
All right, works out the same as betting earlier, so same end result, up to 35 million to 14 million. It's still one double up away from Roy being back in the lead.
Absolutely. It's far from over, of course, and we are playing a 1 hour level clock, so it will be no rapid increases of the blinds either.
We could be having a break soon, actually.
I think we are in like 15, 20 minutes or something, right?
That's good. We both had our short 3-minute breaks, and we're good to go until the longer one. I imagine there's going to be another break, but you never know.
Yeah, could be over
Roy's
any
getting
time.
shorter and shorter. He was almost out before, I suppose. I didn't see the action that led to that. I just saw a bunch of chips in the middle in the hands. And Van der Rijs here with a very nice hand in heads-up play, and definitely a multi-way play. It's not one you want to commit your stack to by calling off, but it's one you're always happy to see a flop with. And Julian with an ace may decide to jack it up. He's limped it back. Oh, he is just going to jam the lot.
He is.
He's going to deny all that Jack 10 suited equity.
And Roy, of course, he has a better hand than he probably would think, or the opponent would think, but not the hand to call an all-in for your tournament life with. So he gives it up. Looking
He's
a
like,
little bit like...
I would have liked to play that, he was saying. But
it was like the
yeah.
Kylekto. Like, I really like that hand, but I can't just right now.
Queen 10 suited. We have to ask Kai next time we see him about his love of Queen 10 suited.
Yeah. And still then, 35 versus 14 millions in the heads up of the main event. WSOP Circuit, Tallinn.
I'm getting now, I went from a B- to an A+ with Flamingo, and now I'm getting all sorts of like my radio voice comments, you know. I can get excited, but when you're talking for literally, I guess, 40 hours and 3 days, you conserve your voice quite a lot. Those of you that know me, I'm a non-stop talker anyway off the stream. But I do go into my quiet shell about 15-20% of my time as well.
I think you said 15-20 minutes a day. Or?
No. I can go full days without, just talking to my
Now
dog.
we have a shove from Roy here, but it won't be called. Julian limped it from the small blind, but folding the 6-3.
I would have loved to have played that 6-3. So Tomike thinks Julian looks way better. It's hard to say. I mean, once again, there's fatigue factor. This is day 4. It's day 11 overall. I think both of these guys were here, maybe not day 1, but near the beginning. It's been quite the grind. There's lucrative cash games in the evening. There's also tournaments that start at night. I don't think that Roy has played bad at all, actually. I think he's played quite good. The heads up is different, and it's a different dynamic. And even if we say one thing and it's another thing, we're not playing heads up right now. I do fairly well anytime I am heads up in a tournament, but that doesn't mean that I would face well against a guy that's in this spot already locking up 140,000, knowing that I'm playing for an extra 70,000. I doubt that I would be able to play my optimal game.
After 4 days of play as well.
Yeah, I would look like silly as well.
Now then, double queens. A lot of pair board, as you said earlier, Jason, but neither of the player finding anything except the 5, of course. Yeah, he does have the 5, but no trips.
Yeah, but it's good enough to take a stab. You hope you take it down, and if not, you play it soft the rest of the way and hope you still win the hand.
Yeah, and Roy needing all the chips he can get at this point. So he'll be happy to take the 2.4 millions that's in the middle already.
And I don't expect the reverse fold here by Julian with just the backdoor flush draw. He quickly folds it.
Yeah.
And we need to see more of that from Roy and Julian. You know, that's what I think is missing, is this like one bet here, one bet there, and they're letting the hand progress too long and letting the other player get back in the hand. And we've seen these very slim equity spots turn into reality. But yeah, Julian doubled the stack. It can flip with a flip won by Roy. But Julian now a 2-1 favorite. It would be fun to have live odds listed somewhere.
Yeah,
Maybe even horse racing style, you know, where you're doing pool betting.
Yeah, I think we're on a 160 for Julian at this point and 230 for this guy. With just a small takeaway.
We've lost half of our paparazzi. I'm disappointed. we have one of my favorite people behind me, though. I think she wants to remain anonymous, even though we mentioned her already. But what a flop here
we
for
can say
Julian.
it's not Glenn Brown.
No, I mean, I already said it's a woman. And
So it's not Glenn Brown.
no.
Now then,
by
flush
a-
draw.
Unless Glenn
And
has
gut shot
had an
for
operation in the
Julian.
last 5 hours, I don't think it was him. But yeah, check by Roy, and Julian has to love this flop, but opting to not try to realize his equity now, maybe afraid he's going to be raised, but he shouldn't be afraid to get it in. He has the world here, flush draw, gut shot. His 9 is often live as well. And now it's getting a little bit uglier. And he's still going to have to call a bet if he's facing it. He may decide to bet here himself. But I'm a little surprised not to see the bet there by Julian on the flop. What about you? Would you bet the flop there?
Yeah, definitely, absolutely. I mean, so often you will just get a quick fold from your opponent, and if you don't, you have, as you said, the world. So
You're happy even to call a shove there, actually.
yeah,
I mean, not happy, but you know, you kind of have to do it no matter what they have.
yeah, exactly. Especially if you're 2-1 and more in chips, you can afford it. So to go for it, but this time he goes for it on the turn instead, and still will get things done. So Roy is folding.
But what if Roy had King 2, for example, there? You know,
Yeah.
then all of a sudden he turned the spot where he could have bet a little bit earlier, won the hand, and waited too long and just gave away chips, you know. So maybe I'm wrong, but I would have preferred on the flop, and you tend to agree. Curious what the chat thinks about some of the betting and as well. You know, understanding that these guys understand how each other play, you know, so us talking in a little bit of a vacuum doesn't necessarily mean we're right or wrong. There's multiple ways to approach heads-up poker for sure.
True that.
There's some players that will limp every hand, especially if stacks are deep, and there's others that are going to raise every button, and there's some that play in between. And we have the same hand back with Roy this time.
Yeah,
though.
it's just. Do we have Queen Deuce here now then?
Yeah, then we might have to ask what's going on.
We
But
don't.
it is 4
Deuce
deuce,
4.
thankfully, and it's a different deuce. It's a deuce of hearts. So it's just random. That would be funny, though. What are the odds if that happened?
Oh yeah, that is like 1 in a few millions, right? And we have a question in the chat for the exit of Matonis. He was 5th. Egidius Matonis, 5th place finisher for 49,000 euros.
It was an unfortunate exit, actually, for him. He was chip leader with 5 remaining, and then got into a big hand with ace-king against jacks. I think it was a Kai with the jacks, I believe, who took 3rd place. And jacks held, and he went into the break coming back with just 4 big blinds. He managed to spin that up a little bit, but then it was showers pretty quickly after that.
Yeah.
So the 9-6 connecting and the 4 deuce, but the 9-6 ahead. But now there's 2 overcards to that 9-6. Julian once again checking his bottom pair with the 4 deuce and a limp pot. And is the gas pedal going to continue, or is the ace a scary card for Roy? Maybe he puts his opponent on a queen. There's so many draws, and there's the fact that the 4, as we see, should call and did call. So I do like the bet overall, but I think a check could have been okay as well. It's a different spot, actually.
Yeah. So now then, building a pot up to 6.4, and it's Roy ahead with the 9. Julian needing help if he's to call this one. Having the 4.
I'm wondering if Julian is actually thinking of turning his hand into a bluff. Nope. He is going to call for showdown value, thinking his 4 might be good, and very often it could be. Although we haven't seen Roy that often bet twice, flop and turn, without at least a piece of it. And Roy happy to check it back now, I think.
He does.
And here we go, back
we'll
to
also be
near
happy
20.
to see that the 9 is good.
Stack's getting close.
Again. Definitely.
And there's the energy back for Roy. I could see now he's getting back to
Yeah, he's
himself.
been a little bit down,
Yeah.
right? And here they are, 30 versus 19 million. And as we saw from the clock, I think we have some 25 more minutes left on this level. So after that, they will be taking a shorter break. Then if we get that far, we'll be back for more action, of course. We are following this until the end.
It's also possible that they decide not to take a break. Sometimes happens, heads up, let's just keep playing. But one of us will need a break in half an hour, I believe, even if the players don't.
I think they will have a little breather.
I could tell, at least for Roy, he shouldn't say, let's keep playing. He needs to take some fresh air. Julian also can benefit from that, but out of the alertness of the two, I would say Julian looks a little bit more, let's say, into the flow.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that it's affecting Roy's play. Now Andreas is paparazzi. I had to do my kiss-looking face without the makeup.
You don't have makeup?
I don't have the proper black and white makeup for the...
It's Sunday, right?
Yeah.
Casual Sunday.
No,
at
my makeup
Olympic
artist,
Casino.
Valeria, is at another casino, so... There's only one person I allow to put makeup on me. Yeah, it's nice to see. We have a nice comeback. It's nice to see Roy hanging in there. And I really hope that both players make it to the break, because you could tell that they both need a little bit of a stretch, a little bit of a breather. It's mentally exhausting, actually, to play this much poker. If you've never done like a 4-day event, you probably don't know what I'm talking about, but those of you that have made it to the final day of a big event, for sure. When I was younger and playing a little bit, at WSOP, not so many events, those didn't seem that long, because of my endurance was a little bit different to be sitting down. Now it's impossible for me to sit anywhere for more than 45 minutes. I'm doing better in the commentating booth, actually. I've not gotten up very much at all, but when I'm playing poker, even if it's a final table, I'm up and down.
Now we have Jan Wabel, the poker tournament director, who was in the booth earlier, also railing the final 2.
He would be funny on this final table. He's a character when he is playing poker. I don't know if he talked about that at all.
I did a little bit, yeah. Because he took some routes for the players, or he was saying like, I would have done this and this.
Yeah, picture like Christopher Carlin, and they're very similar, like in their talk on the table, and they're playing, weird playing styles.
Look at this now. He actually just calls, so not getting himself into any more trouble for the moment with the ace-5.
Yeah, that's often a 3-bet, so saving himself potentially, and the pot may stay small, because this isn't the flop that Julian wanted to see either.
It is not.
Let's see if he can find a bet, though. Nope, not this time. Doesn't want to bet into something bigger, potentially.
Oh, whoa.
And ace-5, how we get to get there? I mean, Roy might be calling a bet anyway, but... and Roy playing it slow. It's not that Julian would necessarily call with his tens here, but maybe he would. Maybe he doesn't realize Roy can check back in the big blind with an ace heads up. Many players cannot do that.
True.
And let's see. I mean, it's also that Julian's blocking that Broadway. If he did this one street earlier, it would be rather interesting, but now it's going to be just a call for Roy. Where if it was on the flop, maybe we would have seen a fold. More often than not, anyway.
Definitely. Yeah, Roy also here with the blocker to the nut flush. And top pair, of course, so don't expect him to do anything else than call.
No, if he folds right now, I'm going to probably take off my headset for a little while, actually.
And dance.
Emily's not here anymore to...
Oh, you need the woman to dance with.
No, I needed someone... it would be safe is what I'm saying. Nobody would film it.
Oh, yeah, I mean the other way around. Okay. Here's the call. Let's see.
Good. I can stay in the booth.
10 or a jack needed to turn things around. Here's the 7 of clubs, not changing anything. So maybe we will have a check here.
Yeah, I don't see why Julian would try again. If he's going to try again, it needs to be big. Targeting a queen specifically.
Yeah, then he needs to represent a real big hand or a 10 jack, which he has blockers for, of course, but takes some guts to shove or almost shove here on.
And there's no saying it'll work either.
No.
What did he say?
One.
All in, oh my.
Wow, he does use
Wow.
the blockers to the nuts here, and this is another one. This he has put Roy in this position, this exact position a couple of times.
He knows that Roy has a better hand.
And you know, last time this happened, Julian showed the bluff, and the king
So
top pair would have been enough for Roy.
And the mind games now begin.
Yeah, is he gonna sniff it out this time, or does he actually have it this time? Maybe a little part of him thinking, like, if I fold this top pair again, will he show me the bluff in my face again? Although that time it was a semi-bluff on the turn. This is different. We're on the river, no more cards to come. But picking out his little earpiece again.
I think he said I have top pair again.
Yeah, exactly.
He's not making that up. Oh, Evely is leaving.
Thank you, Evely, for hosting the whole series. Fantastic job. Evely Pihila has been amazing all series, and we hope to see you soon again. Back for the Queens of Tallinn, we hope.
Amazing job by Evely. A blast from the past that's now part of the future again. Evely had a child and now is able to balance things a little bit better. Her husband is a professional poker player, Igor Pahela, the junior.
Now let's see. Roy van der Reinst, will he find it in his heart? It would be the right decision.
And I'm pretty sure there's
call,
people in the chat that are going to say this is easy, but it's not easy, actually. Especially after Julian just showed the bluff, and you often think, is he showing that so next time he does it, he has it?
Yeah.
Or is he just getting in my head? And that's basically what's happened here. It's like Roy is now leveling himself in his head.
Yep, definitely so.
Because now he knows his opponent is capable of doing.
And now Julian is thinking, oh, maybe this will work in my disfavor that I showed that bluff last time he had the top pair, because now he might sniff it up.
He nearly picked up his hand to fold and then took a quick look at Julian, maybe for his reaction. No, he's going to show
he's
it.
Gonna show as well.
Poor
Wow.
Roy.
Is he going to show the bluff again then?
Oh, he's going to show it.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
He really needs a break, actually.
He would have, now it's some 20 minutes, I think, until the break, but he would have needed it right away. You should have one of those, like, no, I want it now. One time only that he can take the break immediately. Now he has to wait 16 minutes. Survive with 12 millions, 14 bigs for another 16 minutes before he gets that breather.
Meanwhile, Julian showing the heart of a lion. That in those two plays, when we watched him yesterday, he came to the table as a chip leader. 24 players remaining, chip leader overall. And he was one of the more passive, not passive, but tight, aggressive chip leaders that I've seen in a long time on a TV table.
Yeah.
Not trying to table captain at all, but maneuvering his way all the way to heads up and now has the lead.
All right. Well, still smiling and finding some cards. Queens now. And just limping, trying to get Julian to raise, although the 8 deuce suited is probably not the hand he's going to get too aggressive with. Just checking.
Yeah, it's interesting here. Roy just limping on such a short stack, but was, I guess, hoping for a raise. In any event, his hand is disguised, and he should probably get paid here with the middle pair, at least something.
With the 8.
So the plan looks like, even though a little bit higher variance, should work.
Yeah.
Of course, the deuce can come on the turn or another 8, but for now it's looking like happy days for Roy to get some of his chips back.
Absolutely. Yeah, now actually some talking going on here between the guys. It's been fairly quiet this final table in terms of table talk. And now loosening up a bit. The 6 on the turn doesn't change anything. No more outs for Julian.
And Roy should
and deuces.
Fire again. And it should be a bit bigger this time, so he can easily shove the river if he wants to. I mean, if it's a king or ace and he wants to back off, or the board pairs, you know, whatever it might be. But I think you have to already be planning, how much do I need to put into the turn so the rest can go in on the river?
Yeah.
And if your opponent folds along the way, so be it, but you have to think that way in your head. And I think that number needs to start with a 3.
Makes sense.
I would go somewhere around 3.2 myself, but let's see. It looks like a little bit less, actually, right? Maybe 1.5 even.
2, right?
Let's see. I maybe missed a chip in there. 3 million,
3,
so is what I said. Okay, that makes sense. And you got to fold. Julian sniffing it out. But you don't. You needed the chips badly, like in this spot. So if you're reducing variance a little bit, it's not the end of the world. You still picked up a nice pot to come back up. And according to Zugi, a 2 was coming anyway, so he saved himself a bad beat because Zugi can see the future. I know we probably have some time, but we can start, we're heads up, and when we have a little bit of time, we can start doing, the thank yous to everyone, because it's been a fantastic event, starting with Jan Webel, Maris Grigonis, and of course, Teresa Nuzianen leading the way, leading the charge. People like Claudris, Alice, Kirsty, et cetera, and then I'm going to leave out so many people so we can thank the media as well. We can thank Poker News coming as well. We had Milko and Frank doing a fantastic job. They're still working as we speak. And over
all in from Roy, but no takers.
And over on the Poker Pro side, we have Christopher Carlin. We have Evely and Glenn doing a great job with the hosting. We say goodbye to Evely already. And Lenka, if you like poker photos, these are something special. I recommend you checking them out. They will be, if they're not now, in the OlyBet Poker Flickr, but you can see many of them on Facebook. They're also in the Poker Pro blog, most of them as well. So there's a lot more other people to thank. Sarah for being the assistant TD, all the 4, every single one of the dealers. Everybody had a positive attitude. the people cleaning the mess of the poker players, that goes underrated actually. Poker players are messy people.
Yeah, of course, a big machine to get an event like this running, and everyone is just on the top of their game. So happy to be a part of it, and still.
And Lena Olfsson handling some of the Swedish as well. So we have Swedish language news coverage for the first time at this event.
And Julian flopping the world, middle pair, and a almost nut flush draw. Blocking the ace of clubs for Roy as an out as well.
If you're Julian, do you call or raise? I can see arguments for both. You don't really want to scare away your opponent too much, and if your opponent has something like King Queen, maybe you're in a bit of hot water. But on the other hand, how often does your opponent have King Queen? Maybe you realize your equity now. He's also out of position, so there's all sorts of factors which lead me to probably call. But I won't be surprised to see if Julian opts to raise here.
I think he will go for a race, but let's see.
He's, at a minimum, should feel good about his queen high flush draw being good. He is ahead with the queen being paired. If he's worried about a king, it's okay.
That's a shot.
There we go. Max
That's a
right
fold,
away.
I guess, yeah.
So denying any potential equity with Roy, we saw it was very thin, but stranger things have happened.
So a few more hands left before we will go on a break, if we're not done by that then. And it is Julian Sellinger in the commanding chip lead, 36 millions now. When we come back from the break, it will be a 1 million big blind.
And to think it started at 100, right?
Some days ago. Yeah. Long ride for these two to get to where they are right now.
Roy opting to check back his option, facing a limp from Julian.
Yeah.
Both players in decent shape, depending on the flop, but it's the 9 connecting on the King Jack 9 board. Nobody with spades. It's not that Roy should feel that great about his hand, but he is ahead at the moment. Pot stays at 2.4 million, and the ace of spades on the turn, giving Julian a gut shot, but still Roy's 9 is ahead, and it's a hard board for Julian to bet and rep. Ace of diamonds on the river, and Julian will probably check back, hoping some of the time his queen is good. In this case, it's not so much. And
Nope, there's a 9.
And Roy didn't really miss any value because there's no value to be had that hand, so picks up the small pot. And Wise Guy's light, right, we have 8 minutes left before the break, so we're looking at a few more hands, assuming there's no mayhem.
Exactly, we never know. Might be over in a flash.
It was almost over when I went
Yeah,
to the toilet and back. I was going to go out for a walk,
Don't
and I
leave
run
again.
back. Now Nina's back on the stage.
Or at least just side of the stage.
Yeah.
And a rare fold from the button.
Yeah, I think it's maybe the first one. Maybe there was one more.
Yeah, 1 or 2 more, yeah. Also, with this big blind anti-format, of course, favors just limping in with almost any 2. But Roy decided that the 7-5 off was not one of them.
I remember when it used to be like a small blind when it was like 5 or left, and then heads up there was no big blind ante, and some places still do that even though the TDA says otherwise. I think this is more fair, actually. And you can see there's still plenty of heads-up action, so imagine if there was no ante, we could be here till like 6 in the morning.
We might still be.
We could be.
Hopefully not me,
As
because
long
I
as
have
I
a
could take a
5:30
break.
flight.
I won't be getting any sleep as well. I'd probably just pack up and head straight to the airport myself, but stranger things have happened. I don't think, though, it's physically possible for it to go that late, fortunately for you.
No, I doubt it.
However, we do have some more time for some great poker action, so we do want the heads-up battle to continue.
Yeah, I think
At least through the break. I want to come back and see. You know, the 1 million level could happen. It could happen now,
not at this
but
hand draw,
they're
right?
going to be down to, you know, what, like 50 combined big blinds at that stage.
Yep. Check, check on the turn, and no change with the deuce on the river. We still have the 4 for Roy. And
See if
4
Roy
millions in
goes
the
for a
middle.
thin value. Julian did connect with the deuce, so it might actually
Yeah,
work.
true. Sorry. Yeah,
And
that's
does
why he
get
called,
it.
but
Thin.
yes, but good.
Yes, you got to go sometimes
Needed
for
for
these
Roy.
thin value spots.
Yeah, absolutely.
Every chip counts.
Seni Sakura says hola in the chat, and you're a bit late. French guy's already out. So Spanish. Sorry, why do you? Hola is Spanish. I'm just
But
it's
also
getting late.
but
But the
David went
Spaniard
out
is all-
unfortunately in fourth place.
Yeah,
A very
here we
nice
have it.
guy. Very
All
was
the
a,
eliminations.
quite the gentleman actually. And while he's not heads up, if you ask, Wise Guy will confirm this. I said he was my favorite to actually win. You know, if I was looking at it, I said either Matonis or Marfil, and I'm not going to take the chip leader, so we'll go with Marfil.
yeah.
I said, Matonis would be nice for me because I live in Lithuania. But at the end of the day, you want any of these players is a worthy winner, worth celebrating.
Absolutely. And to answer your question in Spanish, Zeni Sakura, this is happening right now, but that limits my Spanish understanding, so won't be able to answer anything other in Spanish. But yeah, this is happening at the moment. This
But you
is
answered
live.
in English.
Yeah, but I translated, and I will never be able to answer anything in Spanish, but I
Sí,
did
pasando la
understand.
hora.
Yes, is this happening right now? And yes, it is.
Sí.
We are on a 30-minute delay, but it's live from Tallinn. Absolutely, this is
Hello from Mumbai. Hello, hello.
Oh,
That's
welcome.
That's very nice. We have
Must be
viewers in
late
India.
over there.
It's late here, so it must be later there, right?
What time is it, Sanya, in your country right now, in Mumbai? Tell us as we go on to the next hand. Maybe the second last one before we go to the break.
It's unfortunate the poker scene in India kind of went tits up, if I can say that word properly, but that's basically what happened. I mean, it was a nice little thing they had going, and then the government decided to do something else
okay.
recently,
I didn't know about that.
and they've, a lot of the sites had to close, and India is a big country, so they had liquidity, they had everything. It was a little nice thing.
Another
A
linked
fun
spot.
site, Ada52. I used to know the owner of that. May still exist in another format now.
747. Not the American Airlines, but still a Boeing.
Yeah. The Boeing doesn't help either player, but perhaps if Julian feels a little bit frisky, he would take down the pot, but opting to go back to being a little bit more conservative. He's switching it up left and right, which probably is giving Roy a headache, actually. It's 11:17, so it's hour and a half difference.
Well, it's more than it's 2.5. Isn't it?
2.5 hour
Are
difference.
we doing half hours?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't know
it,
that
it-
existed.
It exists in India, actually.
All right. Yeah, so then it's not too late then. Perfect. Sunday evening.
My wife lived a year in India before we met, so I do know a bit about India through her.
Yeah. And Gran Canaria has a good friend from high school on a format like this. Who's that friend? Do tell, as we have a small pot being awarded to our left to Roy van der Reinst.
I love it when family and friends come in, especially ones that maybe haven't, been in touch even with that friend is good. But it's the last one we did together, I think we had the mom and the dad and cousins and brothers.
We did,
it was like the
having
whole
a high
family.
school friend might give us some more juicy details than from the mom.
Yeah, but they might not be safe for stream. The mom stuff was
That's
all
up
safe for
to
stream.
the person in the chat to decide, actually.
It's Julian who is his friend, which is interesting, from Gran Canaria, but El Bavaria. We missed the second part of that, El Bavaria, so, it makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. Region in Austria, I presume.
Maybe the neighboring country that he's probably actually from, but living in a different country for other purposes.
Exactly. Might be.
Without
Close to.
becoming a tax advisor.
I'm not going to say exactly what the chat says, but he was and is a bit crazy. An amazing guy, though. Yeah. Nice to hear.
I'm glad that most of you are enjoying our commentating. We're having a good time, too. We had a few trolls earlier on, which I'm not actually used to because we have such a non-toxic chat usually here for the OlyBet events.
Look
but
at this
it
one then.
happens.
Jason, look at this flop.
Oof.
Because it's just before the break and we might have action coming now.
We definitely will.
Flopped straight for Roy and flopped open ender and a pair for Julian.
If Julian leads out, actually, it's going to cause him some issues. It would be a lot easier for him in this hand. I mean, I don't blame him for leading out. I'd probably do the same, but it's going to cause him some issues now. Now, if you're Roy, you have obviously the two options. And honestly, even though you have a made straight, and it's going to sound like, why not just call? I'm raising here most of the time, just because you want to make your opponents now pay for those draws. There's the diamonds.
Yeah.
You're going to get an 8 to call, potentially. You're going to get so much to call that a raise here. And if he has nothing, so be it. You have to, I think you have to do it.
I agree
It's
with
near
that.
mandatory.
Yeah. Because if you're heading something away that, probably not will be making another bet on the turn either. How, if it's just...
And the sizing
opponent
seems
doesn't have
good. So
anything, yeah.
this is good by Roy. I love this. I think it's
No.
around 4.5, but let's see what it comes to. 4.8, so a little bit chunkier, but still, it's just, it's actually such the right size. It makes your opponent think, and if he calls, is he getting the right price? It depends on how heavy his draw is. If it was 6-5 of diamonds, then Julian's just getting it in, actually, and Roy's going to call, and we see what happens, but it would be pretty much a coin flip situation. Maybe not with 6-5, but with an 8-9, type of thing. But you know what I mean.
Exactly.
But Julian here, now thinking, is Roy capable of doing what I do? And we've seen that he is, but not at a very high frequency. But this would be the spot to take it, actually. So it's a bit of leveling.
Oh, wow.
No!
Oof.
Julian
This is-
getting the wrong read, and it's a snap
yeah,
there
just
now
double
by
checking.
Roy.
Did
There
I
we
really
go.
have it? I do, and he's drawing for a chop or backdoor diamonds then for a win.
Wow, wow, wow.
Wow, look at this. Just before the break was coming up, we thought that Julian's going to go into the break with a commanding chip lead. It might not be anymore because now there's neither player at risk, but...
Oh, my God.
The flush draw.
Wow, wow.
And he's splitting
Roy almost had a heart
at the
attack
moment.
there.
We actually have diamonds for tournament win. Oh, it's a red
that
card.
They had a
but
straight
it's
flush
not.
draw, actually, on the river.
Exactly. And it is a chop. ladies
Okay.
and gentlemen, and Julian is happy to take the chop, but he actually had cards and outs for a win
That
of the
is
tournament. You
crazy,
can see
though.
the media is on the table, on the scene, and yeah.
Because Julian's been the table captain easily with the heads up, controlling the flow, controlling the big pots. But yeah, it's back to where we were, 30 million, 19 million, and we are going to be back with you, as you can see on the clock, in about 11 minutes.
Yep, see you after the break, guys.
And here we go. Welcome back. We are heads up still in the main event here at the WSOP Circuit Tallinn. Both players have locked up 140,500, but still a top prize of 210,000. No deals allowed. If you weren't here near the end of the last break, you missed the hand. That was absolutely crazy. We nearly had Roy double up through Julian, but Julian got a little bit lucky and they chopped it up. And now we're looking at things similar to how we began. We have Julian with a chip lead, 30 million to 19 million. I would say early on, Wise Guy, that Julian has expressed the most moves and the most creativity. But it looks like now that Roy has now gained life. We said he really needed the break, and it looks like Roy is back. And we should see after that ridiculous beat where he was already worn down a little bit, if he can recover and make some moves himself, because it's going to be a creative heads up, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. It has been so far as well, and now the blinds are up to 1 million big blind and ante. So they have some, as you said earlier, 50 big blinds total in between them. And Roy putting his earpieces back. He doesn't want to hear too much noise from the casino. We are downstairs in the beautiful Olympic Casino in Tallinn and playing on the main stage, this heads-up TV table.
Meanwhile, Roy connecting with the middle pair. It is a limp pot. We're going to see maybe a little bit more limps at this now that the blinds are up, but we shall see if this is going to be a new trend or not, or just a one-off. Meanwhile, it goes check, check to the queen. Julian opting not to bet the bottom pair, so perhaps saving some chips, but he's likely going to call a bet from Roy here. 1.2 million, 40% of the pot.
Yep, while we wait for the decision from Julian, which is, he will be calling, but in the chat of OlyBet Poker YouTube, our main channel for this stream, we have Sena Zicora from Montevideo, Uruguay.
Oh wow, okay. So we had India right before the break, and now Uruguay. We're hitting all the continents, actually.
We are actually, and yes, we were on a short break. Hope you're still with us, because that question was asked during this break. They did have a 15-minute breather, and they will be having one every 2 hours. And I doubt it that we'll make it until the next break in 2 hours, but who knows? The way this has been going.
It could happen depending on, who's doubling up through who. You know, it's still, we're only going to move up next level to 1.2 million, so that's not a big jump, actually. The jump after that would be big, though, up to 1.5. And, I'll be shocked if it doesn't end before the 1.5 is concluded, and Wise Guy's right. It will likely end before the next break.
But if you're new to the stream, this is what's been happening earlier. This is our final table place finalists. From 9th place, Ferras from Finland, up to the 3rd place finisher Kai Lehto, also from Finland. And some big chunks of money already been won, but these guys are battling it out for the top prize of 210,000 euros, a package worth $5,000 to the Bahamas edition of the WSOP, and of course, that beautiful.
Yeah, and the prestige that goes as being a main event champion. You'll never lose that. But meanwhile, Roy with the super premium heads up with the ace-jack suited. It's a premium even full ring, and we have Julian with a suited hand that he's likely going to defend, even though it's a bigger sizing than we've seen. Maybe that'll be a tell of Roy.
Yeah, but he's been sizing up also from the previous.
But was he sizing up when he didn't have hands? That's the question.
That's the question, yeah. So 5 million already in the middle as a swing and a miss for both players here.
It's not the end of the world for Roy.
No.
It's
just as he stays aggressive.
Very often his ace-jack is ahead and has the backdoor flush draw.
We have seen some spots where we haven't had any continuation bet from the aggressor, but this is not one of them, as he comes with a 1.7 million bet, enough to take it down, and actually regaining the chip lead.
So Julian must have a nickname, because it's not the first time I've seen him being referred to as You'll See. Maybe that's a nickname, online name. Being that I have never been introduced to him that way, right? I'm going to continue calling him Julian, but it's a little bit of different information, different than Ferris, who we know as Fefe as well. But it seems so long since we've had Ferris on the table. It seems so long since we've had, I can't even remember Kai Lehto anymore, and he took 3rd place. The heads up has been a battle. Makes you forget about everything else.
Indeed.
But it's good. I like that people are rooting for different people. I'm just rooting for some good poker. Both these guys seem like worthy winners for different reasons. They both played their hearts out.
And India is saying both are good, but my heart goes with Roy.
Okay, we need to give a shout out to somebody watching poker for the first time. So, hello, Rosa. There's a lot of ways to learn poker, and I want to be clear that this is No Limit Hold'em, the most popular form of poker. But to me, poker is more than just No Limit Hold'em.
Yeah, and this is from a person who was a high school mate with Josie, right?
Yeah. So we
Julian.
have maybe another friend in Rosa watching. It's very nice.
And our live reporters in the chat as well.
Yeah,
Mr.
apparently you're
Carlin.
eating a lot of hot dogs.
Yeah, I'm behind on that one today.
I might have to have a video tape of you trying to eat 27 hot dogs.
Problem is, the hot dog stand might close before we're done here.
I haven't had a single hot dog all week.
What?
Yeah.
Wow, these French hot dogs upstairs, amazing.
Nope, I've been,
What have
as
you
I
been
said,
eating?
it's like an appetite thing lately. I've lost so much weight, and when I don't have the thing with the foot, I'm staying kind of in shape, I would say. Not necessarily with the big muscle, but I can run again, which is nice.
Yeah. And 23, 26 in big blinds and millions. Almost even, these guys.
And we did have Mr. Carlin in the booth to start things off, actually. He helped kick things off. He's been live reporting, so he's had to listen to us. Maybe he has us on mute. I imagine he does have us on mute, because who wants to, he has to listen to us anyway. Now he's forced to.
Yeah.
Frank by now has us on mute for sure, the Poker News reporter. But
Yeah, then
I love both those guys, so you don't understand my sense of humor. But I wouldn't blame them. It's hard, actually doing the reporting job. And both those guys, Chris has been here from the beginning, working every single day. The Poker Pro blog is something that we should be proud about for the WSOP circuit. In the beginning, it was a focus on all the events, and then Chris hopped into the main, and Poker News came for the beginning of the main, so the day ones. If I wanted to know what was happening, I went to Poker News and, read up on the day ones, because Chris was focusing on other things. So I got a nice overview between the two and enjoyed both the coverages. It's great to see, as I mentioned earlier, that the word about poker in Estonia is spreading, however that might be, and to be spread by such good people like Frank and Milko, Christopher, you, me, Mr. Brown, Evely, Lena Olfsen, Krister, etc. And then we have Teresa, Jan, pushing out in different avenues these days. I expect to see a lot of growth in the next few years here, actually, Wise Guy.
definitely.
Maybe not for the smaller festivals, but certainly for the Kings of Tallinn, certainly for the WSOP circuit. The problem with the smaller festivals aren't that people don't want to come, but there's always something somewhere, as you pointed out.
And Christopher says he does have the volume on. Maybe then we can order food through this channel with Carlin.
Does it work that way? Is it like Bolt Food or
Yeah.
Uber Eats?
Maybe. I mean, if this goes for another 6 hours, we might have to eat something,
So a dry board for both players. Julian ahead with the king. He may
And for those
actually
of you
put in a small bet here.
wants to put a face on Milko, he was almost in picture now. We've been talking about him a bit. Milko from Poker News. He's behind one of the players at the moment. So we might get to see him in picture as well.
I had fun with Milko
Here
yesterday.
we have him. Look to the left, up left.
Milko was in the booth for at least an hour yesterday. And we had good chemistry. It was our first time doing it together. I was impressed with his knowledge of, poker in general, actually. I know he plays a bit, but we never really talked about poker before being in the stream together.
So you were shocked that the reporter from Poker News actually knows about poker.
He's not a reporter, though. He's
Yeah.
a social
Just
media. But I'm
kidding.
not shocked he knows,
No,
but I was
just
shocked.
kidding, just
Not, I was pleasantly happy,
Yep.
that we had good
I get
chemistry. We were able to talk on the same level and all that. I mean, a lot of the Poker News guys know how to fucking play poker. Pardon my language, but they have a bracelet winner in Chad Holloway. Frank, who's here, he's often here playing, and instead now he's happier working. For the steady. It's hard being a professional poker player because one month you can make a lot of money and the next month you're break even. If you're playing high variance games, you
Or
can
broke
be
even.
on broke. You can be months after months after months of losing. Especially if you're not playing lower variance games online to supplement your live play. It's much easier actually to play poker as a recreational player that is, knows what they're doing for the most part.
Now another limped pot, 8-5 for Roy, and Julian with the suited Jack Deuce.
So now Frank has joined us in the recreational ranks, I like to say, even though he's a good rec.
Pretty good rack, right?
A very good rec.
He had some big score from Vegas this summer, didn't he? Or was it earlier?
I don't think Frank had a big score in
No,
Vegas.
he was working the full series. Yeah, there was another earlier before the series.
He's had some nice runs last year, I think, during the circuit, actually.
Yeah. So top pair and bottom pair for each player now as the gut shot comes in for the 8-5 as well.
I'm surprised that went check, actually.
Yeah.
Julian is definitely going to bet now. It's a little bit scary. When I say definitely, he's going to check, but I do believe he's going to bet.
Are you saying you're jinxing it?
And Chris wants to talk about somebody taking runner-up. I don't think he's talking about Teddy's runner-up to Tony.
No. He's talking about the Swedish player came second for the second year in a
We
row.
talked about that already, and Jelko Berger is the hero in this story. I'm sorry, Chris.
Don't mention Berger again. I'm getting hungry.
But yeah, taking runner-up 2 years in a row, it's kind of like a stab in the heart twice, even though the money is good. When you get one player away from the ring, it can't feel that good to do it 2 years in a row in the same event, even though it's quite the accomplishment. So it works both ways.
Yeah, the Sweden 555 ring event. And missing out on a ring just by inches 2 years in a row, of course, stings a bit. And if you listen to Niklas then, the runner-up finisher, it was a ton of bad luck, of course, involved in the heads-up play. But yeah, that's mostly likely always the case, right?
Well, in this, it's going to be, it doesn't necessarily need to be luck in this one. There's a lot of time.
Yeah, in this one, yeah, sure.
And the Sweden, you had a 30-minute clock, too, so I had no idea how shallow they got at the end.
No, I don't either.
But I don't think it necessarily, of course, somebody can get lucky in a big pot, so, Chris knows the game quite well, so we should trust him that there was a little bit of luck determining the winner this time.
Yeah.
And then Jonas Lipinskis, one of the nicest people in Lithuania, won a ring yesterday as well, beating another Lithuanian.
Yeah.
There were 4 Lithuanians in the final 5 in that one. And I bumped into Jussi Matala, who took 3rd place in the 3K during the last break.
Was he still happy about it?
He's happy now. He kind of had to accept the fact that he couldn't make the ferry. And now he's going to have fun at the party tonight. So those of you going to the players' party, you'll see.
Ferry? I thought he had his own yacht.
That's in the shop.
Probably then. All right, big hands on the table.
Yeah,
we might see some action now.
I don't think we're going to see a 3-bet, but Julian shouldn't be going anywhere really.
And Roy now sizing it to 2.7 from the limit from Julian, but yeah, surely he will be calling here to see a flop with the Jack-10 suited. Oh, he's shoving.
My.
Wow.
Did not see that coming.
Okay, yeah, that's probably not what Roy was trying to induce with his raise from the big blind.
Now he has something to think about, actually. we can see how dominating he is, but the limp jam typically means something other than Jack-10 suited.
Yeah, typically. Definitely might be up against the dominating hand of Ace-King, Ace-Queen here, so...
Maybe even better, actually.
Yeah.
But we see it's not better. It's a hand that isn't that bad off if he's called. He has a good chance to win the pot being behind, but he's not that far behind.
So now I'm going to say not if, but when Roy folds this hand. Do you think Julian's going to show the, not a bluff, but the worst hand again?
If Roy shows, Julian will show. But I'm not sure Roy is going to fold here.
Do you want us to fold?
I'm pretty sure he
He's
will.
trying
but
to get a
let's
little
see.
information, actually. But he's smiling again. He has his energy back. The color's back in his face.
He
I'm
needed a
happy
break.
about that. Yeah, for sure. From what we know about Roy, he's going to lean towards a fold, but it's interesting because of the way Julian's been playing around with him.
I wish I could call.
He said, I wish I could call. Then what is he wasting time? If he is saying it that means he's already decided he's going to fold. But maybe he's going to convince himself still. And nope, he folds. Okay, Julian getting away with one again.
Yeah, but did he show? We don't know.
It doesn't
I
look
don't
like he
think so.
showed this
No,
time.
No, not this time.
And the other spots, it was also because Roy showed first. What was the best result achieved by the Estonians?
Interesting
There was no
question,
Estonians
actually.
on the final table. There were two on the final day, plus Ignacio, the 2023 champion, who's really from Spain, but has a Estonian flag that he's playing under.
Yeah.
None of those guys made the final day. I don't remember the last player out, but we can certainly check really quick for you.
Yeah, usually we do have a lot of big scores from Estonia on all these series, but this time it's been such an international
The
mix
best,
here.
there were
so
3 Estonians going out from 16th to 18th place, actually. One of them is a fake Estonian, and Ignacio Garrido, who's really from Spain, in 17th, and Anton Makayev in 16th was the best performing Estonian for 7,980. Might not be a household name, but he is a name here in Tallinn. He's won many of the Win TV local events that they host for the Estonians, so he's kind of made an Estonian name for himself.
yeah, and if we're looking at the overall series, we have at least 2 winners of the side events from Estonia as well. We had Ranel Käsi winning the 200 euro bounty event some days ago, and Tavi Tam won the 200 euro PLO bomb pot for PLO 4-5 also some days ago. And I think those are the 2 best scores if we're looking at wins, but not maybe financially, since there was smaller side events. But now some piece of the flop for both players again, middle and bottom pair, and 5.4 million in the middle. Julian ahead with the 10, Roy checks behind. And double kings on the river.
And Julian's going to have to bet here after it was checked on back on the turn by Roy.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to, but we know he has the tendency to do in these kind of positions.
Now with 2 pairs for both players, he might actually also get some more money out of Roy, because if he sizes this right, now he actually checks.
Interesting.
I think he would
Mixing
have
it up a
favored.
little bit.
I don't see Roy value betting.
No,
he checks
he's only
behind,
beating a bluff.
yeah, he
basically.
has showdown value, but it's not enough with the 3. And the pot goes to Austria.
So we're saying that the baby king queen suited is too good to muck heads up.
Yeah, I don't disagree. With some 20 big blinds behind or less, but yeah.
It's still a little bit borderline one way or the other, but yeah, it seems like against this particular opponent, yes, but it's the first time we saw him limp jam, so maybe he was saving that, in Roy's head anyway, for this premium hand.
Yeah.
And Tallinn saying, love Olympic Park Casino. I'm not sure if I know you, but I'm kind of a part of the furniture during every event for the past decade or so. Friendly furniture, but still, part of the fabric, always at the events. Playing some of the time. Not always, though. Sometimes, back when I was live reporting, there was no time for playing.
Roy only checking the Queen Jack suited.
Both players hitting the jack. A third one coming out. Julian with some kicker issues. Very often will think he's good connecting with the middle pair. And they've switched up their playing style since the break, but Julian would be betting here before the break. And he's betting after the break. It's 1 million into 3. And a pretty easy call there by Roy. No point to raise. Nope. And he shouldn't fold for sure. The 7 on the turn doesn't help Julian's kicker issues. But now if another 7 or 9 comes, the kicker doesn't matter anymore.
No.
Obviously, if a 5 comes, it's happy days. And Julian opting to keep it where it is at 5 million in the pot. And this is a scare card. Definitely for Roy if Julian decides to go crazy again, but there's only 5 million in the pot, so crazy likely won't happen this hand. And I think we're going to see Julian check it back, and that was a fast check back. And Roy picking up a 5 million pot, increases his stack by 2 million.
And I was just about to say that I got confused here in the chat because Kaisa Arnio is rooting for Julle, which should be the nickname for Julian, and then puts a Netherlands flag, so I was really confused. But
it's good to hedge your bets, so
yeah, exactly.
It's good. Either way, he can say, I was rooting for the winner.
Yeah.
I get it. I can't count anymore.
I can barely remember Kai at the table anymore. It's crazy, actually.
Yeah, I think you just saw in the media chat that we've been heads up now for over 3.5 hours.
Oh, wow. It's been that long.
Apparently. They say so. Time travels fast when you're having fun.
It's nowhere near my longest heads up. That was 7 hours. And not here. I mean, reporting once, I think we had close to a 7-hour heads up at one of the Coolbet Opens. I remember missing my flight even.
Wow. Roy now with a heads-up premium, ace-5.
Yeah, it's really confusing because that's a Luxembourg flag. If you look at the color, it's a different down the bottom.
It's not even the Dutch one. That's true. It's light blue.
So another limp here, and Julian with some premium holdings may decide to isolate, and raise out of position here. Yeah, here comes some more chips. Up to 3.3.
Yeah.
And Roy is shouldn't be going anywhere, but maybe he's even thinking of pulling a Julian and getting the stack in, but instead he's saying, I don't want to play my ace-5 in position. Interesting. I'm not sure about that one, but maybe he saw something we didn't see. Or maybe it was just fatigue. Maybe he didn't realize he had an ace. It could be a million things.
I think he realized, but Yeah, we've seen him taking some marginal decisions, should I say.
And I don't think Julian's going to limp with his ace, but perhaps. Since the break, we've seen a lot more limping in the blinds. And he is going to limp. And Roy with not the worst hand in the world. It might be his turn to jack it up as well. But I don't see Julian doing the same thing and folding his ace if that happens. And Roy out of position, just putting in the min, checking back the option.
Does indeed. 9 high flop.
Ace 4 still ahead, and also the backdoor flush draw, which doesn't add too much equity, but is something to factor in slightly. And let's see if Roy is, looks like he's ready to try to steal this one away. He has a backdoor straight draw too, but more or less just betting, hoping that Julian doesn't have the right cards to call with. Let's see if Julian is sticky with the ace high. He is ahead if he does call.
Yeah.
You're not typically putting your opponent on air when he does this. And Julian, perhaps not buying the story, does make the call.
Yeah.
Oh boy, 8 on the turn, so the king 8 now is miles ahead. Julian needing an ace. And Roy, who is betting on air, may now think, you know what, my king 8 might not be good. I was called pretty quickly. And opposite check now that he has some value in the hand. Leaving it up to Julian to try to bluff him, which he's done successfully at least 3 times. But Julian this time sniffing it out and just checking it back, and the 2 of spades on the river. And there's 6 million in the pot. Roy is looking at his chip stack, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's going to move his hand towards the chip stack. But he is moving the hand towards the chip stack. And this is a blocker bet of 1.2. Just setting the tone so it's not too much that he'd be facing from Julian, but it also tells Julian maybe this is a blocker. Julian, who is maybe going to check back with some equity, maybe realizes his opponent has a little bit of something he could probably bet off, but also realizes he's shown his hand a couple times when he's done that, and it's going to be hard to continue doing. So guys, as you're just tuning in, you can see that we are down to 2 players out of a field of 977 entries. This is a WSOP Circuit Tallinn main event. It was a 1,500 euro buy-in, 1.253 million in the prize pool. 140,500 locked up for both of these players already, so they're going to sleep comfortably tonight, but one is going to sleep like a king, winning that 210,000 top prize and all the prestige of the trip to the Bahamas and the beautiful custom-made ring that they will receive in a ceremony at a future date.
Yes, exactly. Has to be personalized first. But definitely will be receiving it, and might be this guy, Roy van der Reinst.
And it might be Julian Sellinger.
Yes.
But it's not going to be Kai Leto or David Marfiel, taking 3rd and 4th place, both collecting a lot of money out of the prize pool, but not finding the moment that they were looking for at the end of the tournament. Meanwhile, Roy back to his raising. He was limping his weaker aces. This is a middling ace, ace 9. And Julian happy to defend with his 2 suited cards. And look at this, a flush draw. And nothing with the ace 9. So this is another spot where Roy may get pushed off his equity. Roy with one heart in his hand too. Does opt to check it back, opening up the action over, and now it is a flush, so he did potentially save some chips by not betting there. Julian wasn't going to go anywhere unless it was like a ridiculous sizing. And now Julian, it's up to you to try to figure out a way to get a few more chips out of Roy's pockets. Hopefully they're not in his pockets and on the table, but you get the idea.
Yeah, I doubt that this will be the way to get more. But who knows?
It depends on how much Roy is leveled by what Julian has done previously in heads up. He's witnessed him steal away multiple pots.
True.
This is not the time where he's stealing, although there's plenty of combinations still beating Julian's queen high flush, not just flushes, but the full houses and the very unlikely four-of-a-kind sevens. And we're being asked about which one is the biggest. And yeah, this is a new record. Each year it's getting bigger and bigger. 977 entries. There were big numbers in a lot of the events. The PLO that I went deep in, I think, had close to 300 entries, which is pretty good for a PLO.
Absolutely.
I think it was the largest prize pool for PLO that I played in before. I have played a PLO 8 ring event, bracelet event before, so that's that might have had larger, but in a pure PLO format, this was probably the largest.
Yeah, Roy gets away, and some more chips for this guy. Our current chip leader in the heads up, Julian Sellinger. Confirmed by this, 29 versus 20 millions, and same number of blinds, since we are on the 1 million big blind level for a few more, or actually some 30 more minutes maybe.
We're being asked the time.
Are you timing us, or do we only have 1 more minute?
We
or?
may be timed out, I don't know.
Yeah, local time though.
Yeah, we can share the local time. It's almost 10 o'clock. It's 9:41. The players' party began, I believe, 10 minutes ago.
Wow. So
So-
maybe it's time for these players to...
Well, we're probably being watched at the party. They definitely have us up on the screen. They can't hear us, but they can see what's happening on the screen.
Yeah, I think the DJ is preventing them from hearing us. Or the local band playing.
Hang the DJ. Hang
Another
the
limp
DJ.
one. Let's go Roy, says Toggen.
Nothing to do here.
Forgot to put a Luxembourg flag to it though.
I've yet to be to Luxembourg, actually.
Yeah, me too.
I've been to Liechtenstein when I lived in Brussels about 26 years ago.
There's some poker in Luxembourg at the moment, isn't there?
In
Or is it
Liechtenstein there is,
okay.
yeah. I'll probably make a visit back in some point this year or next year. I need to figure out the tour to Namur and all that as well. You're being called out. They don't want you switching the flag to Luxembourg. They're adamant that the Dutch flag must remain.
Kaisa made it for us. 3 of them.
Okay, chunky, chunky, chunky. Roy going for it. I love this. We haven't seen very much of that, which is why it would work in an even stronger spot. In this one, he was actually technically ahead. But I just like that he's making these moves now. Otherwise, it's very easy to get run over if you're just playing standard the same way throughout, especially in a 3.5-hour heads up. For a little while, Julian had all the momentum, and Roy's been hanging in.
Yeah, so 25 minutes left of this level, and actually we were presuming that the next level would be 750 1.5, but it's actually not. It's a smaller jump than that. 600 1.2 million.
No,
is
that
the
I knew.
next
That's
level.
why I said it might go to
okay, that's what he
after
said.
the
Okay,
break
okay,
because
sorry.
this level isn't that much of an increase.
I misunderstood you.
Yes. Maybe I
misread
wasn't
you
clear
again.
after speaking for so long.
Yeah, I stopped listening 3 hours ago to what you're saying.
Yeah, so is everybody else. It's okay. No, we've had some very interesting chat, people from all sorts of different countries. It's been an absolute pleasure for 95% of you, and thank you for sending over the positive energy. It helps us actually,
Absolutely.
and we both love poker, and we have we both love the poker community at least.
Yeah.
That much I can say about you,
Absolutely.
and at least one of us loves poker.
I love
think
poker.
I covered my base.
Some days I love poker. I mean, playing. Some days I don't, but you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always love the game of poker for sure. Absolutely. Now, another. I was about to say swing and a miss, but Julian actually has the bottom pair here now with the deuce, of course. And it's been check, check. Can Roy find? Oh, it's another one. But it's not going to be easy for him to get anything out of Roy's 8 high.
Unless Roy wants to do back-to-back moves. It wouldn't be necessarily smart to do it now,
No.
but he might think it is. It's a board that could conceivably get it done, actually. And you're not doing it always with something that you will do. It's his only chance to win the hand, but I think we're going to see Roy go back and see he has a 5 and toss it away. Yep.
Yeah.
It would have been ambitious for any player at that spot, but it would have been technically the right board. If we just see it would have been bad timing. Norway here, but love the Dutch.
Yeah.
So I must know Tallinn.
You probably do. He says he's here all the time, and so are you. So
Yeah, but I don't know every single Norwegian. I just know.
you don't?
I know about 400, but not. There's a lot more that play poker.
That's a nice number. 400.
And I've been to 2 of the Norwegian championships.
Oh yeah, that makes you meet more than 1,000.
Yeah, I brought George Sanford in last time, not this past year, the time before, and we had some fun commentating. I have a lot of love for actually Frude and the Norwegian event. It'd be great to see it here, actually. I think this is the perfect spot for it, but who am I to say? And your son is Dutch, so that means your wife might be Dutch, or I'm really confused, or your partner, or your son's mom, I guess, is if we're going to be really neutral about this whole thing. But yeah, we have ace-queen here for Roy. He's got to jack it up, and he certainly did, and it's going to be a quick pull by Julian just because it's 7-4, but you can't be that worried that you're getting the folds when you maybe want calls. You got to try to pump up the pots pre-flop with those hands. But I imagine Tallinn knows a lot of my good Norwegian friends.
And we have someone with a really Finnish name, Juha Lindblad, also chanting for Roy. Time to put some hustle behind his muscle, this muscle. Vamos.
I
they
love
also
this.
adding.
This is like something I can use in commentating by just speaking it in my radio voice.
Yeah, you should have stolen it. We should have stolen it instead, right? All right, nice 10-9 suited. Should we call it one of the Kai Lehto hands for Roy? And
It is one of
he's
his
thinking
favorites.
about it.
From Queen 10 suited down, he likes these kind of hands.
And
I
this
like these
time-
hands too, but he seems to figure out ways to always win with these hands. It's a much different scenario.
Yeah.
And Julian thinking about whether to check back or jack it up. And this time he is going to check back. He may have gone a call for Roy. I would have called in position to a raise there.
And look at this for a flop.
Yeah. We have middle pair and we have the flush draw. And it's a check over. And Roy looks like he wants to realize his flush draw equity now. And Julian is not going to go anywhere with this queen, at least for now. he may decide to give up facing more aggression, so even when a club doesn't come, and if Roy is able to keep his foot on the pedal,
Yeah.
I think Julian is going to start giving, he's going to give him all the credit in the world because of the way he was playing during the first 2 hours. Now he's not going anywhere. It doesn't matter what Roy does.
Not.
But it's actually, conceivably, Roy would think this might be a good turn card that isn't the club that I can keep repping, you know. But maybe not. So I think it's going to go check. Julian may try to see if he can take the lead in the hand, but because Roy isn't betting that often after he bets the flop unless he has a very good hand. So he may want to try to get some value himself off the marginal hands or the draw, such as what Roy has, and it looks like that's what Julian is more or less thinking.
Yeah. We saw him turn trips moments ago with the deuces, and now he's betting. He betted then, and he's betting now again.
It's about half the pot, a little bit more.
Yeah.
And Roy has, at least I'm calling here in position, but it's not because of the actual odds. It's also the implied odds that you need to consider, that you're going to probably get more money in the river if a club comes.
Yeah.
You may even get your opponent betting into you still. However, you could be running into a boat already, which would be unusual. It was a limp pot. It would have to be a queen 7. Pocket 7s is raising, so it's really the only combination of boat. So you should assume for now your flush draw is 5. And there's no reason to raise. A call is perfectly kosher.
Will we see a club? We will not.
So the only way that Julian is potentially getting more chips from Roy is by checking, but he should still be betting to get value from those other hands that weren't the flush draws. Roy is very often checking back anyway. I don't know if Julian has processed that information yet, but we've seen Roy check back when the hand is dead, basically, for him.
Yeah, many times. So.
However, he has once in a while made a move,
try.
so let's see if this is the time Roy says.
Yeah, I mean, his
I'm
only
gonna
way
go for
to
it.
win the 11 millions in the middle, so might have a shot at this one. He's gonna get snapped called.
Well, not by a shove. He's
Not
still,
by exactly.
He's going to
No,
get
maybe not
called
by a
probably
shove,
by a
but-
shove, but it's not going to be a snap.
No.
I don't think. You're going to have to just sit and think about how he could possibly be ahead, and then you come to the conclusion he's probably not, then you call.
So, what do you think? I think he will. No,
He's going
betting.
for
I
it.
was gonna say check, but he's gonna try.
I mean, if he didn't have trips, we would actually love this.
Yeah, that's the snap call, and bad news for Roy. So now down to 14 million versus 35 for Julian Sellinger.
He's been lower than
2-1.
that, but blinds are going to go up fairly soon, I think in, 15 minutes? And it's 14 big blinds now, but that turns into 12 pretty quickly.
Yeah, correct.
So while the blind increase didn't really matter when stacks were close to even, it does matter for the short stack. And Tallinn was rooting for that club river.
Yeah, he was. It's the part Netherlands Dutch guy he is.
Maybe
With the
it's
wife
maybe it's
or-
Johan Kite because he's not here.
No,
No? Do you know who it is?
I don't.
There was a lot of Norwegians here, but I've already assumed that this is the Norwegian that was in attendance, so it's eliminated all the Teddys and Alfs and Ronnies and Dreas and whatnot. I probably offended the 50 to 100 other Norwegians that are here by not mentioning them by name, but I love you all. The Norwegian poker community is... there's a few that I really love, and I have all the heart in the world for all the Scandinavian poker communities. I haven't really met the Denmark community yet, but those that I've met from there are also pretty cool, actually. The Finnish community is something special. The Swedish community is crazy, but great. And the Norwegian community is probably even more crazy, but just amazing people. And the level of poker play in the Scandinavian countries is quite underrated, I would say. I think they're finally getting the recognition in worldwide based on some results that you see in Vegas and whatnot, but it doesn't tell the whole story because it's more the guys playing the lower stakes are better on average than most other countries, I would say.
Yeah, and speaking about Nordic and Swedish results in particular, we had some late arriver doing a nice job. We had Rohan Oberoi, who won the No Filter main event here in Tallinn some 2 years ago. He came in 36 hours ago from his late for this event, and he managed to pick down 2 titles in side events within these 36 hours.
He's a sicko.
So yeah, nice score for Rohan.
And he was somebody that I didn't know a year ago. So there's always new people coming on. He was around. I mean, it's not that the Swedish poker community knew him for a long, long time, but the international poker community only really heard of Rohan last year, I would say.
Yep, I'd say so too. Now then,
Noelia is a different story. She's another one that if you think of Swedish poker and then you start thinking of the women, Noelia is probably the first one that comes into the head. Been around for so long and such a nice diplomat for Swedish poker, for women in poker, and for poker players in general. She'll stand up for anyone.
Definitely, yes.
And then you also think of chic when you think of female players as well. And Lena Bjorn, two of the, let's say crazier ladies, but they're
crazier.
But
that's your words.
Well, at least chic. Lena's a bit grounded, they didn't have the results this time, but they typically do have, everything going for them in the mixed games. Lena had a few results early on, I believe. Chic, it was a very difficult festival for her. And she was partly disappointed she needed to leave because of the Swedish are all getting together for their big bang pretty soon. So she was getting prepared for that, and hopefully she has better luck over there.
Yeah,
she's a really good player, but especially when she's focused.
So now then, commanding chip lead for Julian, down to 12 big blinds for Roy at the moment.
Now we have pub poker, Norge. I don't know anything about the pub poker scene there, actually.
Yeah, they do have, I think it's like free rolls in pubs where you can just win some small merch.
You spend
stuff.
30 euros for a drink in Norway, but you get to play in a free roll.
Yeah, so it's not free.
Okay.
There's no such thing as a free drink, but the pub poker is free.
Yeah.
Because it's the only thing that's legal, I think. I have not been to these pub pokers, but I've heard about them, and I think that's
it's good that
pretty much how it works.
I enjoy alcohol still, but it's good that I don't drink it that often anymore. That I can afford to go to Norway now.
Yeah, but you can't
Otherwise,
go to
it would be way too expensive.
Drinking.
Yeah.
Yeah. But at least the poker is free.
Yeah. No, your alcohol bill will go up 5-fold in Norway.
Yeah.
Maybe it's like that in Sweden too, but Norway I hear about.
Yeah, Norway's far worse when it comes to that, but it's not cheap. If you go to Stockholm, the prices in the bars will not be cheap either. But
if you go to the store?
It will be almost like the same as here in Tallinn.
Okay, it's reasonable then. Oh, what's going on here? He's got Roy down to 9 million and is now going for it with, let's say, a 65% kind of hand.
Yeah.
But he's going to now put pressure relentlessly now that he has Roy down to 9 big blinds. Roy has to wake up with a hand if he's going to be pressure, or be willing to take a marginal spot.
Yeah, and Matthias Elgesem says that it's all free, this pub poker. I would call it training. Yeah, absolutely. Training, and then you go to the Norwegian Championships abroad and just clean the tables.
If you have time, I'm easy to find on socials. I'm going to be running around tomorrow. I'm flying to Vienna, and then it'll be fun over there for a day. But I'm free Tuesday, Wednesday. Give me a shout. I'm actually very curious about the pub poker situation in all countries, and Norway is one I haven't learned about yet. So if you're heavily involved in it, I would love to have a chat with you.
Now then, time for
Rasmus
Roy.
does not approve of the heads-up play.
No, that's what I said with the big blind ante.
Yes.
You should limp a lot of buttons.
He would be a lot harsher on the players than we are at the moment, I think, because we understand the fatigue. We understand that they're trying to feel each other out, and it is a battle. I mean, it's close to 4 hours now that they're battling one-on-one for the title. And we've seen Julian mix it up a lot more than Roy, but we've seen Roy make moves sometimes at the right times and unfortunately sometimes at the wrong time. And Julian frankly got lucky near the end of the first break. Roy had the goods. He had a flop straight. Basically, Julian drawing to a backdoor flush draw and a chop. he hit the card to actually the Yahtzee card on the turn to make the chop guaranteed, and then he was free rolling actually Roy, but it was a chop pot at the end. But it could have easily been Roy coming back with the chip lead, and he came back so fresh after looking so run down that maybe he would have geared it up to run over. But we shall never know. The story is taking a different turn with the fortuitous turn card there for Julian.
Now you have to block the troll in the chat, Mr. Christopher Carlin.
What is he doing now? Rasmus, heads up, you should only play the top 10% of hands. That doesn't sound like Rasmus, and it certainly doesn't sound like Chris.
No, definitely not. So that's what I mean. He's trolling. Don't listen. Oh, we have an all-in,
we have Roy going for it, and
called.
This time Julian is not going to even think twice.
Yeah, and if you haven't heard it already, Christopher Carlin, who's now trolling in the chat, is our live reporter for Poker.pro. So he's also doing write-ups from this main event. If you want to read more about it, he's also live reporting.
I can guarantee you that if Chris somehow played this event and by some miracle made it to heads up playing crazy style, showing his 9-4 bluffs, that the heads up would have been over about 3 hours ago.
Yeah, most likely.
No, it was fun. It was a silly event. I was watching Chris play. It was like, I think, a free buy, and I was having fun watching him show his bluffs, and they still were believing he had it like near the end. It was funny. He had people turning over like top pair, and he's turning over like 9-4 with really no reason to be in the hand to begin with, let alone on the flop turn and river. So he has a creative way of winning pots.
Yeah. Was this the infamous free buy when he won 2 packages?
No, that one, there was maybe a little bit of luck on his side. I watched about half of it, but he looked like he was ready to rumble there. It was a loose-ish game,
6-7. Yes, that's the hand for Roy. Will it be?
It's not going to be
Magic
the hand
one.
that he will call with, though.
It's not going to be. Oh,
And he shows the ace. So this time he shows that he was had a good card.
Yeah.
That's the first I've seen, actually, that he's done that. It's always
It's
been,
a
I'm
big
showing my bluff.
Club on that ace. Interesting, texture from
It's good that you still see it's a club after these hours, because
because it was so big.
it could have been a dragon talking to you.
True. I still see there's a blue felt here somewhere, but that's everything else is just a blur. These guys must be kind of tired as well now, right?
Yeah, we saw the exhaustion right before the last break. That last hour was brutal for Roy, and then even Julian was showing fatigue, and then they looked fresh coming back from the break. Roy looks even now a lot better than he did like an hour ago.
No, that's true, actually. Whatever he did in the break, it worked.
But Julian looks more tired than he did before.
Yeah, it's
He's
shifting.
ready to end this. And
Now he's
with
all in.
Queen 10,
again.
it may go. Let's see. Nope,
Not
Roy
the hand.
finding a fold.
Yeah.
I'm just shoving the Queen 7 from the button there on such a short stack, but Roy choosing to stick around, I would have been in big, big trouble.
All right, so you can see 6 more minutes plus left of this level, then we will be on a 600, 1.2 million.
Then we roll back to 50,000, 100,000.
And Kai Lehto is coming back.
I miss Kai. I kind of forgot how he plays already. You can never forget how Kai plays, but because Kai plays how Kai wants to play.
Another all in.
And this time Roy has
now
to
you
fold.
said he's looking tired. Now he's shoving every hand. And he's maybe
when you're
lucky
tired,
that
that's
Roy
easy
doesn't
thing
wake
to
up
do.
in anything. Yeah.
And you
Taking
don't
the
have to
easy
think
way
about
out.
what to do post flop, but it's really like it's down to crumbs now. It's 6.5 bigs, about to be 5
yeah.
and change. I think Julian's going to be shoving every button until Roy either doubles or hits the rail.
Most likely, yeah.
Especially with Roy kind of overfolding and not shoving enough. That's just an opinion, to be fair, because, once again, it's 70,000 extra that they're playing for right now. and the structure is so good. We were talking about how Kai, for hours and hours, was happy on a sub-10 big blind stack on day 2. However, heads up, 6.5 big blinds can go very fast. So this time, Roy with the queen 10, and Julian with an ace 3. Oh my!
Okay, and it's actually ahead. So now the favorite to take down the tournament again in another all-in and call situation.
This could be it.
This could be it. There's that big club of aces again.
Queen 10 with tons of equity, though, so it's not over yet. It's something like a 60-40 or close to that.
Yeah. Let's see.
Ooh, a queen out of the window, but it is a club. Oh my God, 2 clubs.
Wow.
This would have gone in with a much bigger stacks.
Still just about even. So many outs for the ace.
Wow.
3. Will it be?
Any ace, any 3, any club. And it's all over, Johnny, but it's a 5 of diamonds.
He fades.
And in a way, Roy kind of deserves that after the one hand right before the break, but, you know, that would have given him the chip lead. Now he's just back with slight breathing room, at least for the next 4 minutes. It's healthy enough with 14 bigs, but not if he's going to continue to fold to every shove. Although now maybe we see a slowdown here by Julian on the shoving. It's 14 big blinds. It's a much bigger risk. If you double now, you're not in the lead anymore, in fact.
Exactly.
So we're going to see probably more of the limping and raising once again, at least until the 1.2 million blind level, in which case I think if Roy gets a little bit lower, we'll see Julian back to shoving a good 80% of his hands again from the bottom.
Yeah.
I don't understand Chris's question. I know he's still trolling us, but he's a friendly troll, so we can entertain this one, unlike the ones from, let's say, the East Coast of the United States at 5 in the morning their time that were not friendly trolls. So, but who is Nali Hedlund?
Legendary Swedish player. Let's just leave it by that. So he's
trolling. Okay, he's trolling on the level that he wanted me to actually say that and look silly in some way.
And you bit the bait.
Of course, it's Chris. I don't mind looking silly for Chris. He's doing a fantastic job. He's hilarious on the tables, entertaining people. He makes some people cry too, though, actually, because of the bluffs and the bad beats that he can deliver. Yeah, but keep your trolling to Glenn Brown, please.
Now he's actually not giving up the shoving because now 6-5 is good enough.
It is suited. It is connected.
Yeah.
It is 6 high.
So maybe it is fatigue after all. Now he doesn't care that Roy has doubled up and was up to at least 15 big blinds, but still shoving on him.
And as long as Roy is able to continue folding, I guess it's okay. But that was 9-4. I think Roy now understands that the shoving is a thing now.
Yeah.
And I like that he looks really relaxed now, actually. He was very stiff throughout the final table, then looked very tired near the break, as we mentioned. Now he's moving around, he's smiling, he's having fun, actually. Maybe the realization came in that win or lose, he's coming home with 140,500 euros at a minimum. And the two of them might be developing a respect and friendship as well.
You see,
I've seen that happen before. I remember when Sander and Johan were heads up, Johan Carlson, they became really good friends. I mean, I partied with both of them that night because it was like today, last night, and Johan, is a friend, and Sander was also a friend. So I was so happy to see them two actually treat this, at the end of the day, it's still poker, right? It's very competitive. It's okay to be feeling that when you're playing, but, at the end of the day, it's no harm in being nice. We have some objections about the Luxembourg flagging troll by some members of the chat, even though we got a good laugh about it, but I understand. It's good. A king, and now Roy has a decision. The Queen 9 is borderline, actually, based on Julian shoving so much.
Exactly.
But once again, it's going to be 1.2 million big blind very, very soon. maybe next hand even.
Oh,
he
that's a
does
call.
make the call. Wow. Here we
So-
go. Let's go.
We have another time Julian the favorite to win the tournament. And now we even have media and John Wabel of the casino, or from OlyBet Olympic Group Poker Director, on the stage, ready to see whether Roy can double up with the Queen 9 or if it's going to be all over. That's the 9
out of the window. Oh my God.
2 pairs. Wow.
Roy running hot and is going to be neck
That's
and
the
neck.
check mark. Oh, even boats.
Yeah, why not a boat?
Yeah, why not? And full double up. You can see almost even in stacks again now. Wow.
And Julian might feel like, oh, what the heck has happened? I lost 2 60-40s in a row. But think back to the last hand before the break where you could have been very low on chips if you didn't get lucky on the turn there. So I'm not saying justice has been served, but, you know, what goes around comes around sometimes.
Yeah, that's...
Oh, we're being
double up.
asked our names. We probably haven't introduced ourselves in hours considering how long the heads up are. We do before each break, but I am Jason Glatzer. Been coming to OlyBet events for more than a decade. Work with, I run the content team at Poker.pro and amongst other things. And my good friend with me here is Andreas Hoagland, otherwise known as Wise Guy, a man of many trades, including being a very good commentator taking the lead today.
Oh, thank you, Jason. Yeah, it's been a pleasure, and we have been here since 12:30 local time, and it's... I mean, are we going to start looking for mattresses and pillows here, take a little nap in the next break, or are we going to go till the morning? What is your feeling?
I'm not ready for a nap, but might go to the morning, and that's certainly now looking more possible. We're being compared to Jeff Gross and Gabe Kaplan.
I don't know if we're being compared or trolled, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, let's go with the first way. It
Yeah,
sounds,
sure. I don't mind.
I mean, I actually don't mind. Gabe Kaplan is like so cool, like the welcome back Cotter and all that. But
now then, big pair.
we're not going to comment
where it
about
heads
whether
up.
I want to be Jeff Gross or not.
And 9s. We're back to even stacks almost, but yeah, it's still limping, right? I think so. Okay, big hand for... Oh, he actually shoved. Oof, wow, we have cards on the back
Oh
again.
my God!
We
So
have an
Julian
all-in and a call.
snapping it in with the Jack 10 suited.
Wow,
Unless it's a choppy chop board, one player is going to be short or one player is going to be out.
definitely. We have almost all the
It's a
chips from the tournament
50-50
in the
with the
middle.
suitedness here. Although one of the diamonds is over in the 9s, but still.
Okay, let's see then.
Ooh, a diamond.
Ooh, and a 9.
Oh my
Look
God,
at
a
this.
set, but the
what
8
a
of the
turnaround
diamonds.
for Roy. Wow, can he fade the 8 and do another double up, almost back to back? Yes, he can. He boats
Again, yes.
And look at this, guys. Went from 10 big blinds to 45 big blinds in just a matter of hands. And Julian...
Didn't see any of this
wow.
coming, actually. I mean, it was a lot of small ball, and then all of a sudden we have Roy waking up out of his shell, first with the Queen 9. 9s is a natural one, obviously. You're going to get it in with 9s heads up no matter what.
Look at this.
We need we'll see if Julian now can pull off the Cinderella story or not.
He needs
I would
to.
say for the first couple hours, you know, he was the table captain of the heads up, and then it was a little bit of back and forth, and then he was table captain again. Really got Roy on the ropes, and Roy getting a little bit lucky with the Queen 9 against the weak ace, and then getting a little bit lucky again as well with Queen 10, I believe, against a King 3, I believe it was, so
Yeah.
something like that. But and then what we just saw was a 50-50 proposition. So Roy, I would say, is running very hot. You know, it's 3 spots, 2 of which he was behind, 1 of which it was a flip, and that's why we see him at 45 million at the moment, and not Julian crowned the winner.
Yeah, and dealers just confirming. the chip counts, but it should be accurate as we have on our screens. And to answer the question in the chat from Original Muffin, they are not allowed to make any deals at any WSOP sanctioned events, so no deal in place. They are playing for the full 140 for second, 110.
Anything involving a ring, to be clear. The side events involving trophies, deals are still allowed. It's the rings. There's no deals ever allowed. And if there's any whiff of a deal, you can get in a lot of trouble. So I don't recommend even trying to be secret. There's been issues with players trying to do that, and then you're either going to have a ban for X amount of time or maybe something even worse, depending on how egregious it was.
Okay, the chips has been
But
counted.
I'm being told I know the people that run pub, so I must know you too if I know the people that run pub poker well, and you know who I am. But quite interesting. Yeah, please have them message me somewhere. I may not respond till Tuesday, but I definitely will be interested in following up on that just to satisfy my curiosity. And we've also launched a Swedish subdomain. Not saying that fits with Norwegian pub poker, but maybe it gets us thinking in different ways.
Now, surely a shove with the king-jack on the short stack. Will Roy find the call with the jack-8? He will be dominated. He does find the call, and favorite now to double up.
Let's see a double up at least now. I kind of feel bad a little bit for Julian. That was very, very brutal. And
We don't want to see him lose this hand at least. With he's dominating as well. So, yeah, we're rooting for Julian in this one. But it might be over if Roy finds a way with the jack-8. That's a safe board for Julian. And no additional outs, only the 8 for Roy to win the tournament, but it might happen, it does not. So double up for the short stack now. Julian back up to, and now on 8.5 million after that double up.
And that's basically where we saw Roy start to make his comeback, was at around 8.5.
So we know it's possible.
And Julian doing 70K flips. Yeah, I mean, you could look at it that way. It certainly is 70K, but at the same time, it's heads-up play. Sometimes you got to get involved in these big spots.
Yeah.
And it wasn't really a 70K flip in the beginning when, he had Roy down to 8.5 million. That was kind of a natural shove. He may have even been less, actually. Yeah. After that, you can say maybe he should have kept the pot smaller and not taking these big risks. But he's also a little bit tired. And when you get a little bit tired, you kind of want to shortcut some of the moves that you might be making later.
Yeah, so we're 15 minutes away from playing a 10-hour day for these guys. And the heads up is 4 hours.
And it's day 4 of this event, day 11 of the festival, though. So, we're talking about a lot of poker that these guys have put through their brains and a lot of chips that have gone through their fingers.
Definitely.
And Fernando Munoz saying, very entertaining, lads. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much. Yes, we are live. Labas vakaras, Ramunas. And we have an all-in, so Roy
another one.
Jamming the Queen A from the button, and Julian ahead, dominating with the Ace-8 suited.
Yeah, dominating again. Favorite to double up and really get back in contention.
This is fun. How much fun is this?
Yeah. Why did we have to wait 4 hours for this? But it's been action before, and safe board again for the Ace-8. And another outs with a 9s, or 9 or an 8 needed. Or, sorry, Queen, but it's not to be.
It's 9 for the 9.
It's 9-9.
Ladies and gentlemen,
we have another double up.
This is
nuts. I mean, how do you pick up a dominating hand twice? Yeah. Let's go. Stay there.
Right, so this is another look at the prize pool. We know it already, 210,000 up front. and the ring and the Bahamas trip.
Do
And now
they get the beautiful Corvette that's outside too?
they don't actually. That's going to go to, it might go to any of these, but they can't win it in this tournament because it's anyone's to win in the draw here in September at the Olympic Casino. So if you have entered the casino or I think played online, you're eligible for that draw to win the Corvette outside. But these guys can buy their own one, right?
Yeah, that's about 100,000 euros.
Yeah. So now then, Julian somewhat back in contention, but still Roy van der Rijnst with the biggest stack.
I am loving this. We have so much of a back and forth. Both players were down low. Julian is now still has a little bit of work cut out for him if he wants to win, which I'm sure he does. But already has chipped back up.
And big hand for Roy.
And
Probably
Roy
will be
is
shoving.
shoving
He is,
again.
yeah.
Okay, we're back to Shove Nation with the 1.2 million big blind. It's a valid shove. But it's interesting. We immediately went from small ball to just shoving all of a sudden, and it hasn't stopped since it started. It made sense when it started because we had Roy down to like 8-7 big blinds, but now both players shoving back and forth.
Yeah, and we had Julian just down to 3-4 big blinds moments ago. Now up to above 10 big blinds at least, and looking for another double up.
This has evolved to a spin and go.
Yeah, a little bit. So Kaisa now rooting for Julian, finding the correct flag this time as well. We'll see if he's able to make the comeback. But this guy is well up in front and finding a nice hand. Will he just shove or take another route this time? We'll see.
I think if you're shoving before you can shove now, it's even better because the stack is lower.
Well, it looks like a raise coming. It is, making it 3 or 3.5.
Let's see what Julian wakes up with. It's good he didn't shove, but he's going to have to call anyway. Julian's going to get this in.
Yeah.
He's going to be like, why didn't he shove?
Yeah, this time you don't shove. Why? But yeah, just going to take some TV time here to try to look not as strong as he is.
Yeah, it's 10 big blinds. It has to get in.
Yeah, and that's the call.
Oh, it's a snap by Roy.
Yeah.
Of course it should be. Ace-10 is a premium heads up, but it's unfortunate for him that he is behind.
So now this will be interesting. Ace-10 for winning the main event of the WSOP Circuit here in Tallinn. But jacks are favorite to double up for Julian. Will it hold?
There's an ace from space. No, there is not, but there's a 7, 8, 9.
Blocking though with the jacks, but sixes are also an option for a straight.
But it's a different straight.
This is the one for Julian, and he's likely
to
to double up
on
again.
the board, but a better straight here for Julian.
Look at this. He's back in the lead.
Guess who's
From
back?
4 million to 28 million in 5 minutes.
And we just saw the same with Roy as well, so it's super exciting.
And to the right, you see Glenn Brown, one of our hosts at this event, talking to Roy, actually getting ready. He was ready to do the winner interview, but it's not coming yet. It might still be Roy, of course, coming out on top, but now back in the lead, Julian. And Julian Sellinger just standing up, talking to his rail a bit.
It's good. He was looking a little tired. It's good to
now
stand
he's
up
got the
every once
energy
in a
back
while.
as well.
Yeah.
Let's
If
see.
you're sitting and you're tired, you're just going to get more tired.
Yeah.
Still just 40 big blinds in play, so based on the way they're playing, I don't think we're going to make it to the next break, but if things calm down, it certainly can happen.
Yeah.
Good sweat, he says.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, 7, 8, 9, you're facing ace 10. It's a little bit of a sweat. The ace is good, 6 is good, jack. The 2 jacks are good.
Yeah.
You guys have shown such sportsmanship
So let's see if Julian is back to shoving at these stack depths, but I think we're going to be back to a little bit more of the smaller ball play.
Yeah.
For this event, to see this kind of connection.
Although Julian's thinking it was so much easier than what all I had to do was shove.
Oh, but
but he
here we
didn't.
have
Yeah.
at least a raise, maybe not a shove, we'll see.
He has 15 big blinds. It shouldn't be a shove, actually.
Yeah.
But
Maybe, but it just goes for the raise.
let's see what Julian does here. I mean, we see he's dominated. King 8 is a fairly strongish hand, heads up. If it was suited, it might make a difference, actually. I think it looks like he wants to dump it. The last time he was raised by it like this, it was with a premium. And when it wasn't a shove, then maybe these things are going through his mind. With the ace-10.
Let's come for the call.
Can't blame him.
Julian does not want to see a king on this flop.
Well, he
unless
does,
it's
but he doesn't
accompanied
know
by-
he
by
doesn't.
an 8.
Uh-huh.
Cut shot for the 8.
I don't think Julian is going to fold to a single bet, but let's see if Roy will even bet with his ace-king. There's no clubs in this flop. It is not the kind of flop, you continue with ace-king on most flops. This might be one that you actually just check, but let's see how he plays it.
Have you seen his little electric candle before?
No, we should have borrowed it when we were having our romantic lunch before.
He stole it from us, didn't he? Is that a new card protector or what?
I haven't seen it before until you mentioned it.
Yeah, me neither. So I just saw it now. Most romantic card protector I've seen in a long time, I think.
Julian is thinking here. It was about a 3.1 million into about 8 million, so about 37-38% of the pot. And we have Julian here with, maybe he thinks his king is live, as I said, and he has his 8 live and a 6. Maybe that's enough for him to raise here, and if he's called, he still has some equity. But we see it's only 7 outs and not the 10 that would be in his head.
No,
It does get rid of
give it
it.
up.
Okay.
So look at this now for the stack
Even,
sizes.
Steven.
It is. Confirmed here. 20 big blinds each. Slight lead for Julian.
And look at the flags. So we have all different flags from first down to 8th. The only repeating one is Ferris and Kai, both from Finland. And considering Finland always makes up between 30 and 40%, I would say, of the fields, maybe a bit less here at the circuit because it was a much more international feeling. It's so nice to see.
Yeah.
We've had several final tables, even at the Kings of Tallinn, where we've had, 8 different nationalities. I think even last year at the circuit, there was a lot of nationalities on the main event as well. The one that Jenny Westerlund won. The second ever female main event ring winner, actually, in Jenny Westerlund.
Yeah.
She was here playing. She tried a couple times in the main event and decided, you know what, I'm going to play other events. I had my main event win. Don't need to defend any further. And had a good time playing in the smaller ring events. Not that they were small. And she played a lot of the side events, actually.
She actually cashed today in the open face.
Oh,
Pineapple.
she was so looking forward to that. It was her first time playing it. I mean,
how
not
was
first
it?
time playing OFC, but her first time playing an OFC tournament.
Okay, because it was actually, she was in the top 3. I'm going to check for the results, but she was at least, at the worst, 3rd place finisher because she was still
That's
in when
good
there
to
were 3
hear.
players in.
I have all the time in the world for Jenny. She's also a very nice person. Okay, so we have a check by Julian, a bet by Roy with the ace high. Julian connecting with the 7 is not going to be going anywhere. He may even be raising here based on the stack sizes and just wanting to take a 9.4 million pot now. it's also risky to call with a lot of cards that you might have to fold to later. And of course, he may run into a 10 is maybe going through his head, but I won't be surprised to see a decent size raise here.
No, me neither.
It looks like he's counting out a raise, actually.
Yeah.
No, maybe not. No, this is definitely a raise. There we go. They're being piled all together. And it's a chunky one, too, like I was saying. I think to around 6-8. Normally, if you're raising there, it would be a little bit less if it was like a mid-tournament situation with deeper stacks. And is Roy going to think, Julian has pushed me around before. This is a dry flop. Would he really be doing this to me with a 7? But Roy is going to look back down at his ace-9 diamonds. Doesn't want to go any further. Did have the backdoor flush draw. And this time, if Julian shows it, at least Roy can be happy that he didn't really have that much equity left in this hand.
Yep. And
Running diamonds or an ace or 9.
Open face Chinese pineapple tournament we were talking about. Jenny Westerlund finished in 3rd.
Oh, Matti Pern runner-up.
Yeah. And Alex Shilko.
An Estonian weirdo. And is that Estonian weirdo in 4th?
In his first ever.
It was also his first ever
Pineapple tournament, yes.
Interesting. I know he's played a bunch, on the road and whatnot, but, so Jenny knows the game too. But I don't think she's actually even played that much of it. I learned a new game that we're inventing, actually. Chris showed it to me, and at the time, I wasn't even ready to be shown a game. My mind was elsewhere, but as soon as Chris took out the deck of cards, he had my attention. And I'm like, well, that's cool. Let's add this, and it's a little bit better. And we'll see. I don't think it's a tournament game, though, but it's sort of like a Chinese poker game that is completely different than Chinese poker. But like poker chess is kind of a way to think of it.
Okay. Oh, another big one. Ace King suited. Just shoves and probably will not get any takers.
Not today, but it's okay. Another 1.2 million.
Yep.
You might have been called by a weaker ace. Might have been called by a king queen, king X, that you're absolutely dominating. Pocket pairs you're flipping, and just stealing the blinds is not the worst case scenario at this stage with the 20 big blind average.
Yeah.
Ooh, a walk. What did Julian have? He had a nice hand, actually.
Yeah, he did.
So Roy's saving some chips with the rare walk. Potentially, anyway. Of course, 9 deuce can get there against Queen Jack, but I have a feeling he would have been facing a raise and had to get rid of it anyway. And Sanjay saying, and the war is on. And then he's saying fold all in, but I think these are messages from different hands. And then we have people watching, rooting for both players, which is nice. I was mean to Teddy last night. He was heads up with Tony, and Tony's rail disappeared, so I abandoned Teddy's rail to go to Tony. I feel everybody should have somebody in their corner.
Yeah, of course.
Okie dokie, nice slow 7-5 deuce flop, hitting Roy in the face.
Open-ended and 2 pairs.
Yeah,
this might be big.
This might be a double up for Roy, or it might be showers for Roy, because I don't see Julian, based on what we've seen recently, just calling here. No. There's going to be a raise incoming, even without the spade in his hand. I believe pretty hard, I would bet, that he is going to raise. And it may be a shove even, based on Roy just having 16 million back, but I don't think it's going to be that big. I think it's going to be more like, the 4 million-ish range. But then you may see Roy come over the top, which he should, to protect this 2-pair on a very wet board. So we could see showers. We could see everything going in right now. It all depends on whether there's a raise here. And the raise is coming.
Yeah, it has come.
It's about what I thought. It's about 4.3, I believe, but maybe it's a little bit less. Let's see. I can't see all the chips. 2.8, so it's a lot less, actually. Which means Roy can actually raise again without going all in if he wants, but he can also opt to call and let Julian, if he thinks Julian is doing it with air, for example, a call would be in order, but I really do like a raise, without knowing about the 8-6, just because of the 2 spades, the 5-7. Even though you hit it, that means maybe another player does have the live draws. The 3-4 is live. There's gut shots as well that won't call, that you can deny their equity to prevent a situation like you kind of ran into before. But
only call?
Yeah, I'm not sure I like this so much, but I understand it. You want your opponent to bet into you when you think you're ahead as well.
And that's a safe card for Roy.
It might be an action killer. Let's see if Julian continues the aggression or not. By Roy not raising, he may have reduced the possibility of chips getting in the middle. So it's going to be hard if, if Julian doesn't connect. It's going to either go check-check, or Roy bets and it's a fold, or Roy checks and Julian tries to bluff and Roy gets a little more value, but to get the whole stack in, it's going to be very difficult. So it does go check-check, and oh my God, it's a straight that did hit the 3rd spade. I don't think that's going to bother Julian too much. It'll probably bother Roy a little bit. If he checked the turn, it's going to be hard for him to bet the river despite it being checked back to him, because the draw is now hit, and that often checks back the turn. That might raise the flop. And if Roy bets, it's big trouble for him, actually, because Julian is probably not going to shove here if it's just a check over. You do have a hand that beats a lot of things, though, but just not after that 9 of spades comes. And it's a small bet, but
2.3.
It's still going to be now. It's easy enough for.
Oh, 1.8.
It's easy enough for Julian just to shove over, and we could be actually crowning a new main event winner, depending on what happens. I don't think there's any scenario that Julian's just calling. And then it's up to Roy. He's made some good hero folds before. This would be the toughest one of the tournament for him to make, though. And I just don't see how he could do it, especially since Julian has shown several bluffs. And he does jam it.
Oh, wow. Now the decision is over on Roy, and there's been so many of these where he's been folding and he's been wrong a few times.
This is so hard to fold.
And of course, if it wasn't 3 spades, he would already have called probably, but now that's maybe he's out.
Yeah, he's thinking more about the flush than the straight, but he has to think that there's some 6-8s that Julian is doing it with too, but there's so many bluffs he's doing it with still.
Yeah.
He's maybe doing it with 3-4, for example, but I'm not sure he actually is at this spot.
Oh, he
makes a call. Oh my.
Wow, we are having a winner in the main event. We have crowned the winner of the WSOP Circuit events in Tallinn. It is this guy from Austria.
Yes.
Julian Sellinger. So
that's
congratulations to Julian. He played super well throughout the last 2 days. He was a little bit not the table captain on day 3 when he had the chip lead. He didn't have the chip lead on the final day until heads up. And then it was back and forth, both players on the ropes in a close to 4 hours.
A lot of emotions between these guys now.
I would cry too, I think, if I won.
Wow.
I mean, this is
hug Israel, and you see also
something.
Roy is emotional. And what a battle
especially after you thought it slipped through your grasp after you were down to just 8 big blinds at that just literally 30 minutes ago. And here we go. Now he's giving all the hugs and everything. And, well played by Roy, well played by everybody at the final table, to be fair. It was actually a very entertaining final table. And Wise Guy, let me do some thank yous. I want to thank the chat first, at least the chat for the last 80% of the stream. You guys have all been amazing. You've helped give our energy. I love that you're talking about the hands as well. It's good to see everybody's opinion. And I love that also that you guys were here for us for this long. I want to thank Wise Guy. I want to thank everybody at the casino. There's too many to name because apparently we're going to be cut off pretty soon on time. But thank you, everybody. Thank you, Teresa. Thank you, Jan. Thank you, Maris. Thank you also, Wise Guy, and everybody else that has been involved. And Wise Guy, it's off to you.
Before we leave you, though, we are going to see the winner presentation. But first, let's take a look at the upcoming festivals while we present or prepare the winner presentation. We've touched on this already, the Queens of Tallinn already in a few weeks here in Tallinn. We have the OlyBet Showdown in Riga at the Olympic Voodoo Casino from September 19th. We're back in Tallinn for the Kings of Tallinn, the biggest one that OlyBet are hosting for the autumn edition, October 9th to October 18th, and then we go to Vilnius just before Christmas, to your hometown,
Yay.
Jason. Kings of Vilnius in the Olympic Casino, Lietuva.
You get to see one of the best Christmas trees in Europe, always ranked in the top 5, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, then
Lately
I'm
they've
coming.
toned it down a little bit, but it's still amazing. And yeah, come on out. It's December in Vilnius. The weather is not too cold yet. It's not like up in Estonia. It's a little bit warmer. Typically no snow yet. And come on out. But here's Jan Vebel with that big check with Teresa Nuzianen.
This is the last event, the last final table of World Series of Poker Circuit, Tallinn 2026. Main event, ring event number 5, with €1,253,000 prize pool, a record prize pool, by the way, 977 entries, and our winner from Austria. Please give a big hand to Julia Sellinger.
Here he is, our main event winner, Julian Sellinger of Austria, getting the check of €210,000 from Jan Wabel of the Olympic Group Poker Director, and Teresa Nuzianen, the main tournament director and the woman behind this event with her team, doing an amazing job together with the dealers, floor, everyone.
Yeah, I mean, there's hundreds of people involved with this event. To thank them all is going to take too long. I think Edgar's would get a little bit annoyed at that stage, but we do need to thank Edgar's and his team as well. The stream ran super well, and do appreciate the hard work that they put into making this happen.
This is one happy guy, and he has 210,000 reasons to be, and of course the Bahamas package and the coveted ring that is pictured on the check as well. So this is the winning hand, ladies and gents. This is the straight coming in at the river with the 8-6, and all the chips are now his. We'll be taking the winner photo with this just moments from now with Lenka, our photographer, but we, Jason Glatzer and Wise Guy, we're signing out for this festival. We're going to hit the player party, see maybe another winner presentation with Julian. Hopefully he will be there celebrating. And yeah, it's been fantastic.
Yeah, it's been amazing. Thank you, everybody, once again for joining us. We'll be back with you pretty soon here in Tallinn. As mentioned, one of the festivals that wasn't listed on there, we have the Queens of Tallinn in Tallinn, and then we have the Coolbet Open right after as well. It's going to be a fantastic time to come to Tallinn if you're a woman at the end of the month, and there's always a big event in Tallinn pretty much all the time, Vilnius, Riga as well, so come check it out if you like what you're seeing.
OlyBet Events, that's where you find all the schedules and everything you need to know. This is Jason Glatzer and Andreas Wise Guy signing out for now. Thank you all who's been with us these 11 days, and see you soon.
See you soon, and peace be with you.